You stand at the edge of a winter so quiet, it almost hides the darkness beneath it, where loneliness can be just as dangerous as the monsters that walk in the night. Some stories frighten you with what lurks in the shadows. This one asks you to look at the loneliness hiding in plain sight. John Ajvide Lindqvist, Let the Right One In, was born from his fascination with blending the ordinary lives of suburban Sweden with timeless vampire folklore, exploring what happens when innocence, isolation, and horror quietly collide. First published in 2004, the novel has captivated readers around the world, selling well over 1 million copies and earning its place as one of the defining works of modern horror. Lindqvist, celebrated for his deeply human approach to the supernatural in works like Handling the Undead and Harbor, became known for transforming familiar monsters into unforgettable emotional experiences. The novel's haunting power reached even wider through the acclaimed Swedish film adaptation, released in 2008, followed by the American adaptation Let Me In 2010, and a television series in 2022. What you're about to experience is a third-person retelling inspired by the original story, not a word-for-word reading. And while the visuals in this video are created using today's technology, they may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. As you follow this unforgettable journey, you'll also discover fascinating facts about the novel, its adaptations, and the hidden stories behind its creation waiting along the way. The story begins. A name that conjures images of coconut cookies, or perhaps narcotics, or the idea of a respectable life, a subway stop, a suburb, nothing more. People must live there, as they do everywhere. That was the point of its construction after all. But Blackeberg was not a place that had grown organically. Every detail had been meticulously planned from the start. People arrived and settled into what had been built for them, earth-toned concrete blocks scattered across green fields. When this story begins, Blackeberg has existed for 30 years. One might imagine a pioneer spirit taking root like the Mayflower arriving in an unknown land. Picture the empty buildings waiting for their occupants, and here they come, marching over the Trenberg Bridge in 1952, sunlight in their eyes and the future at their feet. Mothers carry infants or push prams. Fathers carry not tools but kitchen appliances and functional furniture. Perhaps they sing something political or something sacred, depending on their leanings. Everything is large, new, modern. But that romantic image isn't quite accurate. They arrive by subway, by car, by moving van. One by one they filtered into the finished apartments, sorting their belongings into measured shelves and cupboards. Furniture was arranged on the cork floors. New purchases filled the gaps. When they finished, they looked out at this land given to them. Walking outside, they found that all of it had already been claimed. Adjustment was the only option. There was a town center, generous playgrounds, open green spaces, pedestrian paths that wound between the buildings. Around kitchen tables a month after moving in, people said to one another that it was a good place they'd come to. Only one thing was missing: a past. The children studied no local history projects because none existed. Sure, there were old stories, a mill, a tobacco king, strange old buildings by the water, but those belonged to a time disconnected from the present. Where the 3-story apartment blocks now stood, there had been only forest. No church served the 9,000 residents. That absence spoke to the modernity of the place, its rationality. It reflected how free they were from the ghosts of history and terror. It explained in part how unprepared they were. No one saw them move in. When police finally tracked down the moving truck driver in December, he had little to share. His records noted only the date and route: October Shuba, Norrköping to Blackberg. He remembered a father and daughter, the girl pretty. They had almost no furniture, just a couch, an armchair, perhaps a bed, an easy job. They insisted the move happen at night, no matter the cost. The driver recalled that it seemed important to them. When they told him the events and who had ridden in his truck, his eyes widened. He stared down at his own handwriting, grimacing as if repulsed by the letters on the page. The date. The route. He had moved them in, the man and his daughter. He resolved never to speak of it again, for as long as he lived. The classroom fell silent, as the police commissioner held up the small plastic bag, its white contents, a mystery the students were too afraid to name. No one wanted to be associated with that kind of knowledge, not with older brothers or friends of brothers tangled up in that world. Even the girls stayed quiet. The policeman shook the bag, offering alternatives: baking powder, flour, and the class mumbled their denials, desperate not to seem ignorant even as they refused to speculate. He turned to the teacher with a dry question about home economics, and she responded with a shrug and a smile. The tension broke. Laughter rippled through the room. Some of the boys had already handled his unloaded gun. He was one of the good ones. But Oscar's chest was tight, nearly bursting. He knew the answer, and the knowledge burned in him. He wanted the policeman's attention, his approval, to be seen, to be recognized. Even knowing it was foolish, his hand went up. He identified the powder as heroin, and the policeman confirmed it, looking at him with warmth and asking how he knew. Oscar mumbled something about reading, and the officer nodded, praising that habit and warning against the drug's consequences. He asked about the bag's value, but Oscar had already received what he craved: acknowledgement. He retreated into a fantasy of the policeman seeking him out after class, understanding him, offering comfort. Then Johnny's finger jabbed into his ribs, accusing him of being a snitch. Johnny's brother moved in those circles, and Johnny knew the vocabulary the other boys absorbed. But he stayed silent. Oscar lingered at the coat rack, calculating his odds. Johnny wanted to hurt him. Was it safer inside or out? The class surged toward the schoolyard, where the patrol car waited. With the policeman present, Johnny wouldn't dare strike. Oscar watched through the glass doors as the crowd gathered around the car. He wanted to join them, but knew he'd be targeted the moment he stepped outside, kneed, wedgied, humiliated. So he slipped around the back, toward the bathrooms, buying himself at least one recess of safety. Inside, he listened, then cleared his throat, the sound echoing in the tiled room. He reached into his underwear and retrieved the foam ball he'd cut from an old mattress, hollowed out for his penis. He smelled it, confirming his latest accident. Running water over it, he squeezed it dry. Incontinence. He'd read about it in a pamphlet stolen from the drugstore, an old woman's affliction, and his. He could get medication, but refused to humiliate himself at the pharmacy counter, and telling his mother was out of the question. Her pity would suffocate him. The pissball worked for now. Footsteps and voices. He fled into a stall, locking the door just as the outer door opened. He climbed onto the toilet, curling into a ball so his feet wouldn't show beneath the gap, holding his breath. Johnny's voice called out, taunting. Mickey was with him. Tomas, the worst of them, was likely elsewhere, too clever to get his hands dirty. But Johnny and Mick would only beat him if Tomas found the piss ball. The humiliation would last much longer. So, in a twisted way, he was lucky. They knew he was there. They shook the door, pounded on it. Oscar wrapped his arms around his legs, clenching his teeth to suppress a scream, pleading silently for them to leave. Johnny's voice softened, offering a choice: come out now, or face them after school. Oscar exhaled in relief. Then they attacked the door. The lock buckled. The wood groaned. He knew he should open it, surrender before their rage grew, but he couldn't. His hand had gone up in class, a declaration of existence, and that was his crime. They tormented him for his weight, his ugliness, his disgust, but the real offense was simply being there. They'd probably baptize him, shove his head into the toilet, but relief always followed punishment. Why couldn't he just pull the lock, give in? Then the bolt snapped, the door swung open, and Mick's triumphant face appeared, and Oscar understood that wasn't the game. He couldn't have opened the door, just as they couldn't have climbed over the walls. Those weren't the rules. Their pleasure was the hunt. His terror the prey. Capture ended the fun, punishment became duty. Giving up early meant more effort directed at punishment. Johnny's head appeared, commanding him to squeal like a pig. And he did, because sometimes that was enough. He wrinkled his nose, grunting and squealing with extra effort, afraid they'd discover his secret if they punished him. His eyes shut, his hands balled into fists, nails digging into his palms. He kept going until a strange taste filled his mouth. When he opened his eyes, they were gone. He stayed curled on the toilet, staring at the floor. A red spot appeared on the tile. Then another drop fell from his nose. He gabbed at it with toilet paper. The nosebleeds came with fear, a strange mercy, since his tormentors sometimes stopped when they saw blood. Oscar Eriksson sat there, a wad of paper in one hand, the pissball in the other. He wet his pants, he bled, he talked too much, leaking from every opening, piggy. He left the bathroom, leaving the blood behind. Let someone see it. Let them wonder. Let them think someone had been killed here because someone had, for the 100th time. Håkan Benson, 45, with the early signs of a paunch and a retreating hairline, sat on the subway and watched his new home slide past the window. It was somewhat unappealing. Norrköping would have been preferable, but at least these western suburbs didn't resemble the grim Stockholm ghettos he'd seen on television. This place had a different character, softer somehow, though a genuine skyscraper rose in the distance. He craned his neck to glimpse its upper floors, wondering if Norrköping had anything comparable, not that he'd ever visited the city center there. The next station was his stop. He confirmed it on the map above the doors, then flinched at the automated warning about the doors closing. His gaze swept the car. No one was watching him. The few other passengers were buried in their evening papers. Tomorrow, he knew, those papers would carry news of him. His attention snagged on an advertisement featuring a woman in black lace lingerie. Her seductive pose struck him as obscene, almost maddening, naked flesh everywhere, tolerated without question. What did it do to people's minds? To love? His hands trembled, so he pressed them to his knees. Nerves coiled in his stomach. The memory of a desperate conversation surfaced. He'd asked if there was truly no alternative, and been told there wasn't, that he wouldn't be asked to do this if another way existed. He'd protested, but the answer was final. No other way. He had to do this, and do it right. He'd studied the phone book map, selected a forested area, packed his bag and left. One of his previous mistakes in Norrköping had been leaving the Adidas logo visible. Someone had remembered it, and the police found the bag nearby. This time, he'd already cut the logo away. He planned to take the bag home afterward, perhaps shred it and flush the pieces. Was that the right method? The train reached its final stop, and he followed the crowd onto the platform, bag in hand. It felt heavier than its contents warranted. Only the gas canister had any real weight. He forced himself to walk normally, to avoid drawing attention, though every step felt like marching toward execution. His legs seemed to want to fuse to the concrete. What if he simply stopped, refused to move, waited for nightfall and someone to find him, to take him somewhere else? But he kept walking. Right leg, left leg. Failure wasn't an option. The consequences would be unthinkable. Through the gates, he paused to get his bearings. His sense of direction was poor. Which way to the forest? He couldn't ask anyone, had to gamble. He kept moving, right leg, left leg, pushing forward. There had to be another way, but none presented itself. Certain conditions, certain criteria, this was the only solution. He'd attempted this twice before and botched both attempts. The first time in Vaxjo had been less disastrous, but still forced them to relocate. Today he would succeed. He would earn praise, perhaps even a caress. What did 2 more failures matter? He was already damned. Society's judgment would be the same life imprisonment. And morally, he imagined King Minos, the judge of the dead, tallying his sins. The path curved ahead, leading into the forest. The canister and knife rattled in his bag as he walked, and he tried to keep them still. A child appeared, a girl of perhaps 8, walking home from school with her bag bouncing at her hip. No, not that young. He'd rather die himself than harm a child so small. He quickened his pace, drawn by her singing a familiar tune about a sunbeam in a cottage. He wanted to hear more, to catch the scent of her hair, but he forced himself to slow down, not to spook her. The girl turned onto a smaller trail into the woods, probably heading home. He stopped. "Let her go. Keep walking, little one. Don't stop to play in the forest." He waited a minute, listening to a chaffinch's song, then followed the path she'd taken. Oscar trudged home from school, his head heavy with the familiar weight of humiliation. He always felt worse when he escaped punishment by debasing himself playing the pig, groveling than if he'd simply taken the beating. He knew this pattern, but when the threat loomed, he couldn't face the physical pain. Pride was a luxury he couldn't afford. Robin Hood and Spider-Man had pride. They faced danger with defiance, but they always won, always survived for the next issue. They had powers. Oscar had only his pig squeal, whatever it took to survive. He needed comfort, compensation for the shitty day. Despite the risk of running into Johnny and Mick, he headed toward the grocery store. He shuffled up the zigzag ramp, using the time to steel himself to keep from sweating. He'd been caught shoplifting once before, about a year ago. The guard wanted to call his mother, but Oscar claimed not to know her number. A week of dread followed every phone ring until a letter arrived addressed to her. He'd forged her signature and returned it. A coward, perhaps, but not stupid. Was what he was about to do cowardly? He stuffed his down coat with chocolate bars, Dodgem, Jap, Cocoa, Bounty, and tucked a bag of chewy sweets into his waistband. At the checkout, he paid for a single lollipop. Walking home, he held his head high, stepping with a bounce. He wasn't just Piggy. Everyone's target. He was the master thief, daring and clever. Once he passed through the gate into his courtyard, he was safe. His enemies didn't live here, in this irregular circle of buildings nested within the larger circle of Ibsengaten. A double ring of protection. Nothing bad had ever happened to him here. He'd grown up here, had friends here until 5th grade, when the bullying intensified. By the end of that year, he was a full target, and even his old friends kept their distance. That was when he'd started his scrapbook. Now he was going home to enjoy it. A whirring sound, and something bumped his feet, a red radio-controlled car. It reversed, then sped up the hill toward his building. Tommy emerged from behind the bushes, laughing softly. He asked if Oscar wanted to buy the car. 300 kronor. Oscar didn't have that much. Tommy said the car cost 900 in the store, offered 200. Oscar hesitated, and Tommy scrutinized him, pointed at his upper lip. Blood. Oscar wiped away some brown crusts, claimed he'd just fallen. Don't tell. Tommy would only lecture him about fighting back, and Oscar would lose respect. He played with the car for a while, then watched Tommy steer it. He wished he had the money to make the deal, to have that connection. His hands found the candy in his pockets. He offered a Dodgem, then a Jap. Tommy accepted, slipping the chocolate into his jeans. Inside his apartment, Oscar laid out all the candy on his bed, arranging it in the order he'd eat it. He found an open bottle of flat Coke in the fridge. Perfect. He flopped onto his bed and surveyed his bookcase, nearly complete Goosebumps series, plus the 2 bags of books he'd bought through a newspaper ad. He'd taken the subway to Midsummer Cranston, followed the directions to a fat, pale man with a hoarse voice. The man hadn't invited him in, just handed over the bags, took the money, and closed the door. Oscar had been nervous. He'd searched for these older volumes for months, but the man hadn't cheated him. 41 books, numbers 2 through 46, all for 200 kronor, a treasure he'd practically stolen. But they were nothing compared to his scrapbook. He pulled it from its hiding place under a stack of comics. The book itself was a large sketch pad. He'd swiped from a department store who said he was a coward, but the contents were something else entirely. Oscar's teeth crunched into the Dodgem bar as he opened the scrapbook's cover. The first clipping from a women's magazine detailed an American murderess from the 1940s who had poisoned 14 elderly people with arsenic. She'd requested lethal injection, but her state insisted on the electric chair. Oscar dreamed of witnessing such an execution. He'd read that the blood boiled, the body twisted into impossible angles. He also imagined the victim's hair catching fire, though he had no source for that detail. Still, it was amazing. The next entry from a newspaper featured a Swedish murderer who had dismembered his victims' bodies. A dull passport photo showed an ordinary-looking man who had killed 2 male prostitutes in his home sauna, butchering them with a chainsaw and burying them behind the building. Oscar studied the face closely as he finished the chocolate. Could have been anyone. Could be him in 20 years. Håkan had found an ideal vantage point with clear views of the path in both directions. Deeper in the trees, a hollow sheltered his bag. The halothane canister was now holstered under his coat. All that remained was to wait. A fragment of a childhood song came to him, something about wanting to grow up and know as much as father and mother. He hadn't heard it since school. Think of all the wonderful songs that had vanished, all the beautiful things that had disappeared. No respect for beauty. That was today's society. The great master's works were reduced to ironic references or advertising. Michelangelo's creation of Adam, where a pair of jeans now replaced the divine spark. To a Håkan, the painting's power lay in that millimeter of space between the 2 fingers, the void that contained everything, and someone had filled it with denim. A figure approached an older man with a dog. 2 strikes he'd have to silence the animal, and the man was poor quality. A lot of screams for so little wool, he thought. He checked his watch. 2 hours until dark. If no suitable subject appeared within the hour, he'd have to settle. He had to be home before nightfall. The man spoke, but not to him, to the dog, cooing about liverwurst. Håkan pressed his head into his hands, sighing. Pathetic, lonely people in a world without beauty. The cold seeped into his limbs. He considered fetching his rain jacket, but decided against it. It would restrict movement and arouse suspicion. 2 young women passed, their conversation fragmentary, one keeping a pregnancy, the other calling the father an ape, a young man refusing responsibility. Typical. No one thought of anyone but themselves. Real love meant offering your life at another's feet, and people today were incapable of it. Håkan's hands were growing clumsy with cold. He tested the canister's trigger. A hiss confirmed it worked. He jumped in place, slapping his arms, pleading silently for someone to come. Someone alone. Half an hour left. For life's sake. For love. Oscar finished the scrapbook and all the candy as darkness crept in. The familiar post-junk days settled over him, mixed with guilt. His mother would be home in 2 hours. Dinner, homework, TV, but there was nothing good on. Cocoa and cinnamon rolls, small talk, then bed, and trouble sleeping, worrying about tomorrow. He wished he had someone to call. Johan was in his class, and they had fun together. But Johan never chose Oscar, only called when he had nothing better. The apartment was silent, the concrete walls sealing around him. He sat on his bed, hands on his knees, stomach heavy. Something was about to happen, now. He held his breath, listening. A sticky fear crept over him, a colorless gas seeping through the walls, threatening to take form and swallow him. He waited, stiff and breathless. The moment passed. In the kitchen, he drank water and took the largest knife from the magnetic strip. He tested it against his thumbnail, found it dull, and ran it through the sharpener until it cut a microscopic sliver from his nail. Good. He wrapped the knife in newspaper, taped it into a makeshift holster, and tucked it between his pants and hip. Uncomfortable, but workable. He gathered the candy wrapper's evidence and stuffed them in his pocket. Checked the room. Clean. The game had begun. He was a dreaded mass murderer, already responsible for 14 deaths, leaving no clues. The police feared him. Now he'd select his next victim, Johnny Forsberg, with his long hair and mean eyes. Johnny would plead and squeal like a pig, but in vain. The knife would have the last word. The earth shall drink his blood. He'd read that in a book and loved it. He repeated the phrase like a mantra, as he locked the apartment and walked out. Past 2 buildings through the car entrance, crossing Ibsengatan. left the inner and outer fortifications, headed toward the forest. For the second time that day, Oscar felt almost happy. Håkan had 10 minutes left. A lone boy appeared on the path, 13 or 14, perfect. But his legs refused to move. The boy was approaching, and soon it would be too late. Have to. If he failed, he'd have to kill himself. Couldn't go home empty-handed. It was him, or the boy. He finally moved, stumbling through the forest toward the boy instead of meeting him calmly. Idiot. Clumsy. Now the boy would be suspicious. He called out, feigning a question about the time. The boy stopped. Håkan approached, noting the boy's alert, tense posture. The boy asked what Håkan had in his coat near his heart. His mind went blank. He pulled out the gas canister. The boy demanded to know what it was, and Håkan admitted it was halothane gas. The boy asked why he carried it, and Håkan fumbled for an explanation, unable to lie. Because it's part of my job, he said. Oscar's fantasy gripped him as he walked through the forest. He saw the world through a murderer's eyes, controlled, powerful. The trees drew back, fearful. His prey stood 50 meters ahead, Johnny Forsberg, hands on hips, grinning. Johnny thought it was business as usual, that he'd force Oscar to the ground and feed him pine needles. But this time, it was the murderer approaching. The murderer walked with dignity, greeted Johnny calmly, and pulled out his knife, and lunged. The boy didn't leave. Håkan's heart hammered as he stepped closer. The boy was staring at him, suspicious. The question about the time had bought nothing. The boy was on guard. Håkan had to act, now or never. The gas canister was in his hand, his finger on the trigger. He waited for the boy's answer, knowing it would be the last moment before everything changed. The boy seemed to relax slightly, his attention flickering to his own bag as Håkan gestured toward it and asked if he was heading to a workout. That brief moment of distraction was all Håkan needed. His arm shot forward, one hand clamping the back of the boy's head, the other pressing the gas canister's mouthpiece against his lips. He released the trigger, and a hissing filled the air like a serpent's warning. The boy jerked backward, trying to escape, but Håkan's grip was iron. They fell together onto the wood shavings, rolling, the hiss drowning out everything else. After only a few breaths, the boy's resistance softened. Håkan held the mouthpiece in place, scanning for witnesses. None. The hissing pounded in his skull like a migraine. He locked the trigger, worked his free hand under the boy's head, and secured the rubber band over the mouthpiece. The boy lay still, arms splayed, the canister resting on his chest. Håkan retrieved the boy's bag and placed it on his stomach, then lifted him. The boy was heavier than expected muscle, unconscious weight. Sweat poured down Håkan's back as he carried him through the soggy ground, the hissing slicing through his head. He panted loudly, trying to drown it out. At the hollow, he laid the boy down in the deepest part and stretched out beside him. The hissing stopped. The boy's chest rose and fell. He'd wake in 8 minutes at most. But he wouldn't. Håkan studied the face, caressed it with a finger, pulled the limp body close. He kissed the boy's cheek, whispered forgiveness, and stood. Tears threatened as he looked at the defenseless body. He could still refrain. Parallel worlds, a comforting thought. In another world he walked away. But not this one. He hurried to his bag, pulled on his raincoat, and laid out his tools. Knife, rope, funnel, jug. One last look at the young body. Then he picked up the rope and began. Oscar's fantasy unfolded with brutal clarity. After the first blow, Johnny knew this wasn't like before. Blood gushed from a deep cut on his cheek as he tried to flee, but the murderer was faster, slicing the tendons behind his knees. Johnny fell, writhing and begging. The murderer threw himself over him, letting the earth drink his blood. One stab for the bathroom humiliation, one for the knuckle poker trick, one for every cruel word. Johnny's eyes were punctured whack, and Oscar rose to survey his work. The rotting tree limbs that had represented Johnny's body were hacked away. The trunk was perforated. Wood chips scattered beneath the healthy tree that had been Johnny's standing. Oscar's right hand was bleeding, a small cut near the wrist, where the blade had slipped. He licked it clean, tasting Johnny's blood. He wiped the knife on the newspaper holster and started home. The forest, once threatening, now felt like refuge. The trees drew back respectfully. No fear, no anxiety for tomorrow. He would sleep well. Back in the yard, he sat on the sandpit edge to calm himself. Tomorrow, he'd get a better knife, one with a guard to prevent cuts, because this was something he was going to do again. A good game. His mother reached across the kitchen table, gripping his hand with tears in her eyes. She forbade him from going into the woods alone. A boy his age had been murdered in Vällingby, and the news had shaken her deeply. Oscar pointed out that the murder happened in Vällingby, not Blackeberg, but she countered that a killer capable of such atrocity could easily travel 2 subway stops, or even walk. She demanded he stay within the complex until the murderer was caught. He feigned indifference, but she pressed him, her fear turning to anger, then to tears. He promised he'd stay away, and she stroked his cheek, calling him her only treasure. He asked how the murder was committed, but she hadn't read the details, couldn't bear to. He took the newspaper, claiming he wanted to check the TV listings. She warned him against reading such violent material, but he carried it to his room, wiping her tears from his cheek. This was incredible. The victim wasn't Johnny, just some unknown boy from Vällingby. The atmosphere there had been somber. People walked and talked more slowly. At the hardware store, he'd stolen an alluring hunting knife worth 300 kronor, preparing an excuse in case he was caught. He'd claim fear of the killer, perhaps even cry. They'd have let him go, but he wasn't caught, and the knife was now hidden with a scrapbook. He needed to think. Could his game have somehow caused the murder? He wasn't sure, but he couldn't rule it out. His books were full of such ideas: telekinesis, voodoo. If the murder involved multiple stab wounds on a prone body, perhaps his hands possessed a terrifying power he'd need to control. Or was it the tree, the rotten log he'd cut, that was the link? Something special about it that spread violence outward. He read all the articles. The policeman who'd visited their school was quoted, unable to comment. There was a photo of the murdered boy from his school yearbook, a face like Johnny's or Mickey's. The timing matched. The boy had left for handball practice around 5, and the murder occurred in the forest. Oscar's head spun. Could it be true? Was he somehow responsible? A 16-year-old girl found the body around 8 and was treated for extreme shock, a detail that suggested the body was mutilated. Why was the girl in the woods after dark? The article offered nothing about how the boy was killed, only a photo of the crime scene, an ordinary wooded area with a hollow and a large tree in the middle. Oscar knew the ritual: soon candles and signs would appear. He had similar cases in his scrapbook. Probably coincidence, but what if... He listened at the door. His mother was doing dishes. He lay on the bed and retrieved the knife. The handle was shaped to fit his hand, and it weighed 3 times more than yesterday's kitchen knife. Standing in the middle of the room, he felt its beauty, its power. He thrust into the air, the murderer. When he learned to control this power, Johnny, Mickey, and Tomas would never bother him again. He stopped, checking the window. Someone might see him. Only his reflection stared back. The murderer. He put the knife back. It was only a game. These things didn't happen in reality, but he needed to know the details, now. Tommy sat in an armchair, flipping through a motorcycle magazine, humming. He periodically held it up for Lassie and Robin to see, the naked bulb casting reflections on the shiny pages. He had them on edge. His mother was dating Staffan, a police officer Tommy disliked, a know-it-all, oily-voiced, religious man, but through her, Tommy learned things Staffan wasn't supposed to share. That's how he knew the police had no leads on the radio store break-in they'd committed, no trace of the perpetrators, not even a description of the car. Tommy and Robin were 16. Lassie was 19, slow but with a driver's license. They'd used a white Saab with altered plates, stashed the stolen goods in an unused storeroom. Lassie had sold 1 cassette tape, but mostly they were lying low. Tommy kept turning pages, smiling. Robin drummed his fingers, demanding to hear about the murder. Tommy teased, pretending to consider. Lassie leaned forward, eager and nervous. Tommy warned it was scary, and Lasse tried to look tough, but Tommy saw the flash of concern. He remembered the time they'd scared Lasse with zombie makeup. He'd shit himself and given Robin a black eye. They'd been more careful since. Tommy finally relented. The victim was strung up in a tree, not by the neck, but by his feet, hanging upside down. His neck was sliced open like a melon. Lasse's hand went to his own throat, asking why. Tommy paused dramatically before revealing the strange part. Despite the massive wound, there was almost no blood on the ground. He should have gushed liters. Robin suggested. The murder happened elsewhere, but Tommy pointed out that killers usually want to dispose of bodies. The killer could be sick in the head, but Tommy offered another theory. Butchers hang pigs upside down to drain the blood before slaughter. Perhaps the killer was after the blood. Lasse's gaze darted uncertainly between Tommy and Robin, searching for any sign of a joke. Finding none, he asked if they really did that to pigs. Tommy confirmed it, and Lasse admitted he'd thought it was done by machine. Tommy questioned if that would be better, and Lasse faltered, then asked if the pigs were alive when hung like that. Tommy said yes, kicking and screaming, and mimicked the sound. Lasse sank back, staring at his knees. Robin paced, then sat again, arguing that if the murderer was butchering the victim, there'd be blood everywhere. Tommy pointed out that Robin was the one who'd suggested butchering. Robin asked what Tommy thought, and Tommy proposed the killer was after the blood itself, that he'd taken it with him. Robin slowly nodded, picking at a scab, wondering aloud why to drink it. Tommy suggested maybe. They both retreated into their own imaginations, replaying the killing. After a while, Lasse raised his head, tears in his eyes, and asked if the pigs died fast. Tommy met his gaze with equal seriousness and said no, they didn't. Oscar announced he was going out. His mother said no, but he insisted it was just the courtyard. She relented, warning him to stay nearby and offering to call for him. He refused, said he'd be back in time. He dressed, then quietly retrieved the knife from his room, tucking it inside his jacket. His mother called out about the cold. He joked about wearing his hat on his feet, but she didn't find it funny. He left, checking his watch 7:15, 45 minutes until the program started. He avoided the basement where Tommy and the others might be. They could be unpredictable, especially if they'd been sniffing glue. Instead, he went to the playground in the center of the yard. 2 large trees, a play structure with a slide, a sand pit, and 3 tire swings. He sat in one of the swings, rocking gently. He loved this place at night, surrounded by hundreds of lighted windows, alone in the dark, safe and isolated. He pulled out the knife. The blade was so shiny it reflected the windows, the moon, a bloody moon. He got up, crept to one of the trees, and spoke to it, threatening it. The tree didn't answer. He carefully drove the knife into the trunk, not wanting to damage the edge. A small wedge of wood popped out a piece of flesh. He whispered for it to squeal like a pig. Then he stopped, sensing something. He looked around, holding the knife by his hip. He lifted the blade to his eyes, checking the point, then used it as a mirror, angling it to reflect the jungle gym. Someone was there, a blurry contour against the steel. He lowered the knife and looked directly. A child, a girl he'd never seen before. He took a step toward her. She didn't move. Another step, and he felt a sudden fear of himself. He was moving toward her with a knife in his hand, as if to stab her. No, that wasn't true, but that's how it felt for a moment. Wasn't she scared? He stopped, pushed the knife back into its holster inside his jacket. He greeted her. She didn't answer. He was close enough now to see her features, dark hair, a small face, big eyes staring calmly at him. Her white hands rested on the railing. He repeated his greeting. She said she'd heard him. He asked why she didn't answer, and she shrugged. Her voice was low, like someone his own age. Something about her was strange: shoulder-length, black hair, a round face, a small nose, pretty like a paper doll. But she wore no hat, no jacket, only a thin pink sweater in the cold. She nodded toward the tree he'd cut, and asked what he was doing. He blushed, said he was practicing. For what? For if the murderer came along. She asked which murderer, and he explained about Vallingby. She sighed, looked at the moon, then asked if he was scared. He said no, but it was good to defend yourself. He asked if she lived here. She said yes, pointing to the front door next to his. She'd seen him in the window before. His cheeks burned. Before he could respond, she jumped down from the jungle gym, a drop of over 2 meters, landing in front of him. She was almost his height, but much thinner, flat-chested, with enormous black eyes. She held up a hand as if warding him off, her fingers long and slender. She told him she couldn't be friends with him, just so he knew. He folded his arms, feeling the knife through his jacket, and asked what she meant. One corner of her mouth lifted in a half-smile. She said she was just telling him how it was. He dismissed her, and she walked away. He called after her, asking what made her think he'd want to be friends, calling her stupid. She stopped, turned, walked back, and asked what he'd said. He repeated it, staring at the ground. She admitted she was stupid, but that was just how it was. They stood 1/2 meter apart. A strange smell came from her, like the infection his dog Bobby had before they put him down. He asked if the smell was from her. She said yes. He regretted the question. She looked fragile. He asked if she was cold. She said no. Why not? She frowned, looking suddenly much older, like an old woman about to cry, and said she'd forgotten how to feel cold. She turned and walked back to her door. He watched her. When she reached the heavy front door, she opened it with one hand, pulling so hard it banged against the wall stop and bounced shut behind her. He pushed his hands into his pockets, feeling sad. He thought of Bobby in the makeshift coffin, the cross he'd made in woodshop that had snapped as they hammered it into the frozen ground. He ought to make a new one. Håkan rode the subway downtown, 10,000 kroner secured in his pocket. He intended to do something good with it, save a life. The money seemed substantial, especially considering charity campaigns claimed 1,000 kroner could feed a family for a year. But whose life and where? He couldn't simply hand it to the first addict he met. It had to be a young person, ideally a weeping child like in those aid posters, who would take the money with tears in their eyes. He got off at Odenplan and walked toward the public library, drawn by an impulse he didn't fully understand. In his Karlstad days, when he'd been a Swedish teacher, he'd heard the Stockholm Library was a good place for certain transactions. He'd never bought sex before, though he'd been in situations where it was offered once. A group of acquaintances had arranged a boy, maybe 12, who knew what was expected. Håkan had watched, sipping his drink, but when it was his turn, he couldn't. The room smelled of arousal and stale air. A drop of another man's semen glistened on the boy's cheek. He'd pushed the boy's head aside. The others taunted him, called him names, threatened him. He needed to be a partner in crime. But his refusal wasn't about scruples. It was simple disgust. The mismatched armchairs, the cheap music, the ugliness of it all. He'd paid his share and never saw them again. His magazines, photos, films were enough. His scruples, if they existed, only surfaced as distaste. So why was he here at the library? Perhaps to borrow a book. The fire 3 years ago had consumed his life and his collection. He could borrow Almquist's The Queen's Diadem before performing his good deed. The library was quiet, filled with older men and students. He found the book, read the opening lines, and put it back. The words stirred a bad feeling, a longing for his old life, a reading chair in a house full of books, a job, a future. But love dictated his life now. No reading chair. He walked into an adjacent reading room. At the back, a young man in a leather coat flipped through a photography book. Håkan pretended interest in geology, glancing at the youth. The boy's gaze met his, eyebrows raised in a silent question. Want to? No. The youth was around 15, with a flat, pimpled face and narrow eyes. Håkan shrugged and left. Outside, the youth caught up, asking for a light. Håkan said he didn't smoke. The boy lit his own cigarette, stared through the smoke, and asked what he liked. Håkan hesitated. And the boy pressed young? Håkan pulled away, needing to think. This was too straightforward. He'd only been testing what Gert had said. The youth followed, pressing how young? 8 or 9? Håkan shouted no, and the boy stopped, studying him. Håkan realized he probably did look like a pervert, though Ove and Torgny had looked normal enough. Only Gert, with his inheritance and international travels, had acquired a truly appalling appearance. The boy demanded to know what Håkan wanted. After a long pause, Håkan admitted 12, a boy. The youth nodded, instructing him to wait in toilet number 2, 10 minutes. Håkan found the bathroom, empty except for the stalls. He paid the coin, entered number 2, and sat on the toilet. The walls were covered in scribbles, literary quotes mixed with obscene jokes and phone numbers. He should leave, but he'd already made up his mind in a way. The outer door opened. He held his breath, half hoping it was a policeman who would kick in the door and arrest him. Low voices, a soft knock. He unlocked the door. A boy of 11 or 12 stood there, blond, heart-shaped face, thin lips, large blue eyes devoid of expression, wearing a red puffy jacket too big for him. The older youth appeared behind him, holding up 5 fingers, 500 kronor. Håkan nodded. The boy was guided into the stall. The door closed. 500 seemed steep, but it didn't matter. The boy looked drugged, his eyes unfocused, standing pressed against the door. He gestured for Håkan to unzip his pants, then to take out his penis. Håkan obeyed, cheeks burning. His penis wasn't erect, barely reaching the toilet lid. He tried to imagine the boy as his beloved, but it didn't work. This boy wasn't beautiful. When the boy bent down, Håkan stopped him, asking about his mouth. The boy shook him off, but Håkan persisted, pulling up the boy's upper lip. He had no teeth. Someone had removed them to make him more suitable for this work. Håkan tucked himself back, zipped up, staring at the floor. Not like this. Never like this. A hand appeared in his vision, 5 fingers outstretched. He took out the bills and handed them over. The boy counted them, asked why. Håkan said maybe he could get new teeth. The boy smiled faintly, took 1,000 kronor note for himself, and pocketed the rest. He unlocked the door, hesitated, then turned back to stroke Håkan's cheek. Håkan covered the boy's hand with his own, pressing it to his cheek, eyes closed. Forgive me. The boy said yes and left. Håkan stayed in the stall, staring at graffiti. Whoever you are, I love you. Beneath it, do you want some cock? The warmth of the boy's touch faded. He left, bought an evening paper with his last few kronor. 4 pages were devoted to the murder, a picture of the hollow where he'd done it, now filled with candles and flowers. He studied it, and felt nothing. If you only knew, forgive me, but if you only knew. Walking home from school, Oscar paused beneath the 2 windows of her apartment, their blinds drawn into light gray rectangles against the dark concrete. The nearest window was only 2 meters from his own room. It looked suspicious. Probably a strange family, drug addicts. He entered her building and checked the nameplate list. 5 surnames in plastic letters, 1 line empty. The ghost of an old name Hellberg remained visible as dark contours against sun-bleached plastic. No new letters, no note. He jogged up 2 flights to her door. The nameplate by the letter slot was blank, like an unoccupied apartment. Maybe she'd been lying. Maybe she didn't live here at all. But she'd walked through this entrance. She could have done that anyway. The downstairs front door opened. He turned and hurried down, hoping it wasn't her she'd think he was. But it wasn't her. Halfway down, he met a short, stocky man, half bald, with an unnaturally wide smile. The man nodded as they passed. Oscar paused in the entrance, listening. Keys, a door opening her door. That man was probably her dad. He looked sick, like a drug addict. No wonder she was strange. He went to the playground, sat on the sandpit edge, and watched her window, waiting to see if the blinds would lift. Even the bathroom window was dark, covered from inside, the frosted glass much darker than in other apartments. He took out his Rubik's Cube, a copy, less supple than the original, which cost 5 times more. 2 sides were solved, a third nearly done, but he couldn't finish without disrupting the others. He'd saved an article with solving instructions, which had helped him reach this point, But progress had stalled. He pressed the cube to his forehead, trying to think the solution into existence. No answer. He set it half a meter away and stared, willing it to move. Telekinesis. Yes. He'd give anything for that power. Maybe he could do it. School today hadn't been so bad. Tomas had tried to pull his chair out, but Oscar had seen it coming. He planned to go to the forest with his knife, make a more serious attempt, cut calmly, methodically, concentrate on Tomas's face. But there was the real murderer to consider. He'd have to wait until that killer was caught. On the other hand, if there was a normal murderer, the experiment was pointless. He stared at the cube, imagining a line connecting his eyes to it. Nothing. He stuffed it back in his pocket, brushed off his pants and glanced at her window, still drawn. He went inside to work on his scrapbook, cutting and pasting articles about the Vollingby murder. There would be more, especially if it happened again. He hoped it would, preferably in Blackburg, so the police would come to his school. The teachers would be serious and concerned. He liked that atmosphere. A conversation unfolded in tense fragments, one voice refusing, the other pleading. The first insisted he wouldn't do it again, no matter what. The other said they'd die. The first told them to die, then immediately retracted, suggesting they'd do it themselves. They claimed they were too weak. The first didn't believe it. The other insisted they'd done it before. They argued about how horrible it was, how the first couldn't understand what it was like for the other. The first asked if the other thought they liked it. The other said no. The first said they weren't doing it again, and asked if the other had found someone better. The other admitted they had. The first declared their love. The other asked if they'd do it again, if they said they loved them. The first said no. The other accused them of only loving them for what they did. The first wondered if that wasn't what love was. The other said maybe they'd do it again if they thought they'd be loved even if they didn't. The first said they loved them. The other didn't believe them. The first said they could manage a few more days. The other told them to make sure they started to love them. Friday night at the Chinese restaurant. 7:45. The usual gang was there, minus Carlson, who was home watching the quiz show. At the corner table sat Lacke, Morgan, Larry, and Jock. Jock and Lacke discussed fish that could live in both fresh and salt water. Larry read the evening paper. Morgan swung his leg to some internal rhythm. The restaurant owner, a refugee from China's Cultural Revolution, had turned his satirical talents to drawing his regulars. 12 felt pen sketches hung on the wall, close-ups of the men, exaggerating their features. Larry's hollowed face and enormous ears made him look like a starving elephant. Jock's eyebrows were transformed into a rose bush and a bird. Morgan was depicted as young Elvis, with sideburns and a guitar, a picture he secretly loved. Lacke's enlarged eyes expressed suffering, a rain cloud of smoke above his head. Virginia appeared in full body, an evening gown star surrounded by bewildered pigs. Other portraits hung there too, some who'd left the group, some who'd died. Charlie had fallen downstairs. The gherkin had died of cirrhosis, proudly showing his spiderweb of blood vessels before the end. No picture of Carlson. This Friday would be their last altogether. Tomorrow, one of them would be gone forever. Larry lowered the paper, showing a headline about children in shock and a photo of the school principal. Morgan joked that the principal looked like a murderer. Jock thought he looked like a conservative politician. Lacke said he got creeped out by such things. Larry was confident they'd catch him. Morgan asked about Arsenal's match, and the conversation shifted to English soccer. Carlson never showed, but just before 10, a stranger entered a man none of them recognized, sitting alone at a distant table. He ordered a large whiskey, emptied it, ordered another. His clothes were wrinkled and stained, his hair straggly, his face dominated by a large nose and jutting chin. He sat motionless, studying his hands, all the world's troubles stuffed into a backpack on his shoulders. Jock asked who he was. No one knew. The man downed his second whiskey and ordered a third. The waiter questioned his credit, but the man produced money. His expression didn't change when the drink arrived. The conversation around the table drifted back to politics, debating whether the new party leader would be worse than the previous one. Only Lack kept glancing at the solitary man at the far table. When the man reached his fourth drink, Lack suggested they invite him over. Morgan dismissed the idea. Why bother? The man's wife had left him. His cat was dead. Life was hell. They'd heard it all before. But if he bought around, that was different. Lack got up, walked over and greeted the stranger. The man looked up, bleary-eyed, his glass nearly empty. Lack invited him to join their table, but the man shook his head, gesturing vaguely, and told Lack to sit instead. Lack pulled out a chair. The man finished his drink and waved for the waiter, offering to buy Lack one. Lack hesitated, then ordered the same whiskey. The man showed no interest in conversation, so Lack made small talk about the weather. The whiskey arrived, and they drank in silence for a moment. Lack asked if the man lived nearby, but the man stared into space, offering no clear answer. Lack decided one more question would determine whether the man wanted company or solitude. He asked what the man did to pass the time. The man's brow furrowed, his mouth twitching into a brief grin, then relaxing. "He helped out a little," he said. Lack pressed for details, and something flickered in the man's eyes, a spark of alertness that sent a chill down Lack's spine. Then the man rubbed his eyes, pulled out some bills, and stood abruptly, excusing himself. Lack thanked him for the drink. The man retrieved his coat with clumsy hands and left. Lack stayed at the table, counting the 500 kroner notes left behind, more than enough to cover the drinks. While the waiter was busy elsewhere, Lack crumpled one of the notes into his pocket and returned to his table, stopping to empty the remaining whiskey from the stranger's glass into his own. A successful evening all around. At home, Oscar was torn. The TV quiz show was a highlight of the week, and his mother had prepared crepes to eat while watching. He knew he was disappointing her by going out, but he'd seen the girl emerge from her building and head to the playground. He'd pulled back from the window, not wanting her to think he was watching. He waited 5 minutes before dressing without a hat and heading outside. She wasn't in the playground, probably sitting high on the jungle gym again like yesterday. Her blinds were drawn, but light came from the apartment. Only the bathroom window remained dark. Oscar sat on the sandpit edge and waited, like a hunter watching an animal's hole. If she didn't appear, he'd go back inside. He took out his Rubik's Cube, mixing it up to start over. The creaks amplified in the cold air. In his peripheral vision, he saw her rise from the monkey bars. He kept working, feigning indifference. She approached and asked if he was there again. He gave a delayed, dismissive response. She asked why he was sitting there. He countered with why she was up there. They exchanged small verbal jabs, and he continued twisting the cube, completing the white side. She jumped from the railing, landing softly as a cat, and walked over. He showed her the cube, explaining it was a puzzle. She took it, examined it like a curious animal. He laughed, that she'd never seen one before. He demonstrated how to turn the sections, aiming to make each side one color. She asked if he could see the colors in the dark. He said naturally, feeling self-conscious. While she worked on the cube, he studied her, still in the thin pink top, not shivering despite the cold. Her hair was matted and caked, her skin like a mannequin's, and a foul smell emanated from her, like an infected wound. He couldn't stay close. He moved to the swings. When he returned to retrieve his cube, she hesitated before handing it back, but he offered to let her keep it until tomorrow. She refused, saying she might not be there. He extended the offer to the day after, and she accepted, saying she'd probably be here tomorrow. He said goodbye and left, hearing the soft creak of the cube behind him. He wondered about her parents, letting her out dressed like that in the cold. A tense exchange in an apartment. One voice accused the other of being drunk, reminding them of an agreement not to drink. The other admitted it but deflected, asking about a puzzle. The first said they'd borrowed it, and the second demanded to know from whom, her voice rising in suspicion and jealousy. When Håkon pushed for physical affection, Eli hesitated. She tried to set a condition, a trade for something else, but he refused outright. He wanted what he wanted, no negotiation. Eli offered a different bargain instead. If he would do what was necessary tomorrow, she would allow him what he craved. Håkan rejected it flatly. He was finished with that role. His frustration then turned to the puzzle that had caught her attention, demanding to know who had given it to her. His voice grew sharper, almost accusatory, when she mentioned borrowing it, and he pressed her harder about who was behind it, his suspicion mounting as she gave vague answers. Eli told him to stop, and he questioned why she needed him at all. She answered that she loved him. He dismissed it completely, insisting that love didn't work in fractions either. It existed, or it didn't. She challenged that notion, and he held firm, saying there was no middle ground. She replied that if that was truly the case, then she would have to reconsider. It was Saturday morning, and Oscar sat on the kitchen floor with his mother at the table, working through the weekly ritual of folding advertising circulars, 3 different flyers for every one of the 480 packages that had to be assembled, each delivery earning him less than a quarter krona. He did the math as he worked, knowing the best-case scenario still meant hours of folding, and if there were more pages per packet, he'd have to double back home to reload. The work itself was tedious, but he found a strange comfort in the mess slowly sorting itself into orderly piles. His mother, however, was uneasy. Her familiar worries surfaced again. She didn't like the idea of him going door to door, not with so many unpredictable people out there. Oscar shrugged it off. He'd been doing this for months and never had trouble, not really. One old man had yelled about the ads once, but that was the extent of it. He had promised her he'd scream if anyone so much as approached him, and that had been enough to settle her concerns. It wasn't exactly a lie, he simply didn't think he'd ever need to use that promise. By midday they were done. He loaded up the bags and started his rounds, methodically moving through apartment buildings. He knew the company checked up on him, so he didn't dare cut corners, even if the first 2 hours didn't bother him much. He filled the time with fantasies, imagining himself a secret agent slipping through enemy territory, or feeding a hungry dragon its required portion of advertisements. The last 2 hours were different, numbing, mechanical. Legs moved, arms repeated the same sequence: bag down, packets out, open door, slip flyer through the slot, repeat, repeat. When he finally reached the complex where the strange girl lived, he paused outside her door and listened. A radio murmured inside, low and indistinct. He pushed the packet through the slot, waited a moment, and when no one came for it, he continued on. He ended his route at his own door, dropping a flyer through the slot before unlocking it, retrieving the same packet, and tossing it in the trash. He was paid for the week and his mother was out shopping. The apartment was quiet. He drifted through the rooms, opening cabinets and drawers without purpose, searching for something he couldn't name. Under the sink, kitchen tools and an oven thermometer. Another drawer held pens and abandoned recipe cards from a subscription his mother had canceled. In the living room, he found her knitting supplies, folders of receipts, and photo albums he'd studied 100 times. Old magazines with half-solved puzzles, a pair of reading glasses, a sewing kit, and a small wooden box. Inside were passports, identification tags, a photograph, and a ring. He pulled out the christening photo, his mother holding him, thinner than, dressed in a long white gown. His father stood beside them, stiff in a suit, hands awkwardly at his sides, looking proud but entirely unpracticed, uncertain how to hold himself. He appeared to be studying the baby, as if it were the first time he'd seen it, though the christening had come 6 months after Oscar's birth. His mother, by contrast, held him with easy confidence. Her expression was less pride than guarded suspicion. "Don't come any closer," she seemed to say. It wasn't quite a family portrait. It was a picture of a boy and his mother, with a man who, presumably, was meant to be the father. He loved his father anyway, and his mother loved him too, in her own way, despite how things had turned out. Oscar examined the ring. Eric 22, 1967. His parents had divorced when he was 2. Neither had ever found anyone else. It just hadn't worked out that way, they'd both said. He wondered whether his mother ever looked at the ring. Solid gold, maybe 10 grams, worth a few 100 kronor. He put it back, closed the box, and returned it to the shelf. He put on his jacket and stepped outside. It was already growing dark at 4 o'clock,
too late to go into the forest.
Outside the building, Tommy spotted him and stopped to chat. Oscar told him about delivering flyers, estimating his earnings at around 70 or 80 kroner per run. Tommy offered to sell him a Sony Walkman still in the box, 50 kroner. Oscar said he didn't have money on him until his next paycheck, but Tommy didn't mind, he could take it now and pay later. Oscar agreed, and Tommy waved him toward the playground while he went to fetch it. Oscar sat on a bench, then got up to check the jungle gym. The girl wasn't there, and he quickly returned to the bench, almost guilty, as though he'd done something wrong. When Tommy came back with the Walkman, he handed it over. Oscar took it, promising the 50 in a week. He told Tommy he mostly listened to Kiss. Tommy offered to lend him Destroyer to tape, and Oscar accepted. Then Tommy left, and Oscar stayed on the bench in the fading light. He thought about what Tommy had told him about the murder, how the victim had been strung up, throat cut, not stabbed in the chest. So it hadn't been his fantasy after all. He went inside to hide the Walkman before his mother returned, and later that night he knew he would see the girl again. He hoped she'd come. The blinds on her window were still drawn, but maybe she'd be there tonight. He wanted to ask her something. He wanted to give her something too, maybe the cube. He just needed to see her face. Oscar mentioned that he listened to Kiss, and when Tommy asked which album, he said Alive. Tommy offered to lend him Destroyer so he could tape it, and Oscar accepted. He had owned the double album for months but rarely played it. He mostly studied the concert photos, drawn to the band's made-up faces. They reminded him of living horror figures. The song Beth was the only one he genuinely liked. The rest felt too chaotic, lacking real melody. Maybe Destroyer would be better. Tommy started to leave, but Oscar stopped him, clutching the Walkman box. He asked about the murdered boy specifically, whether he'd been stabbed in the chest. Tommy explained that the victim had been strung up from a tree, his throat slit. No chest wounds, just the throat. Oscar remained on the bench as Tommy walked away. The sky had turned a deep purple, and the first light, possibly Venus, was already visible. He got up and went inside to hide the Walkman before his mother returned. He was certain he'd see the girl tonight, he'd get his cube back, but the blinds on her window were still drawn, and he wondered if she really lived there, what she did all day, whether she had any friends at all. He doubted it. Later, Hakan and Eli were locked in another tense exchange. Eli, fresh from a shower, an unusual occurrence pressed him to do what she needed. He refused outright, telling her he would do anything else. He even offered his own blood, gesturing toward a knife, but when she rejected that, his frustration boiled over. He accused her of smelling like soap, as if that were some kind of betrayal. She asked what he wanted from her, and he admitted he couldn't give her what she asked for. She said she'd have to handle it herself, and he questioned why she'd needed to shower for that. She told him she would have helped with anything else, anything at all, and she apologized. He accepted it weakly, and told her to be careful. In his room, Oscar stared at the homework map he just filled in Kuala Lumpur, Phnom Penh, Mekong, Rangoon, Chongqing. The names were just collections of letters. He'd looked them up in the geography book, and there they were, exactly where the dots indicated. He planned to memorize them for his mother's test, to impress her by pointing to the dots and reciting the exotic names. It was fun, in a way, but he couldn't shake the question, why? He'd done this before in 4th grade with Swedish geography. He'd memorized everything then, too. He was good at that. But now, trying to recall even one Swedish river, his mind came up with nonsense Askan, Vaskan, Piskan before landing weakly on Atran, and even then he had no idea where it was. It would be the same with these faraway places in a few years. Meaningless. These places didn't even exist, and even if they did, he'd never see them. Chungking was just a white space with a dot. The whole exercise was a fabrication, invented so teachers could hand out photocopies. He could have written anything on those lines, Jijipiflax, Bubbly Bang, Spit, and it would have been just as valid. The only thing stopping him was that his teacher would call it wrong, point to the map, and insist the book said Chungking. But that was a weak argument, since someone had made up those names. Nothing proved they were true. Maybe the earth really was flat, hidden behind a conspiracy of maps and dragons. He got up. The photocopy was done, filled with acceptable letters. That was all that mattered. It was past 7. Maybe the girl was outside. He pressed his face to the window, cupping his hands to see through the dark, and thought he caught movement near the playground. He went into the hall, telling his mother he was going out. She reminded him she was supposed to test him, but he put her off, saying they could do it later. When she asked if his worksheet was about Asia, he said he thought so but didn't know where Chungking was. She sounded surprised. He said he'd be back. He pocketed his hat without putting it on and went outside. Halfway to the playground, his eyes adjusted enough to spot the girl in her usual place on the jungle gym. He walked up to stand below her. She looked different still in the pink top, as if she owned nothing else, but her hair was clean now, smooth and dark against her head. They exchanged greetings, and she invited him up. He climbed to stand beside her, and noticed she no longer smelled strange. She asked if she smelled better, and he blushed. She smiled and handed him the cube. He examined it, completely solved, all sides a solid color. He asked if she'd taken it apart and reassembled it. She said no, and he tested the pieces. They were tight, not loosened. He couldn't believe she'd solved it, without ever having seen one before. She said it had taken several hours but would go faster next time. He called it amazing. She said it wasn't so hard. Up close, her pupils were enormous, almost filling her irises, reflecting the building lights like a distant city. Her sweater, pulled high on her neck, softened her features. Her skin felt smooth as polished wood. He asked her age. She deflected, asking what he thought. He guessed 14 or 15, but she said 12. He was surprised she might be younger than him. He asked when she celebrated her birthday. She didn't know, she didn't celebrate it. Her mother was dead. Her father didn't know either. She never got presents. She stepped closer, her breath warm on his face, the city lights in her eyes vanishing as she entered his shadow. Her pupils became dark holes. He felt her sadness pressing in. She asked if he wanted to give her a present. He said yes, barely whispering. She leaned closer, her face near his throat. He saw her cheek and reached up to stroke it. She pulled back, startled. Her eyes returned to normal. She asked why he'd done that, what he'd done. He stammered, unable to explain. Oscar looked down at his hand, still gripping the cube so tightly that the corners had left deep red imprints in his palm. He loosened his fingers and held it out to her, offering it as a gift. She shook her head slowly, refusing. It was his, she said. He asked her name. She told him Eli. He gave his own, stumbling over the confirmation. She said yes. Then something shifted in her, a sudden restlessness, as if searching for something just beyond reach. She announced she was leaving. He nodded. She held his gaze for a long moment, then turned and walked to the top of the slide, hesitated, and slid down. She headed toward her front door. He called out, asking if he'd see her tomorrow. She paused, said yes in a low voice without turning, and continued on. But she didn't go inside. She passed through the archway to the street and disappeared. Oscar examined the cube again, marveling at what she'd done. He twisted one section, breaking the solved pattern, then twisted it back. He wanted to keep it this way, at least for a while. Jock was still chuckling as he walked home from the movies. The comedy had been hilarious, especially the bit with the two men endlessly searching for a particular bar and the hungover friend being pushed through customs in a wheelchair. He imagined taking a similar trip with one of the guys, but which one? Carlson was too dull, Morgan too belligerent when drunk, Larry too sickly. Only Lack would do, but Lack was perpetually broke, unable to afford the Canary Islands. None of the regulars at the Chinese restaurant were good travel companions. He considered going alone. Stig Helmer had done it, even managed to meet someone. It had been 8 years since Maria left, taking the dog, and he hadn't been with anyone since. Maybe someone would want him. He didn't look as bad as Larry, and he kept his drinking mostly under control. He hadn't had a drop today, though he planned to have a couple of gin and tonics before heading to the restaurant. The trip was probably a fantasy, like so many other things in recent years, but he could dream. He walked along the dark park path, the Chinese restaurant glowing like a lighthouse on the hill. Passing the commercial laundry, he remembered a drunken hallucination from another night, the chimney detaching itself and sliding toward him, growling. He'd cowered on the path, hands over his head. Tonight he was sober, so no such visions. The street light near the underpass was broken, leaving the path ahead in darkness. If he'd been drinking, he'd have taken the stairs to avoid it, but he was stone-cold sober. Still, the old paranoia crept in. He stood still, arguing with himself. If he couldn't walk this short stretch, he'd never make it to the Canary Islands. He had to push through, and if he walked through the underpass, it meant he'd book the ticket tomorrow. Tenerife, this time for real. He started walking, conjuring images of sunny beaches and drinks with umbrellas. 8 years was long enough. He was going. Then he heard a voice, a child's voice, moaning for help. He stopped, listening. The sound came from the leaves piled in the dark. His first instinct was to walk away, but a child had been hurt, maybe attacked by the murderer. He couldn't leave. He moved closer, his feet crunching on leaves, and saw a small body curled in a fetal position. The child stretched out a pale arm. Jock crouched down, took the hand, and asked what happened. The child only asked to be lifted. Jock worried about back or neck injuries, but the child said it wasn't the back. Just lift. His mind raced. If he took the child home, the police would suspect him. Better to carry her to the restaurant and call an ambulance. The body was thin, a girl, he guessed, maybe 10 or 12, and despite his own condition, he thought he could manage. Jock told her he'd carry her somewhere they could call for help. Her quiet thank you struck him with guilt. He'd hesitated, and now her gratitude made him feel small. He positioned his arms, one under her knees, the other supporting her neck, and lifted. She weighed almost nothing. Maybe 25 kilos, malnourished, he thought, imagining problems at home, anorexia, an abusive stepfather. The girl wrapped her arms around his neck and rested her cheek against his shoulder. He asked how she felt, and she said good. A warmth spread through him. He was doing the right thing. He imagined the others' impressed faces when he walked in carrying her. Then the pain came sharp, like a bee sting at his throat. He tried to bend his head to see, but the girl's jaw was pressed against his chin, holding him in place. Her grip tightened. He felt her jaws working, the pain intensifying, something warm trickling down his chest. He realized what was happening and demanded she stop, but when he let go of her, she didn't fall. Instead, she clamped onto him with incredible strength, wrapping her legs around his hips, her jaw still working at his throat. He grabbed her head, trying to tear her away, but she was like a fresh branch, immovable. Her grip squeezed the breath from his lungs. He staggered backward, desperate for air, as the gnawing gave way to a quiet lapping sound. Her grip only tightened. He felt ribs crack, a muted crunch radiating through his chest. He couldn't scream, he could barely breathe. He pummeled her head weakly, the world spinning, streetlights dancing like fireflies. He lost his balance, fell backward. The last sound, the crunch of leaves beneath his head before the pavement met him, and everything went dark. In his bed, Oscar stared at the wallpaper, unable to focus on the Muppets or the conversation with his mother afterward. He couldn't recall what they'd talked about. Something about painting the kitchen sofa blue, maybe? His mind was elsewhere. The wall beside his bed was covered in a photograph of a forest meadow, with wide tree trunks and green leaves. He often found figures in the leaves. Some appeared immediately, others he had to search for. Now the wall meant something new. On the other side was Eli. He pressed his hand against the green surface, imagining her room, wondering if she was also lying in bed. He stroked the wall, as if it were her cheek. Then he heard voices through the wall, Eli and her father arguing. He pressed his ear closer, straining to catch the words. The father sounded angry, his voice sharp and loud, while Eli's was softer, harder to hear. Oscar caught fragment swear words, something about cruelty, then a thud. Had the man hit her? He strained to hear Eli's voice, the soft rise and fall of it, and wondered if she'd be speaking that way if she'd been hurt. He wanted to vibrate through the wall like lightning to see if she needed help. The voices stopped. He got up, emptied a cup of erasers, and held it against the wall like a makeshift stethoscope. He heard only distant clanking, then a sudden bang the front door, slamming hard enough to shake the walls. He jumped to the window and saw a man emerge, carrying a bag, walking quickly toward the exit. Eli's father, disappearing into the night. Oscar lay back in bed, telling himself it was just an argument, like the ones his own parents sometimes had. His mother had threatened to leave before, but never meant it. Maybe Eli's father was doing the same thing. He pressed his forehead and palms against the wall, whispering her name in his thoughts, promising to help her, to save her. His mother knocked, tiptoeing in to ask if he'd heard the noise. He pretended to be asleep. She complained about the new neighbors, calling them alcoholics, and he agreed. It seemed probable. His own father drank too much, and the thought gave him a strange comfort if Eli's father was like his. They shared something. He pressed against the wall again, making silent vows. In the underpass, Håkan brushed leaves from the dead man's chest, revealing the pink top Eli had worn. He picked it up, intending to smell it, but it was sticky with blood. He dropped it, pulled out his flask, and drank vodka burning down his throat. He studied the body in the torchlight, noting the wide red mark around the neck like a necklace. The head had been rotated fully, the spine snapped. He sat back, horrified, realizing what Eli had done with her bare hands. The creaking sound of the twisting neck echoed in his imagination. He heard footsteps approaching and lay down in the leaves beside the body, pressing his forehead to the cold stone. The steps passed, taking the stairs, and he sat up again, a shrill giggle escaping him as he imagined the corpse rising, brushing leaves from its jacket. The thought of disposing of the body loomed 80 kilos of flesh and bone. The crematorium was one option, but carrying the body there was impossible. He turned his flashlight off, steeling himself. The path continued through the forest toward the water. That was the only way. Håkan tucked the bloodied top beneath the man's coat, slung his bag over his shoulder, and slid his hands under the corpse, one beneath the back, the other under the knees. He hoisted it up, staggered, then steadied himself. As expected, the head lolled back at an unnatural angle, and the jaw snapped shut with a click that cut through the silence. The water was only a few 100 meters away. If someone appeared, it would be over, and in a way, that would be a relief. But no one came. He made it to the shore, sweat steaming off his skin as he crept along the trunk of a weeping willow that stretched almost horizontally over the water. He'd already fastened 2 large stones to the corpse's feet with rope. Using a longer rope, he wound a noose around the corpse's chest and dragged it as far out along the trunk as he could manage. Then he untied it. He stayed there on the trunk for a long moment, feet dangling above the dark water, staring down into the black mirror. Bubbles rose less and less frequently, then stopped altogether. He'd done it. Despite the cold sweat drip from his forehead, stinging his eyes, his body ached from the strain. But it was finished. The corpse lay directly beneath him, hidden from the world, erased. The surface was still now, smooth and dark, with nothing to betray what rested below. A few stars glinted in the water's reflection. Oscar caught himself staring at his hand still wrapped around the cube. He'd been clutching it so tightly that the corners had left deep, angry imprints in his palm. He relaxed his grip and held it out to her, offering it freely. She refused, shaking her head slowly. It was his, she said. He asked her name, and she told him Eli. He gave his own, stumbling over the syllables, and she confirmed it. Then something shifted in her, a sudden restlessness, as if searching for something just beyond reach. She announced she was leaving. He nodded. She held his gaze for a long moment, then turned and walked to the top of the slide, hesitated, and slid down. She headed toward her front door. He called out, asking if he'd see her tomorrow. She paused, said yes in a low voice without turning, and continued on. But she didn't go inside. She passed through the archway to the street, and disappeared. Oscar examined the cube again, marveling at what she'd done. He twisted one section, breaking the solved pattern, then twisted it back. He wanted to keep it this way, at least for a while. Jock was still chuckling as he walked home from the movies. The comedy had been hilarious, especially the bit with the two men endlessly searching for a particular bar and the hungover friend being pushed through customs in a wheelchair. He imagined taking a similar trip with one of the guys, but which one? Carlson was too dull, Morgan too belligerent when drunk, Larry too sickly. Only Lackey would do, but Lackey was perpetually broke, unable to afford the Canary Islands. None of the regulars at the Chinese restaurant were good travel companions. He considered going alone. Stig Helmer had done it, even managed to meet someone. It had been 8 years since Maria left, taking the dog, and he hadn't been with anyone since. Maybe someone would want him. He didn't look as bad as Larry, and he kept his drinking mostly under control. He hadn't had a drop today, though he planned to have a couple of gin and tonics before heading to the restaurant. The trip was probably a fantasy, like so many other things in recent years, but he could dream. He walked along the dark park path, the Chinese restaurant glowing like a lighthouse on the hill. Passing the commercial laundry, he remembered a drunken hallucination from another night, the chimney detaching itself and sliding toward him, growling. He'd cowered on the path, hands over his head. Tonight he was sober, so no such visions. The streetlight near the underpass was broken, leaving the path ahead in darkness. If he'd been drinking, he'd have taken the stairs to avoid it. But he was stone-cold sober. Still, the old paranoia crept in. He stood still, arguing with himself. If he couldn't walk this short stretch, he'd never make it to the Canary Islands. He had to push through, and if he walked through the underpass, it meant he'd book the ticket tomorrow. Tenerife, this time for real. He started walking, conjuring images of sunny beaches and drinks with umbrellas. 8 years was long enough. He was going. Then he heard a voice, a child's voice, moaning for help. He stopped, listening. The sound came from the leaves piled in the dark. His first instinct was to walk away, but a child had been hurt, maybe attacked by the murderer. He couldn't leave. He moved closer, his feet crunching on leaves, and saw a small body curled in a fetal position. The child stretched out a pale arm. Jock crouched down, took the hand, and asked what happened. The child only asked to be lifted. Jock worried about back or neck injuries, but the child said it wasn't the back. Just lift. His mind raced. If he took the child home, the police would suspect him. Better to carry her to the restaurant and call an ambulance. The body was thin, a girl, he guessed. Maybe 10 or 12, and despite his own condition, he thought he could manage. The image flickered through his mind, crouching in the sand pit alone after school, picking up rocks because Johnny told him to, while everyone else had already gone inside. But then something else emerged, the jungle gym in the schoolyard, just like the one in his own courtyard. That image gave him strength. He shook his head and said no. Johnny didn't understand at first. He repeated the order, his voice hardening. Oscar said no again. The bell rang, and Johnny made it clear there would be consequences. Mick nodded in agreement. They would get him after school. Johan told Oscar it was dumb, but Oscar couldn't explain why he'd done it. He just had. After school, he lingered at his desk. He pulled out paper and an encyclopedia, searching for the Morse code. He copied it meticulously, then started over to make it neater. He wanted one perfect page to give to Eli. They'd been meeting every evening for a week now, and he'd started tapping on the wall to coordinate. He knew she'd appreciate the system. She liked puzzles as much as he did. He finished the pages, folded them, and put them in his bag. The clock showed 3:20. He pulled out Firestarter and read until 4, still aware of the possibility that Johnny and Mick might have given up by now, but he knew they hadn't. He regretted not just picking up the rocks. Maybe if he went back and did it now, tomorrow's punishment would be lighter. He gathered his things and walked to the sand pit. The task would take 10 minutes, and he could imagine Johnny's mock approval if he mentioned it tomorrow. He started picking up the larger rocks, London, Paris, pretending he was cleaning up after neutron bombs, saving the world. The survivors would crawl out of their ruined homes like ants from an anthill. Then they were there. He hadn't heard them approach, Johnny, Mickey, and Tomas. They held long hazel branches. Johnny pointed to a rock with his whip, and Oscar picked it up without hesitation. They'd been waiting for him. Tomas had told them where he was. Oscar thought about throwing the rock into Tomas's face. Tomas's eyes were cold and empty, nothing like the friend he'd been years ago before he'd changed, become someone the teachers praised for his intelligence. He had a computer. He wanted to be a doctor. Tomas told him to run. Johnny's whip whistled through the air, and Oscar squeezed the rock harder, asking himself why he didn't run. The answer came. He wouldn't make it. They'd have him on the ground in 5 steps. He asked to be let go, but Johnny pretended not to hear. Tomas said Oscar needed a whipping. There were 3 of them, armed with whips. Oscar felt a strange calm through his fear. He could throw the rock at Tomas's face, and even if it meant trouble with the principal, they'd understand. He'd been desperate, but he wasn't desperate. He'd made up his mind. Johnny struck first, the whip biting into his thigh. Mick grabbed his arms from behind. Oscar couldn't throw the rock anymore. Johnny hit him again, spinning like Robin Hood, and Oscar's legs burned. He writhed, screamed, but couldn't escape. A tear ran down his cheek. It wasn't fair. He'd done what they asked, and still they hurt him. The rock slipped from his hand and he cried openly. Johnny mocked him, then gestured for Micah to let him go. But Tomas wasn't done. He stepped closer, and Oscar begged him not to. Tomas raised his whip and struck once, hard. Oscar's face exploded with pain, and he jerked away so violently that Mick lost his grip. Johnny was angry. Tomas had gone too far. They left him there, face in the cold sand, cheek burning. He lay for a long time, then sat up and touched his face. His fingers came away bloody. In the bathroom mirror, he saw a swollen, half-congealed wound across his cheek. Tomas had hit him as hard as he could. What would he tell his mother? He considered the truth. Her tears, her comfort, then her call to Tomas's mother. The argument, the fallout. No. He'd say he fell off the play structure. She'd want to believe it. His pants were cold. He checked, and found his underpants soaked. He rinsed out the piss ball and looked at himself in the mirror, really looked. He put the ball on his nose like a clown. The yellow ball, the red wound. He twisted his face into a grimace and spoke to his reflection, his voice raspy and low. The clown in the mirror answered, "Kill them! Kill them!" It was just a game. He'd go to the tree and stab it. Maybe, if he concentrated, something would happen. Gosta's apartment reeked of cat urine. Cats covered every surface on his lap, wrestling on the floor, watching from the window, relaxing in the armchair. One blind-eyed cat tried to jump onto the windowsill and missed. Another guarded the letter slot, ready to pounce on advertising. A deformed pawed cat rested on the hat shelf. More cats filled the kitchen, the bedroom, their favorite hiding spots. Gosta had stopped letting them out years ago, and without fresh genetic material, most kittens were born dead or deformed. About half of the 28 cats had some congenital defect, but he loved them all. Gosta scratched behind Giselle's ear, murmuring to her about the impossible situation. He'd seen it happen, a child waiting in the underpass, Jock walking in and never coming out. He knew Jock was dead, but no one else knew because they hadn't seen what he'd seen. He couldn't go to the police, they'd asked too many questions, shine lights in his face. He didn't even know what day it was, but something had to be done. He just didn't know what. Giselle began to lick his hand. When Oscar returned from the forest, the knife was caked with splinters of rotten wood. He washed it under the kitchen tap, dried it with a dishcloth that he then rinsed and pressed against his sore cheek. His mother would be home soon. He needed more time. Tears still clogged his throat, and his legs ached. He left a note saying he'd be back soon, put the knife away, and took the basement key. He unlocked the heavy door and slipped inside, breathing in the underground smell. Wood. Old things. the comforting sense of being sealed away from the world above. Dim light filtered through a ground-level window, promising secrets and hidden treasure. To his left, an oblong section divided into 4 storage compartments, one with a reinforced lock. Someone had written "Kiss" on the wooden wall at the end, the S, shaped like elongated backward Z's. Opposite, the room for recycling and oversized rubbish was mostly empty today, just a few newspapers and folders. Oscar had enough folders. He walked through to the next stairwell, Tommy's, and unlocked that basement door. This one smelled faintly of paint or thinner. It contained the safety shelter for the complex. He'd been inside once, years ago, watching older guys box. They'd locked it up after someone got hurt. Oscar turned on the light and walked over to the massive iron door, wondering if someone was locked in there, restrained like a monster. He liked the basement. It was quiet, a separate world where no one bothered him. Across from the safety room was the clubhouse, forbidden territory. He opened the door and stepped inside. A sagging couch and armchair, a rug on the floor, a chest of drawers, a naked bulb hung from the ceiling, connected to a cord from the corridor. He'd been here before but never turned on the light. Enough light filtered through the gaps in the planks to see. His heart beat faster. If they found him, they might not just beat him, he didn't know what they'd do, and that was worse. He knelt on the rug and lifted a sofa cushion. Glue tubes, plastic bags, lighter fluid. Under another cushion, porno magazines. He took one and moved closer to the door for better light, flipping through pages with a dry mouth. The images confused him. The anatomy didn't match what he'd learned at school. He read the reader stories, imagining the scenes, wondering if such things really happened behind closed doors. Then he heard the basement door open. He shut the magazine, shoved it back, and froze, barely daring to breathe. The clubhouse door opened. Tommy stood there, blinking in the dim light, demanding to know what Oscar was doing. Oscar couldn't speak, his jaws locked. Tommy asked about his cheek, and Oscar mumbled that it was nothing. Tommy turned on the light and closed the door, then pointed to the couch. Oscar sat. Tommy leaned back in the armchair and wanted to hear the whole story. Oscar admitted someone had beaten him up, but said he didn't know why. Tommy offered chewing tobacco. Oscar refused. Tommy warned him to stay away from sniffing and asked what he'd been doing down here. Oscar couldn't answer, but Tommy guessed he was looking at the magazines and ordered him to breathe, checking for glue fumes. Tommy told him to get lost, but then hesitated, seeming to want to say something more. He settled for telling Oscar not to come down here anymore. Oscar apologized, and Tommy said it was okay, just don't come back. He reminded Oscar about the money and mentioned he'd made a tape to lend him. Oscar whispered, "Thanks," and left. Tommy stayed in the armchair, staring at the dust under the couch. He knew Oscar would keep getting beaten up until 9th grade. There was nothing to be done about it. He felt restless, pacing the small space like a prison cell. He wanted to get away from Blackburg, be a sailor, go to Cuba. He swept the dust into a pile, then swept it under the couch. Better to have a little shit in the corners than a clean hell. He flipped through the porno, put it back, then wound his scarf around his neck until it was too tight, and released it. He dropped to his knees and prayed to God. Robin and Lassie arrived around 5:30. Lassie needed another tape to sell to a guy at work. Tommy didn't ask questions. Tommy shrugged it off, retrieving the safety room key from its hiding place in the chair stuffing. Robin seemed disappointed. He'd clearly expected some entertainment, but Tommy didn't care. Lassie could announce stolen goods for sale from the rooftops for all he minded. It didn't matter anymore. He pushed past Robin into the corridor, turned the key, pulled the heavy chain from the wheels, and tossed it to Robin. It rattled through Robin's hands and clattered to the floor. Robin asked if Tommy was high. Tommy shook his head, turned the wheel mechanism, and pushed the door open. The fluorescent light inside was broken, but the corridor light was enough to see boxes piled along one wall. Tommy grabbed a carton of cassette tapes and handed it to Lassie. Lassie looked uncertainly at Robin, trying to read Tommy's mood. Robin made an ambiguous face, then turned to Tommy as he locked up, asking if he'd heard anything more from Staffen. Tommy said no, adding that he was going to Staffan's for dinner tomorrow. Robin seemed amused, making a joke about cops running on gas. Lasse laughed, relieved to break the tension. Lying on his bed, Oscar felt sick. He'd lied to his mother, and she'd believed him. He stared at the ceiling, thinking about the reflection in the mirror. Who was he? Johnny saw Piggy, someone to beat up. His mother saw her little darling, someone to protect. But what did Eli see? He turned toward the wall, searching the leaf patterns in the wallpaper for familiar faces. A little gnome appeared, then an upside-down troll. His cheek still hurt, the wound beginning to crust over. What would he tell Eli tonight? Their connection was new, which meant he had a chance to be someone else, to say things differently. A knock came from the wall, 3 taps, careful and deliberate. He tapped back. A pause, then more taps, a pattern he recognized. He filled in the missing ones. Another pause, then silence. He grabbed the Morse code sheet, pulled on his jacket, and told his mother he was going out. As he reached the playground, Eli emerged from her building, wearing tennis shoes, jeans, and a black Star Wars sweatshirt that looked exactly like one he owned. He wondered if she'd bought it to match him. They exchanged greetings, and she immediately noticed his cheek. He said he'd fallen. She followed him to the swings, and they sat in silence for a moment before she pressed someone had done that to him, hadn't they? He admitted yes, some kids from his class. She asked where he went to school, and he started to swing faster, then slowed down when she asked him to. She grabbed his hand, and he looked at her face, dark against the lit windows behind her. Her eyes seemed to glow, or maybe it was just the light. She touched his wound, and he felt something shift in her, something older and harder surfacing beneath her skin. She told him not to let them do it, to strike back, to hit harder than he dared. She suggested stones, sticks, and when he hesitated, she reminded him he had a knife. He swallowed, worrying about what would happen if he fought back and they escalated. She promised to help him. He couldn't imagine how, but she said it was something she could do. Her grip tightened, almost painfully. He pulled out the Morse code sheet and handed it to her. She seemed confused at first, then excited when she realized what it was. He explained. He wanted to tap messages through the wall. She agreed, though her word choice felt artificial, slightly off. He told her she was strange, and she accepted it. He showed her his special trick with the swing pumping higher and higher until he let go at the top, flipping his legs forward and landing on his feet. Perfect! She applauded, shouting, "Bravo!" He caught the swing and sat down, a triumphant smile on his face despite the sting of his wound. Things were going to be different. He knew you couldn't really kill people by hacking up trees, but that didn't matter. Eli was with him, and that was enough. The hallway was narrow, and Håkan sat pressed against the wall, his body folded tight, chin to knees, listening to the water splash from the bathroom. Jealousy coiled in his chest, a thick, pale thing that moved with a slow, childish simplicity. He felt replaceable, utterly. The night before, he had lain in bed with the window cracked, hearing Eli say goodbye to that boy, Oscar. Their voices had been light, their laughter easy qualities he could never reach. His own world was heavy with seriousness and want. He had once believed Eli was like him. When he looked into those eyes, he had seen something ancient, knowing, indifferent. It had frightened him at first, that combination of Beckett's weary wisdom in Audrey Hepburn's face. But then, it had comforted him. It meant he was not responsible. The young body that brought him beauty also absolved him of guilt, because his beloved was older than a child. Or so he had thought. But since Oscar had appeared, something had shifted. Eli had begun to act younger, more like the child she appeared to be. Her movements had become looser, her words more childish. She wanted to play games, hide the key. When he hadn't shown enough enthusiasm, she had grown angry and tried to tickle him into laughter. He had loved her touch, even as it unsettled him. The joy was attractive, the life in her, but it was foreign. He felt more desire and more fear than ever before. The night before, Eli had locked herself in his bedroom and tapped on the wall for half an hour. When he was finally allowed in, he found a piece of paper taped above the bed, the Morse code. Later, lying awake, he had been tempted to tap his own message to Oscar to reveal what Eli truly was. Instead, he had copied the code, wanting to decode their future conversations. The splashing stopped. He couldn't go on like this, desire and jealousy consuming him. The bathroom lock turned. Eli stood before him, naked, pure. He told her she was beautiful. She thanked him. He asked her to turn around, and after a moment's hesitation, she did. His mouth flooded with saliva as he looked, his eyes devouring the sight. The most beautiful thing in the world, an arm's length away and an endless distance. He asked if she was hungry. She said yes. He offered to do it for her, but he wanted something in return one night. Just one night. To lie next to her, to touch her. She agreed. Nothing more, she said, but that she would give him. Then she crouched beside him, and he felt his palms burn with wanting. He wanted to caress her, but he couldn't. Not yet, but tonight. She thanked him, then voiced her concern, the picture in the paper, people who might know where they lived. He said he had thought of that. She asked how. He took her hand, led her to the kitchen, and opened the pantry. He showed her an old jam jar half filled with clear liquid. He explained his plan. She objected vehemently. He insisted. He asked if she understood now how much he cared. When he was ready to leave, he packed the jar with his other equipment. Eli was dressed and waiting. She kissed him on the cheek. He blinked, looking at her face for a long time. He was lost. Then he went to work. At the Chinese restaurant, Morgan was eating his 4 small dishes, ignoring the rice. Laka asked for it, and Morgan waved him on. Larry looked up from his newspaper, made a face as Laka poured soy sauce over the rice, and ate ravenously. Larry gestured at the shrimp on Morgan's plate, suggesting he share. Morgan offered, but Larry declined, his stomach unable to handle it. Laka accepted, and Morgan placed 2 shrimp in his bowl with a flourish. Laka thanked him and ate. Morgan shook his head. Laka hadn't been himself since Jock disappeared. He'd been struggling before, but now he was drinking more and eating less. It was strange, but there was no reason for despair. Jock had been missing for 4 days. He could have met someone, gone anywhere. He'd turn up. Larry put down his paper and asked where the nearest nuclear shelter was, citing the submarine. Morgan laughed, suggesting they'd just challenge the Russians to ping-pong. Lak, wiping his mouth, said the whole thing was strange. Jock's disappearance, that is. Jock always told them where he was going, even for small trips. Larry noted Laka was talking about him in the past tense. Morgan dismissed it, saying they'd have heard something. Lak, sipping his beer, thought 2 more days, max. Then he'd start calling hospitals, morgues. He wouldn't let his best friend down. Meanwhile, Hakan was worrying. He'd wandered around the gymnasium and the mall, but most young people were in groups. He'd heard a girl mention her mother's lingering fears about the murderer. He could go farther afield, but the blood would be fresher closer to home. He needed to give his beloved the best. The cold weather meant his ski mask didn't draw attention, but he couldn't sneak around forever. If he came home empty-handed, his beloved wouldn't die. That was a relief, unlike the first time. But now there was something more, a whole night with her body next to his. He imagined her smooth stomach, her limbs, a candle flickering over silken skin, his for a night. He made a decision. Insane, but he would do it. Go into the Vallingby pool, find his victim. It would be deserted. Dangerous, but possible. If things went wrong, he had a last resort. But nothing would go wrong. He saw the whole plan in detail as he walked toward the entrance, intoxicated by the idea. This would be something to tell his beloved tonight while he caressed her. He entered the pool, the familiar chlorine smell washing over him. He'd spent so many hours here, watching young bodies glisten, unreachable. The smell was comforting. He approached the cashier, asked for 1 ticket. She eyed his mask. He gestured that it was cold. She nodded, uncertain. He asked for a private changing cabin. The cashier handed over the key, and he paid. As he moved away, he pulled off the ski mask. She'd seen him remove it, but not his face. Perfect. He walked quickly toward the changing area, eyes down, avoiding any accidental encounters. Tommy entered Staffan's apartment, hearing the soft click of his mother and Staffan kissing behind him. Staffan murmured something low, and his mother responded in kind before another kiss followed. Tommy looked around, curious despite himself. He'd never been in a cop's home before. He'd imagined something like a detective novel, bare, run down, just a place to sleep between chasing criminals. Guys like him. But Staffan's apartment was frilly. The entrance looked like it had been decorated by someone who ordered everything from mail-order catalogs, a velvet sunset painting, an alpine cottage figurine, lace doilies, a ceramic dog and child piece with the inscription, "Don't you know how to talk?" Staffan lifted the figurine, explaining it changed color with the weather. Tommy nodded, thinking Staffan was either borrowing his old mother's place or genuinely unhinged. Staffan pointed out another piece, a weather cottage with an old woman who swung out for bad weather and an old man for worse. Tommy quipped that it didn't work so well. Staffan laughed, forced. Tommy glanced at his mother and was almost frightened by her expression, panicked, clutching her coat, smiling too brightly. He decided to make an effort, noting the barometers. Staffan confirmed his collection started with those. Tommy pointed to a wooden cross with a silver Jesus, asking if that was also a barometer. Staffan grew serious, correcting him. It was Christ, from the Bible. Tommy walked into the living room. About 20 barometers hung on one wall, their needles pointing to different numbers, like a wall of clocks showing different times. He tapped one, watching the needle jump. Behind a gray leather couch, a corner cabinet held smaller trophies, while 4 larger ones sat atop an upright piano. Above the piano hung a painting of the Virgin Mary nursing Jesus with a vacant expression. Staffan entered and asked if Tommy had any questions. Tommy understood what he was expected to ask, and gestured at the trophies. Staffan pointed to a silver statue, a pistol shooter, about 20 centimeters tall, standing wide-legged with a revolver. First prize in district championships, 3rd at nationals. His mother added that Staffan was one of Sweden's top 5 pistol shooters. Tommy asked if it came in handy for shooting people. Staffan insisted the point of police work was to avoid shooting. Tommy pressed, had he ever had to? No, but he'd like to, wouldn't he? Staffan drew a deep breath, exhaled, and said he was going to check on the food. He walked out to the kitchen. Tommy's mother grabbed his elbow, whispering why he said things like that. He said he was just wondering. She insisted Staffan was a good person. Tommy noted the pistol trophies and the Virgin Mary, wondering if it could get any better. Håkan encountered no one on his way into the building, as he'd expected. The place was nearly empty. 2 overweight men were changing ugly, shapeless bodies. He found his private cabin, locked the door, and put his ski mask back on. He removed the halothane canister, hung his coat, and opened his bag knife, rope, funnel, container. He'd forgotten the raincoat. He'd have to remove his clothes instead, concealing bloodstains underneath. At a pool, nakedness wasn't suspicious. He tested the coat hook's strength, lifting his feet off the ground. It held. It would support a body 30 kilos lighter than his own. He considered height issues. The head might not hang freely, and decided to secure the ropes by the knees. The 2 men were leaving, their conversation drifting through the door. Something about work, a joke about fins. Håkan giggled, too excited, his body a swarm of butterflies. He took deep breaths to calm down, then undressed, folding his clothes into his bag. The men left. Silence. He climbed onto the bench to peer over the top of the cabin wall. 3 boys, around 13 or 14, entered. One snapped a towel at another, who swore in protest. Håkan ducked back down, his erection pressing into the corner of the booth. He told himself to stay calm. He risked another look. 2 of the boys had stripped off their swimwear and were bent over their lockers, reaching for clothes. His body responded with a sudden, overwhelming spasm, and he felt the release against the corner, spilling onto the bench beneath him. He forced himself to breathe, to calm down. Better, yes, but the evidence was a problem, a trace he couldn't leave behind. He grabbed his socks from the bag and wiped the corner in the bench as thoroughly as he could, then stuffed the socks back into his bag. The boys' conversation drifted through the door. They discussed a new Atari game, Enduro, making plans to play together. 2 of them seemed about to leave. Perfect. 1 would remain. He risked another peek. 2 were leaving. The last was putting on socks. He ducked down, grateful he still had the ski mask on. They hadn't seen him. He picked up the halothane canister, finger on the trigger. Should he keep the mask on? If the boy got away, if someone entered the changing room, damn. Stripping down had been a mistake if he needed a quick escape. No time to second guess. He heard the boy close his locker, footsteps heading toward the exit. In 5 seconds, he'd passed the cabin door. Through the gap between door and wall, he saw an approaching shadow. He silenced his thoughts, unlocked the door, and lunged. Matthias turned to see a large, pale, masked body bearing down on him. One word flashed through his mind before instinct took over: death. He recoiled, but the black object was already on his face, covering his mouth and nose. A hand gripped the back of his head, pressing the softness against him. His scream strangled into a whimper, and then he heard a hissing like a smoke machine. He tried to scream again, but as he inhaled, numbness spread through his limbs. His next attempt came out as a squeak. Another breath, and his legs gave way. Colors veiled his vision. He stopped fighting. The colors danced. He melted into them. Oscar sat in his room, tapping Morse code against the wall, knuckles for dots, palm for dashes. He spelled out ELI, then a message going out. The answer came after a few seconds: "I'm coming." They met outside her building. She had changed in just 1 day. Her face looked gaunt, shadows carved deep beneath the sharp light, as if the bones were pushing through thinning skin. He noticed white strands in her hair, like an old person's. She touched her head and smiled, saying it would go away, then asked what they should do. Oscar jingled coins in his pocket and suggested the kiosk. She agreed, announcing a race. She took off, impossibly fast for someone so sick, flying over the stones. He chased after her, distracted by the phrase "last one, there is a rotten egg," something from old movies, he realized, as he ran past the gummy bear factory. She waited for him near the road, 20 meters from the kiosk. He caught up, trying not to pant. He'd never been there with her before. He hesitated, then mentioned the kiosk's nickname, the Lover's Kiosk. He explained the rumor the owner invited ladies inside after closing. She asked if there was enough room. He said it was disgusting. She agreed. They giggled, imagining the owner as a monkey escaped from the zoo, locked up in the kiosk instead. At the window, Eli asked for a banana. The owner said he had none. She feigned disbelief. Oscar's laughter burst out, and he stumbled away, leaning on a mailbox. Eli followed, shaking her head, and Oscar managed to joke that the owner must have eaten them all. He pulled himself together and ordered a bag of mixed sweets, adding, "Don't forget the bananas," gesturing to the candy foam bananas. The owner snorted but added a few. They walked back. He offered her the sweets, but she shook her head. She couldn't eat them, she said. He pressed, but she just said she knew. It happened sometimes. Her answers ended with, "That's just the way it is." He couldn't offer her anything, and that disappointed him. She looked unhealthy, her hair streaked with white. He'd read that a big scare could do that. He wanted to put his arm around her but didn't dare. In the covered entrance to the courtyard, she stopped, looking small and wrapped in herself. Her window was dark. She stared at the ground. "Oscar?" He hugged her. For a moment her body stiffened, and he feared he'd done wrong. Then she relaxed, arms coming around him, trembling. She leaned her head against his shoulder. He closed his eyes. This was big, the biggest. Her breath warmed his shoulder, then grew more intense. She nuzzled closer, her muscles tensing, her lips brushing his throat. A shiver ran through him. Then she shuddered and pulled away, shaking her head as if waking from a nightmare. He let his arms fall. She turned toward her door. He called after her, asking where her dad was. She said he was bringing food. Oscar thought she must not be getting enough to eat and offered her dinner. She walked back. She asked if he liked her. He said yes, a lot. She asked if he'd still like her if she wasn't a girl. He said yes, he guessed so. She pressed him. Was he sure? He said yes. Then he heard a window opening above him. Over Eli's head, he saw his mother poking her head out of his bedroom window. Oscar's mother called out from above, and Eli pressed herself against the wall. Oscar ran up the hill, stopping beneath his window like a small child. His mother seemed surprised to see him there. He demanded to know what she wanted. She mentioned something about a show starting. He snapped that he knew. She started to say more but stopped, looking at him, his tense body, his clenched fists, and asked what he was doing. He said he'd be right there. She tried to add something else, but his eyes burned with rage. He hissed at her to go back inside, to close the window, to leave. She stared for another moment. Then something in her face shifted. She slammed the window shut and walked away. He wanted to call her back, to explain calmly that she wasn't allowed to do that he couldn't have her interrupting, but the words wouldn't come. He ran back down the hill. Eli was gone. She couldn't have gone inside, he would have noticed. She must have left for the subway, heading to that aunt she sometimes mentioned. He stood in the dark corner where she'd hidden, his face to the wall, and lingered there for a long moment. Then he went inside. Håkan dragged the boy into the changing room and locked the door. The boy had made almost no noise. The only thing that might alert anyone now was the hiss of the gas bottle. He had to work quickly. It would be easier to attack with a knife, but the blood had to come from a living body dead. Blood was worthless, harmful. The boy was alive, his chest rising and falling. Håkan tightened a rope around his legs, above the knees, and slung both ends over the hook, pulling the boy's legs off the ground. Then a door opened, and voices rang out. He held the rope with one hand, turned off the gas with the other, and removed the mask. The anesthetic would hold for a few minutes. He had to work silently. Several men were out there talking about handball, Sweden and Denmark. He raised the boy's body. The hook squeaked, and the men stopped talking. Had they heard? He froze, barely breathing, holding the body still. No, just a lull. They continued. He urged them to keep talking, to stay engaged in their conversation. The boy's head cleared the floor. Now he needed to secure the rope ends, but the spaces between the planks were too narrow. He couldn't work with one hand while holding the rope. He didn't have the strength. Sweat poured down his face. The mask was hot. He'd take it off later. He needed to make a loop. He lowered the boy to create slack, formed a loop, and tried to get it on the hook. Too short. He lowered the boy again. The men stopped talking. He wished they would leave. In the silence, he made another hook further along the rope and waited. They started talking again, bowling, Swedish women's successes in New York. He finally got the loop onto the hook and exhaled. The boy was suspended in position. Now he had to work before the boy woke up. But the men wouldn't leave, sharing bowling memories and a story about someone getting their thumb stuck in a ball. It couldn't be helped. Håkan placed the funnel in the plastic jug, positioned it next to the boy's neck, and took out the knife. When he turned around, the boy's eyes were open, wide. His pupils wandered as he hung upside down, trying to understand. They fixed on Håkan naked, knife in hand. For a moment they stared at each other. Then the boy screamed. Håkan staggered back, hitting the wall. His sweaty back slipped, and he nearly lost his balance. The boy's screams echoed, bouncing off the walls, deafening him. His hand tightened around the knife. The only thought in his head was to stop the screams, to cut off the head so it would stop. He bent over the boy. Someone banged on the door, demanding it be opened. Håkan dropped the knife. The clang was barely audible over the screaming and banging. The door rattled on its hinges. The voice threatened to knock it down. It was over. There was only one thing left. The noises around him faded, his vision narrowing to a tunnel. He reached into his bag and took out the jam jar. He sat down hard, unscrewed the lid. Before they got the door open, before they pulled off his hood, his face. Through the screaming and blows, he thought of his beloved, the time they had shared. He imagined her as an angel, a boy angel flying down from heaven, spreading wings to carry him off, to take him to a place where they would always be together, forever. The door flew open and banged into the wall. The boy kept screaming. 3 men stood outside, more or less dressed, staring uncomprehendingly. Håkan nodded slowly, accepting it. Then he shouted Eli's name and poured the concentrated acid over his face. Staffan accompanied himself and Tommy's mother on the piano, their eyes meeting with warm smiles. Tommy sat on the leather sofa, suffering. He'd found a small hole in the armrest and worked at making it bigger, his finger digging into the stuffing. He wondered if Staffan and his mother had ever done it on this sofa, under the barometers. Dinner had been okay. Marinated chicken with rice. Afterward, Staffan had shown Tommy the safe under his bed where he kept his pistols. Tommy wondered the same thing in there. Had they slept together in this bed? Did his mother think about his father when Staffan touched her? Did Staffan get turned on by the guns he kept under the bed? Staffan played the final chord, letting it fade. Tommy pulled his finger out of the hole in the sofa. His mother nodded at Staffan, took his hand, and sat beside him on the piano bench. From where Tommy sat, the Virgin Mary painting seemed positioned exactly above their heads, as if rehearsed. His mother smiled at him. There was something they wanted to share. Tommy asked if they were getting married. His mother hesitated. If they'd rehearsed this, that line hadn't been included. She confirmed it, and asked what he thought. Tommy shrugged, and told them to go ahead. His mother mentioned they were thinking maybe next summer, looking at him as if seeking approval. He gave a non-committal response, stuffing his finger back into the hole he'd been working on. Staffan leaned forward, acknowledging he could never replace Tommy's father, but hoping they could get to know each other, become buddies. Tommy asked where they'd live. His mother looked sad, saying they weren't sure yet but were thinking of a house in Angby if they could manage it. Tommy repeated the name flatly. She asked what he thought. He studied their reflections in the glass table, half-transparent, ghost-like, and worked his finger deeper into the hole, pulling out some foam. He observed that a house in Angby was expensive, that it cost a lot of money, and asked if Staffan had a lot of it. Staffan started to answer, but the phone rang. He stroked Tommy's mother's cheek and went to the hall. His mother sat beside Tommy and asked if he didn't like it. He said he loved it. From the hall, Staffan's voice came through, agitated, saying he'd be there immediately. He returned, explaining that the killer was at the Vollingby swimming pool and they were short-staffed. He disappeared into the bedroom, and Tommy heard the safe open and close. Staffan emerged in full police regalia, eyes slightly crazed. He kissed Tommy's mother, slapped Tommy's knee, and said he had to go right away, not knowing when he'd be back. Tommy heard murmurs about being careful, love, and staying while he walked to the piano. Without knowing exactly why, he picked up the shooting trophy, heavy, at least 2 kilos. As his mother and Staffan said their goodbyes, he noted the dynamic: the man heading into battle, the woman pining. He walked onto the balcony, sucking in the cold night air, feeling like he could breathe for the first time in hours. He leaned over the railing, saw thick bushes below, and dropped the trophy. It fell with a rustle. His mother joined him. Below, Staffan half ran to the parking lot. His mother waved, but Staffan didn't look up. Tommy giggled. She asked what was funny. Nothing, he said, just a little kid with a gun hiding in the bushes, taking aim at Staffan. He felt pretty good, all things considered. At the Chinese restaurant, the gang had strengthened with Carlson, the only one with a real job. Larry was on early retirement. Morgan worked off and on at an auto scrap yard, and Lockie's occupation was a mystery. Sometimes he turned up with a few bucks. Carlson had a full-time job at a toy store in Vallingby, having once owned it before being forced to sell. The new owner had kept him on, claiming 30 years in the business gave one experience. Morgan leaned back, legs flopped, hands behind his head, his gaze fixed on Carlson. Lack and Larry exchanged a look, anticipating the usual. Morgan asked what was new in the toy business, If Carlson had thought of new ways to cheat kids out of their allowance, Carlson snorted, insisting Morgan didn't know what he was talking about. If anyone was being cheated, it was him, with the pervasiveness of shoplifting. Morgan dismissed it, saying all he had to do was buy cheap plastic doodads and sell them at a markup. Carlson retorted that they didn't carry such items. Morgan challenged him on a window display with Smurfs. Carlson shot back, noting this came from a man who sold cars that only ran if you strapped them to a horse. Larry and Lack listened, laughing occasionally. If Virginia had been there, the stakes would have been higher, but she wasn't, and neither was Jock. The evening felt off. It was winding down when, at 8:30, the door opened slowly. Larry looked up and saw Gosta, the stink bomb, someone he never thought would set foot in the place. Gosta looked shaken, as if made of poorly glued pieces that might fall apart. He squinted, shaking his head, either drunk or sick. Larry waved him over, inviting him to sit. Morgan turned, muttered an exclamation. Gosta navigated to the table as if through a minefield. Larry pulled out a chair. Gosta was dressed in a worn suit with a waistcoat and bow tie, his hair combed flat with water, but the stench of old urine was overwhelming. All the men, even Morgan, tried not to react. The waiter approached, stopped short at the smell, and asked if he could get anything. Gosta shook his head without looking up. Larry signaled it was okay. Larry put a hand on Gosta's shoulder, asking what brought him. Gosta cleared his throat, and eyes on the floor said Jock's name. He was dead, Gosta said. Lacka caught his breath. Larry kept his hand on Gosta's shoulder. How did he know? Gosta had seen it when it happened, last Saturday night. Larry removed his hand. Had he talked to the cops? Gosta shook his head. He couldn't bring himself to, and he hadn't exactly seen it, but he knew. Lacka had his hands over his face, whispering he knew it. Gosta told his story. A child had taken out the streetlight nearest the underpass by throwing a rock, then hidden inside and waited. Jock went in and never came out. The next morning there was a faint imprint of a body in the dead leaves. Larry suggested they go have a look. Gosta nodded and they stood. Morgan finished his beer, grinning at Carlson, who folded his newspaper and slipped it into his coat pocket. Only Lack remained, fiddling with broken toothpicks. Larry bent down, asking if he was coming. Lacke said he knew it. He felt it. Larry pressed, and Lack agreed to follow. Outside, Gosta calmed down and walked so quickly that Larry asked him to slow down for his heart's sake. Morgan and Carlson walked behind, Morgan waiting for Carlson to say something stupid he could pounce on, but even Carlson seemed absorbed. The broken streetlight had been replaced, making the underpass surprisingly bright. They gathered around Gosta, who pointed to piles of dead leaves. They stamped their feet to stay warm, the sound echoing like a marching army. When Gosta finished, Carlson noted there was no proof. Morgan jumped in, asking if he thought Gosta was making it up. Carlson replied, as if to a child, that he didn't think the police would believe the story without evidence. Morgan insisted he was a witness. Larry waved at the leaves, asking where Jock's body was now. Lack walked up, pointed to the ground, and Gosta nodded. Lack stood for a long time, staring at the irregular leaves, his jaw working. Larry approached, offering his condolences. Lacke waved him off, asking if they were going to get the person who did this. The others looked away. Larry started to say something difficult, probably impossible, but stopped. Finally, Morgan cleared his throat, went to Lacke, and put an arm around his shoulders, assuring him they would get him. Tommy looked over the railing, glimpsing something shiny below, like something Huey, Dewey, and Louie would bring home. His mother asked what he was thinking. "Donald Duck," he said. She asked if he didn't like Staffen. He said it was okay. She pressed. He looked toward the town center, at the large red V and the neon sign rotating above everything, Vallingby. Victory. He asked if she'd seen Staffen's pistols. She didn't understand. He pressed. Had he opened the safe and shown them to her? Yes. When? She brushed her blouse, rubbed her arms, said she was cold. He asked if she thought about his father. Yes, all the time. All the time? She sighed, bending to look him in the eye, asking what he was implying. He turned it back on her. His hand was on the railing. She put hers on top, asking if he'd come with her to see Dad tomorrow. It was All Saints or something. He corrected her the day after. And yes, he would. She said his name, softly. His mother peeled his hands from the railing, turned him toward her, and hugged him. He stood stiffly for a moment, then freed himself and walked back inside. While putting on his coat, he realized he needed her to come back, and if he was going to retrieve the statuette. He called out, and she returned quickly, eager for words. He told her to give his regards to Staffan. She brightened, saying she would, and asked if he wasn't staying. He said no, it could take all night. She admitted she was a little worried. He said she shouldn't be. Staffan knew how to shoot. He said goodbye, and the front door slammed shut. She finished her farewell softly, calling him honey. Staffan's Volvo bumped over the curb as he drove up fast, his teeth slamming together so hard he went blind for a second, and nearly hit an older man joining the onlookers by the main entrance. A new recruit, Larson, was in the patrol car talking on the radio, probably calling for backup or an ambulance. Staffan parked behind the patrol car to leave clearance, jumped out and locked his car, a habit, even for a minute, to never forget to lock a patrol car. He walked up the steps to the main entrance, making an effort to project authority in front of the crowd. He knew he had an appearance that inspired confidence. Many who had gathered likely thought, here comes the guy who'll clear this up. Inside the front doors, 4 men in swimming trunks with towels stood. Staffan walked past them toward the changing rooms, but one called out, barefoot, asking about their clothes. They were still in the changing rooms and they weren't allowed in. Staffan started to say something sharp about priorities, but a woman in a white t-shirt appeared with robes. He gestured and continued. In the corridor, another woman in a white t-shirt was walking a boy of 12 or 13 toward the entrance. The boy's face was deep red against the white robe, his eyes vacant. The woman gave Staffan an almost accusatory look, saying his mother was coming to pick him up. Staffan nodded, wondering if this was the victim. He wanted to ask but couldn't find a reasonable way to phrase it in his haste. He assumed Holmberg had taken the boy's details and judged it best to let his mother handle things. Staffan kept going, running up the steps, while reciting a prayer of thanks for the Lord's mercy and strength to face the challenges ahead. Was the murderer still in the building? Outside the changing rooms, under a sign reading men, 3 men were talking to Constable Holmberg. Only one was fully dressed. The other 2 lacked some item of clothing. Holmberg said he was glad Staffan got there fast. Staffan asked if he was still here. Holmberg pointed at the changing room door. Staffan gestured at the men, but before Holmberg could answer, the man without pants stepped forward, proudly identifying himself as a witness. Staffan looked at Holmberg, who said he'd wait until Staffan arrived. Apparently, he wasn't violent. Holmberg told the men they'd be in touch and to go home, adding that they should avoid discussing it among themselves to prevent false memories. The men agreed and left. A metallic noise came from inside the changing room, like a sheet of metal falling. Staffan flinched. He asked if the man wasn't violent, as Holmberg had said. Holmberg explained he was badly injured, having poured acid on his face. Staffan asked why. Holmberg's face went blank. They'd have to go in and ask. Armed? Probably not. Holmberg pointed to a large kitchen knife on a nearby window ledge. He hadn't had a bag, and the man without pants had handled it before he arrived. They'd deal with it later. Staffan heard 2 things. A soft, irregular blowing sound from inside like wind through a chimney, a cracked flute, and a sharp, stinging smell. He wrinkled his nose. Should they go in? Holmberg nodded but didn't move. Married, with children. Staffan drew his gun, his other hand on the door handle. It was the 3rd time in 12 years he'd entered a room with his weapon drawn. He didn't know if it was the right thing to do, but no one would criticize him, a child killer, cornered and desperate. He signaled Holmberg and opened the door. The fumes overwhelmed him, stinging his eyes, making him cough. He took a handkerchief from his pocket and held it over his nose and mouth. It reminded him of assisting at fires, but here there was no smoke, only a light mist. The hacking sound continued from the other side of the lockers. Staffan signaled Holmberg to approach from the other side. He went to the edge of the locker row and peeked around, gun low. He saw a metal rubbish bin kicked over, and next to it, a prone, naked body. Holmberg appeared on the other side, signaling to take it easy, no immediate danger. Staffen felt irritation that Holmberg was taking command now that it seemed less dangerous. Staffen called out, identifying himself as police. The man gave no sign of comprehension, just kept making that noise with his face to the ground. Staffen ordered him to put his hands where he could see them. The man didn't move. Now that Staffen was closer, he saw the body twitching. The hands were unnecessary. One arm curled over the bin, the other sprawled, palm swollen and cracked. Acid. Staffen put his handkerchief back over his mouth and holstered his gun, trusting Holmberg to cover him. The body twitched, and Staffen heard a wet smacking sound as skin pulled free and reattached to the tile. The hand on the floor flopped like a fish. The sound from the mouth continued, a drawn-out, inhuman groan. Staffen indicated for Holmberg to keep his distance and crouched next to the body, asking if he could hear him. The man stopped making noise. Then his whole body writhed and rolled over. His face. Staffen jumped back, lost his balance, and landed on his tailbone. He clenched his teeth, stifling a cry as pain radiated through his lower back. He squeezed his eyes shut, then opened them. He had no face. Staffen had seen horrific injuries. A drug addict who'd smashed his face against a wall, a welder caught in an explosion, but nothing like this. The nose was gone, leaving 2 holes. The mouth had melted, lips fused except for a small opening. One eye had melted over the cheek, but the other was wide open. Staffen stared into that eye, the only recognizable human feature. It was red, and when it tried to blink, only a thread of skin fluttered. The rest was exposed: cartilage, bone, shredded flesh, and blackened fabric. Muscles contracted and relaxed, contorting as if the head were a mass of butchered eels. The face had its own life. Staffen felt retching in his throat but held it down, forcing himself to stand, leaning on the lockers. The red eyes stared at him. Holmberg stood with hanging arms, staring at the deformed body. The acid had also run down the chest, exposing a white bone. Holmberg shook his head, raised and lowered a hand, coughing. "What the—" It was 11 o'clock. Oscar lay in bed, slowly tapping letters against the wall. Lat. No answer. The boys of Class Lil B stood lined up outside the school, waiting for their gym teacher, Mr. Villa. Each clutched a gym bag. Forgetting your clothes or lacking an acceptable excuse meant trouble. They stood at arm's length, as he drilled into them since 4th grade. Mr. Villa, a former fighter pilot, had entertained them with tales of airborne skirmishes and emergency landings. They were impressed, and they respected him. Even when he was out of sight, the class maintained its neat row. Any deviation meant extra drills or lost privileges. Oscar, like the others, held a healthy respect for the teacher. With his gray stubble, eagle nose, and iron grip, Mr. Villa wasn't the type to sympathize with a meek bullied boy. But during his class, order reigned. Johnny, Mickey, and Tomas never dared act up. Johann stepped out of line, glanced at the building, and gave a Heil Hitler salute, mimicking a Spanish accent about fire drills and ropes. A few pupils laughed nervously. Mr. Villa had a fondness for fire drills once a semester. They practiced lowering themselves from windows with ropes, timed with a stopwatch. Beat the record, and they'd play The Whole Sea Is Raging next time. Johann slipped back into line just as Mr. Villa emerged, walking briskly to the gym without a glance at the class. Halfway across the yard, he gestured for them to follow. The line moved, maintaining distance. Tomas, behind Oscar, stepped on his heel, loosening his shoe. Oscar kept walking. Since the whip incident 2 days earlier, they'd left him alone. The visible wound on his cheek was probably enough for now. Eli, where was she? Oscar had watched from his window last night, hoping to see her dad come home, but instead saw Eli slip out around 10. Then he'd had cocoa and rolls with his mum, maybe missing her return. She hadn't answered his wall taps. The class filed into the changing room, the line dissolving. Mr. Villa stood waiting, arms crossed. Today, physical training bar, pommel horse, jump rope. Groans. He promised ghost ball next time if they worked hard. No discussion. Oscar turned his back to change, hiding the odd bulge of the piss ball in his underwear. Up in the gym they set up equipment. Oscar and Staff carried mats. Mr. Vila divided them into 5 groups of 2. Oscar was paired with Staff good, since Staff was worse at gym, clumsy but strong. No one teased him, something in his bearing warned against it. The whistle blew. Pull-ups Oscar managed 2, Staff 5, then quit. Sit-up Staff lay on the mat, staring at the ceiling. Oscar did cheater sit-ups. Jump rope Oscar excelled while Staff tangled. Push-up Staff could do them endlessly. Then the pommel horse, the dreaded pommel horse. Relieved to be paired with Staff, Oscar watched the others fly over. Staff tried, bounced hard off the springboard but couldn't make it up. Mr. Vila approached, insisting he do it again. Staff heaved himself up and slid down like a slug.
Mr. Vila waved Oscar on. During his run, Oscar made up his mind he would try.
Mr. Vila had once said not to be afraid, that everything depended on attitude. Normally, Oscar held back, afraid of losing balance. But now he went all out, pretending he could do it. He ran full force, pushed off with all his strength, and his body took over. He flew over the horse, tumbling on the other side, but he'd cleared it. His teacher nodded encouragingly, not smiling. After a rest he tried again, and managed both to clear the horse and land balanced. The lesson ended. Oscar wheeled the pommel horse into storage, patting it like a tamed horse. He headed to the changing room, wanting to talk to Mr. Vila. Halfway there, a jump rope noose dropped over his shoulders. Johnny's voice. "Giddy up, piggy!" Oscar turned, letting the loop slide to his back. Johnny stood in front, holding the rope ends, waving them. Oscar grabbed the rope and pulled it from Johnny's grip. Johnny pointed, telling him to pick it up. Oscar swung the rope above his head, yelled, "Here it comes!" and let go. It flew over Johnny, smacking the wall behind him. Oscar walked out and ran down the stairs, heart pounding. He entered Mr. Vila's office. The teacher was on the phone speaking Spanish. Oscar caught only perro, dog. Mr. Vila gestured for him to sit. He kept talking, repeating the word. Oscar heard Johnny enter the changing room. When Mr. Vila finished, he asked what Oscar wanted. Oscar inquired about the Thursday training sessions. Mr. Vila explained they were strength training at the pool, no sign-up needed. Just show up at 7. Oscar said he'd be there. Mr. Vila had pull-ups 50 times. Oscar nodded. He started to leave and asked about the dog. Mr. Vila clarified not perro but in Spanish. Oscar smiled, said strength training would do. The changing room was empty. Oscar pulled off his gym clothes and realized his pants were gone. He searched everywhere. No pants. He walked home in gym shorts, snow falling and melting on his legs. In his yard, he stopped under Eli's window. The blinds were drawn. No movement inside. Snowflakes caressed his upturned face. He caught some on his tongue. Holmberg pointed to Vallingby Plaza, where falling snow covered a regular alcoholic on a bench, turning him into a poorly proportioned snowman. He sighed, noting they'd have to check on him if he didn't move. He asked how Staffen was doing. Staffen, with an extra cushion for his lower back, said so. He'd rather be standing or lying in bed, but the report from last night had to be filed before the weekend. Holmberg looked down at his pad. The 3 men from the changing room said the killer, before pouring acid on his face, had shouted, "Eli, Eli!" Staffen's heart leaped. He confirmed it. Holmberg asked if he knew what that meant. Staffen nodded, then sat back suddenly, pain shooting up his spine. He grabbed the desk, hands over his face. Holmberg asked if he'd seen a doctor. Staffen said it would be fine. Eli was a name, meaning God. Holmberg wondered if God heard him, given the circumstances. Staffen explained it was Christ's final words on the cross, "Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani?" My God, why have you forsaken me?" According to Matthew and Mark, Holmberg asked if they should include it in the report. Back home, Oscar changed into new pants and headed to the Lover's Kiosk for a newspaper. There'd been talk of the killer being caught, and he wanted every detail to clip articles for his scrapbook. Something felt different on the way, beyond the snow. It wasn't until he was walking home with the paper that he realized what he hadn't been keeping watch. He'd walked all the way without scanning for threats. He started to run, sprinting home as snowflakes licked his face. Inside, he locked the front door, went to his bed, and tapped on the wall. No reply. He wanted to talk to Eli to tell her. He opened the newspaper. The Vallingby pool, police cars, ambulance, attempted murder. The man's injuries made identification difficult. A picture of Danderyd Hospital, a rundown on the first murder, no comments. Then submarine. Submarine. Military on high alert. The doorbell rang. He jumped up, walked quickly to the hall. Eli. He hesitated, hand on the handle. What if it was Johnny and the others? No, they'd never come to his house like this. He opened it. Johan stood outside. They exchanged greetings. Johan asked if he wanted to do something. Oscar agreed. He put on his shoes and coat while Johan waited. Johan commented that what Johnny did at the gym was pretty shitty. Oscar noted Johnny had taken his pants. Johan knew where they were behind the pool. Oscar thought Johan could have brought them when he came over, but his generosity didn't extend that far. He nodded and said, "Great." They walked to the pool, retrieving the pants from a bush. Then they explored, making snowballs, finding old electric cables to use as slingshots. They talked about the murderer, the submarine, and Johnny, Mickey, and Tomas Johan thought they were dumb, retarded, but they didn't do anything to him. Oscar noted that, but Johan shrugged it off. They went to the hot dog stand by the subway, buying 2 Lufair each grilled hot dog buns with mustard, ketchup, dressing, and raw onion. It was getting dark. Johan chatted with the girl working there. Oscar watched subway trains, thinking about the electric wires above the tracks. Walking towards school, their mouths reeking of onion, Oscar asked if people killed themselves by jumping onto those wires. Johan wasn't sure, but his brother knew someone who'd pissed on a live track and died. The current went up through the urine. Oscar asked if he'd wanted to die. Johan said no, he was drunk and mimicked the convulsions. Oscar laughed. At the school, they said goodbye. Oscar walked home with the pants tied around his waist, whistling the Dallas theme. Snow had stopped, but a white film covered everything. The pool's frosted windows were brightly lit. He'd go Thursday evening, start training, get strong. At the Chinese restaurant, the round clock looked out of place among rice paper lamps and golden dragons. It was 5 to 9. The guys leaned over their beers, studying placemat landscapes. Snow fell outside. Virginia stirred her San Francisco, sucking on a stirrer with a Johnny Walker figure. She tapped her glass, and Morgan looked up, asking if she was giving a toast. "Someone should," she said. They told her everything Gosta said about Jock, the underpass, the child. Now silence. Virginia clinked her eyes, watching ceiling lights reflect in half-melted cubes. She didn't understand if Gosta's story was true. Where was Jock? Carlson brightened, repeating his point about the missing body. Morgan held up a finger, saying not to refer to Jock as the body. Carlson asked what to call him, the deceased. Morgan said not to call him anything until they knew for sure. Carlson insisted that was his point. As long as they hadn't found him, they couldn't. Larry rubbed his eye, noting the problem as long as he wasn't found. Police weren't interested, and as long as they weren't interested, they wouldn't find him. Virginia said they had to go to the police. Morgan laughed, asking what they'd say. 3 alcoholics with a drinking buddy disappeared, and another claims he saw a child murderer while high. Virginia pointed to Gosta as the witness, but Morgan dismissed him as unstable, unable to handle interrogations. She asked if they were doing nothing. Morgan asked what she suggested. Lack, who'd finished his beer, said something too low. Virginia leaned in, her head on his shoulder. He stared at the placemat landscape, whispering that they said they'd get him. Morgan thumped the table, declaring they would, but needed something to go on first. Lack nodded like a sleepwalker and started to get up, his legs giving way as he fell headfirst across the table. Glasses crashed, drawing stares. Virginia helped him up, his eyes distant. He apologized. The waiter rushed over, rubbing his apron, whispering furiously that this was a restaurant, not a pigsty. Virginia smiled widely, helping Lack up, saying they were going to her place. The waiter, with an accusing look at the other men, supported Lack on his other side to show he was concerned. Virginia helped Lack into his heavy, elegant overcoat inherited from his father and ferried him to the door. Behind her, Morgan and Carlson whistled meaningfully. She turned, made a face, and pulled open the front door. Snow fell in large, slow flakes, creating cold silence. Virginia's cheeks turned pink as she led Lack down the park path. It was better like this. A woman answered the door, Eli explained. She was supposed to meet her father, but he hadn't shown up. Could she use the phone? The woman gestured vaguely, saying the telephone was in the hall. Eli stayed on the threshold, not yet invited in. She wiped her shoes on the cast-iron hedgehog wiper to cover her hesitation, then asked again if it was really all right. The woman gave a tired gesture, inviting her in, then walked into the living room where a TV whined with static. Eli entered, removed her shoes and jacket, and lifted the receiver. She dialed a random number, pretended to speak, then hung up. She breathed in deeply, cataloging the smells: cooking, cleaning agents, earth, shoe polish, winter apples, damp cloth, electricity, dust, sweat, wallpaper glue, and cat urine. A soot-black cat stood in the kitchen doorway, growling, ears flat, fur bristling, back arched. A red band around its neck held a small metal cylinder. Eli took a step toward it. The cat bared its teeth and hissed, tensed for attack. Another step. The cat retreated, backing away while hissing, maintaining eye contact, its hate palpable. Eli forced it back into the kitchen and closed the door. The cat continued to growl and mew angrily on the other side. She walked into the living room. The woman sat bolt upright on a polished leather couch, staring at the TV, a nature program about penguins at the South Pole. A bowl of crackers and 3 cheeses sat on the coffee table, along with an unopened bottle of wine in 2 glasses. The woman seemed not to notice Eli, absorbed in the screen. Eli sat beside her. The woman flinched when Eli asked if she was expecting someone, her ravaged face accentuated by a yellow bow. She shook her head, telling Eli to help herself. Eli didn't move. The TV switched to a panorama of Soviet Georgia, set to music. The cat's meows in the kitchen turned beseeching. A chemical smell hung in the room. The woman exuded a hospital scent. Eli asked if anyone was coming over. The woman, irritated, said no and pointed to the cheeses, insisting Eli eat. Eli took a cracker, chewed slowly, then spat it into her hand and dropped it behind the armrest. The woman asked when Eli was leaving. Soon, Eli said. The woman told her to stay as long as she liked. Eli moved closer, until their arms touched. The woman trembled, softened, her gaze turning dreamy. She asked who Eli was. Eli said she didn't know. The woman turned off the sound, and the narrator's voice faded. The cat's meows grew clearer, but the woman ignored them, pointing to Eli's lap. Eli shifted, and the woman rested her head there. Eli stroked her hair. Whales shimmered on the screen, spurting water, disappearing. The woman asked for a story, something beautiful. Eli tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and began. A poor farmer and his wife had 3 children, a boy and a girl who worked, and a youngest boy of 11, the most beautiful child anyone had ever seen. The father worked for the Lord who owned the land, so the mother and older children managed the house. One day, the Lord announced a competition for families with boys between 8 and 12. No prize was promised, yet all had to enter. The mother took her youngest to the castle. 7 other children and their parents gathered in the courtyard. More came. They waited all day. As darkness fell, a man emerged and told them they could come in. The woman's breathing grew deep and regular. She slept, her pulse ticking under loose skin. The cat had gone quiet. Credits rolled. Eli pressed a finger to the woman's throat, feeling a beating bird heart. She braced herself, pushed the woman's head forward onto her knees, and draped a blanket over the cheeses. The woman's breath squeaked softly. Eli leaned in, smelling soap, sweat, old skin, the hospital scent, and beneath it all, blood. The woman moaned as Eli's nose brushed her throat. Eli gripped her arms and chest, held her head firmly, opened her mouth, and bit down. The woman jerked as if shocked, her limbs flailing, blood spurting against the leather couch. She screamed, waving her arms. Eli threw herself over her, pressing her mouth to the wound, drinking. The woman's screams pierced her ears. Eli freed one hand to cover her mouth. Muffled, the woman grabbed the remote and banged it into Eli's head. Plastic broke. The TV sound came on the Dallas theme song filled the room. Eli tore her head away. The blood tasted like medication, morphine, and beneath it, a rotten flavor. Cancer. The woman had cancer. Eli's stomach turned. She had to sit up to avoid vomiting. The woman lay still, blood pumping out in weaker spurts, her eyes damp and remote. She pleaded, "Please." Eli leaned over, asking what she wanted. The woman only repeated, "Please," her eyes stiffening, becoming unseeing. Eli closed them. They opened again. She covered the woman's face with a blanket. The blood was palatable despite the bad taste, but the morphine on the TV. A man in a suit and cowboy hat walked toward a skyscraper of mirrors. Eli tried to get up but couldn't. The skyscraper leaned, turned clouds, floated in slow motion, forming shapes of animals and plants. Eli burst out laughing as the man sat behind a desk and spoke English. She understood, but it was meaningless. She looked for the remote. It lay broken on the table and floor. She had to make the man stop talking. Eli slid to the floor, crawling toward the TV, the morphine rushing through her. The figures dissolved into colors. She didn't have the energy. She sank onto her stomach, colors dancing before her eyes. Children slid down Death Hill on snow racers. 3 shadows started together. One was forced off into the forest, swearing, while the others laughed, flew up from the dip, and came to rest. Lackey stopped, staring at the ground. Virginia tried to urge him on. He said it was just so hard. She said she couldn't carry him. He snorted. Maybe a laugh, then a cough. His shoulders dropped, arms hanging, as he turned toward the sledding hill. He gestured vaguely toward the underpass where Jock was murdered. Virginia told him not to think about it. He asked how he could stop, wondered if one of the sledding kids had done it. She doubted it. She tried to take his arm, but he pulled away, saying he could walk on his own. He started down the path, snow crunching. Virginia watched him, the man she loved and could never live with. She had tried. 8 years ago, when her daughter moved out. Locke had moved in. She worked at the XIII store. He seemed to do nothing but sit, walk, talk to people, read. She never understood where his money came from. She'd asked him once, and he'd said he didn't have any. The tainted blood was a vile poison in Eli's system, and a wave of nausea crashed through her so violently she had to push herself upright, breaking contact with the dying woman to keep from being sick. On the television screen, the aerial shot of South Fork Ranch swept past as the theme swelled. The woman beneath Eli had fallen silent now, her body slack on the couch, while the last rhythmic pulses from her throat weakened to a trickle that soaked into the cushions. Her eyes found Eli's wet, distant, already retreating to some interior place, as she formed a plea with what remained of her strength. Eli leaned closer, her own sickness barely held back, waiting for the request to take shape. But the woman could only repeat that same soft appeal, over and over, as if she had forgotten any other word. Then her gaze went rigid, fixed on something beyond the room. Eli reached down and drew the lids closed. They fluttered open again, stubborn and vacant. She pulled the blanket up over the woman's face and sat back, straightening on the couch. The blood had been drinkable despite its sour undertone, but the morphine swimming through it was another matter entirely. The TV image had shifted. A mirrored skyscraper now filled the screen, and a man in a suit and cowboy hat stepped from a car, striding toward its entrance. Eli tried to stand, but her limbs refused to cooperate. The tower on the screen began to tilt, the mirrored glass catching clouds that drifted lazily across the sky, their shapes dissolving into animals, into plants, into nonsense. She laughed a sudden helpless burst as the cowboy hat man settled behind a desk and started speaking in English. She understood every word, and none of it mattered. The room itself seemed to be listening, and it struck her as absurd that the television hadn't simply rolled away across the floor. She needed to shut him up. That cowboy, that voice. She slid off the couch onto all fours, crawling toward the glowing screen with the morphine burning through her veins, her own laughter escaping in fits as the images broke apart into pure color, swirling, bleeding. She made it only halfway before her strength gave out. She collapsed onto her stomach, the dancing hues filling her vision as the cowboy's words echoed meaninglessly inside her skull. Out on the slope near the park road, children were still sledding down Death Hill, their shapes dark against the snow. 3 of them launched at once from the top, and one was shoved off course into the trees, cursing as his companions raced past, their laughter sharp in the cold. They flew over the dip at the bottom and came to a stop with a clatter. Locke halted, staring at the frozen ground. Virginia pressed against him, trying to urge him forward, but he resisted. She told him not to dwell on it, but he couldn't see how that was possible. His gaze drifted toward the underpass at the far end of the hill, the place where Jock had been killed, and the question came out bitter and raw. Maybe it had been one of those children, one of those laughing shadows, who had done it. Virginia dismissed the idea. She tried to lift his arm over her shoulders to guide him, but he pulled away, insisting he could manage on his own. He started forward, his steps tentative and heavy, the snow crunching beneath him. She watched him go. This was the man she loved, and she could never truly live with him. She had tried once years ago. Her daughter had left home, and Lacke had moved in. She worked at the same grocery store then as now, her apartment only a few minutes away. For 4 months, she had tried to understand what he actually did with his days. He had practical skills. He'd installed a dimmer switch. He could cook surprising meals, but his occupation remained a mystery. He read. He walked. He talked to people. He simply existed. For Virginia, who had worked since leaving school, it was an alien way of being. She had asked him about it once, carefully, not wanting to offend. What did he do? Where did his money come from? He answered that he had none. He explained his philosophy in Sweden. You sit in a chair and wait, and eventually someone gives you what you need. She wondered if that was how he saw her too. He told her. He would leave when she asked him to. A month later, she did. He packed his clothes and his books and went. 6 months passed before she saw him again, and he was changed sadder. He had been living with his father in Small End, nursing the old man through a slow, ugly death. After the funeral, he and his sister sold the house, and his share was enough for a small apartment in Blackburg with manageable fees. He returned for good. In the years after, they found a rhythm. They met more often at the Chinese restaurant, where she now spent her evenings. Sometimes they went home together, shared a quiet night, and by unspoken agreement he was gone before she left for work the next morning. A loose arrangement, comfortable in its boundaries. They walked past the grocery store now, past the sign she had written herself, crushed tomatoes, a special offer. She looped her arm through his, and he asked if she thought she'd done a good job. She did, and he agreed, saying it made him crave crushed tomatoes. She jabbed him in the ribs, and he flinched. She teased him about forgetting what real food tasted like, and he started to object, but she cut him off. She knew what she was doing, and she was going to do it anyway. On the television, Eli heard her name. The voice was familiar, and it pulled at something deep in her chest. But her body wouldn't obey. Only her hands moved, crawling across the floor, looking for purchase. Her fingers found a cord, and she gripped it like a rope thrown into a well. The image on the screen was him, the wig of blonde human hair, the silk robe, the painted face. His lips were pressed into a thin, blood-red line, and his eyes were too big, too blue, like a child's. Her head lifted enough to see him fully, and the air left her lungs. Then her skull dropped, hitting the floor with a crack that shot through her nose. He was wearing a cowboy hat. He said her name again. Other voices joined him. Children's voices. She raised her head, trembling, as blood from the bad meal trickled from her nose to her mouth. He opened his arms, and the red lining of his robe billowed outward, and it was made of lips. Hundreds of children's lips, writhing, whispering.
Her story.
He told her to come home. She shut her eyes tight, bracing for his cold grip. Nothing came. She opened them again, and the image had changed: children in rags, trudging across snow toward a castle of ice. She insisted to herself that it wasn't happening. She spat at the screen, red droplets staining the white landscape. It wasn't real. She pulled the cord, yanking the plug from the socket. The screen went dark, and thick strands of blood-tinged saliva ran down its surface. She let her head fall into her hands, sinking into a swirl of red darkness. Virginia stirred the pot while Lax showered, the stew simmering. He was taking too long, so she went in to check on him. He sat in the bath, head between his knees, the spray resting on his shoulder. She told him the food was ready. He seemed surprised by how much time had passed. She made a joke about the water supply, and he stared blankly. She handed him his robe and helped him stand, his body thin enough to make her flinch. He made a dry comment about rising like a god from the bath. They ate, splitting a bottle of wine. He didn't eat much, but he made an effort. They finished the bottle in the living room, then went to bed lying side by side looking at each other. She told him she had stopped taking the pill, not as an invitation, just as a fact. She didn't need them anymore. Menopause. He touched her cheek and asked if that made her sad. She smiled, surprised that he would think to ask. Yes, a little. She felt like the part of her that made her a woman had become irrelevant. He said she was still good enough for him. Did he mean it? He did. She told him to come closer. He did. Holmberg dragged his feet through the snow, careful not to leave deep tracks that would complicate the work of the forensic team. The fire's glow painted the snow orange, and the heat was fierce enough to leave sweat on his brow. He had always believed naively in the essential goodness of young people. It was what drove him to visit schools, to talk to troubled kids, to try to steer them right. That same belief was why what he saw now cut so deep. The footprints in the snow were small. They had been made by a child running fast, each stride impossibly long. Larson joined him, eyes wide with wonder, and Holmberg snapped at him to drag his feet. Larson apologized and waded over, staring at the tracks with open amazement. They were spaced so far apart, like a triple jump, carrying on over the whole distance. Larson, a runner himself, couldn't believe anyone could maintain that pace. Staffen jogged over from the cluster of onlookers, past the ambulance where paramedics were loading a covered body. Holmberg asked how the tracking was going, and Staffen caught his breath, reporting that he'd followed the trail out to the main road, where it was lost in the traffic. They'd need dogs. Holmberg turned his attention to a neighbor being interviewed nearby. The man was describing the scene, the woman on fire, emerging from the house, not running but walking, her body aflame, and she didn't scream. She had stopped in the snow, looked around calmly, and then collapsed. The man's voice broke as he talked about trying to put out the flames with blankets. He hadn't seen anyone else leaving the house. Holmberg watched the pillar of smoke rise into the night sky. Staffen was still catching his breath, explaining that the trail had led out onto Balstavagen before vanishing completely in the tire tracks and exhaust of passing cars. They'd need dogs to pick it up again. Holmberg acknowledged this with a nod, but his attention had drifted to the nearby interview. A neighbor was giving his account in a shaken voice, his words tumbling out in fragments. At first he'd thought it was fireworks. Then he'd seen the woman's hands waving through the air, and she had emerged through the window. The window had been open. She came out, and the house was burning behind her. Her whole body was on fire. And she walked. She didn't run. She walked out onto the snow, waving her arms, and then she just stopped, stood there, fully engulfed in flames, and looked around as if taking in her surroundings calmly. Then she started walking again, and then she simply collapsed, first to her knees, then flat onto the snow. No panic, no screaming, not a sound. The neighbor broke down, his soot-stained hands covering his face. The officer questioning him offered a gentle reassurance, saying they could formalize his statement tomorrow, and asked if he wanted a medic to give him something to help him sleep. The man declined, wiping his eyes and leaving dark streaks across his cheeks, insisting he had something at home if he needed it. Holmberg turned his gaze back to the house. The firefighters had done their work well. The flames were nearly gone now, leaving only a thick column of smoke rising into the night sky. Across town, while Virginia opened her arms to Lack, and the crime technicians documented the tracks in the snow, Oscar stood at his window looking out. The snowfall had piled up thick on the bushes below, creating a surface so deep it looked like you could slide right down it. Eli had not come by this evening. He had spent the hours between 7:30 and 9 waiting in the playground, standing, walking, swinging, freezing, but she never appeared. At 9, his mother had appeared at the window, and he had gone inside, his stomach tight with anxiety. They'd watched Dallas together, had hot chocolate and cinnamon rolls, and his mother had asked questions he'd almost answered, but he had stopped himself. Now, just past midnight, he stood by the window again, a hollow ache in his gut. He opened it and let the cold air wash over his face. He asked himself if he had really decided to fight back for her sake, or if it was really about him. The answer came both. For her. But that was the problem. If Johnny and his crew came after him on Monday, he knew he wouldn't have the energy to resist. He wouldn't show up for the training session on Thursday. There was no point. He left the window open, clinging to the faint hope that she might return in the night, call his name. If she could go out in the middle of the night, she could come back in the middle of the night. He undressed and got into bed, tapping on the wall. No answer. He pulled the blankets over his head, kneeling in the dark, pressing his forehead into his clasped hands and making a desperate bargain with God. He would give up everything, his magazines, his books, his things, if only Eli would come back to him. He stayed like that until the heat under the blankets was suffocating. Then he poked his head out, settled onto his pillow, curled into a ball and closed his eyes. He summoned images of Eli, of Johnny and Mick and Tomas, of his mother and father. He held them in his mind until they began to move on their own, carrying him toward sleep. In his dream, he and Eli sat in a swing that rose higher and higher until the chain snapped and they flew into the sky. They clung to the edge of the seat, knees pressed together, and she whispered his name. He opened his eyes. The room was blue with moonlight. Gene Simmons' painted face stared down from the poster on the wall. He curled up again, shut his eyes, and heard it again. His name, whispered from the window. He looked. A small head was silhouetted against the glass. He threw off the covers, but Eli told him to stay, to remain in bed. She asked if she could come in. He said yes. She told him to say it properly, and he did. Then she told him to close his eyes. He obeyed. The window opened, a draft of cold air swept in, and then the window was closed again. He heard her breathing, her whisper. His mother's sofa bed creaked in the other room. She had gotten up. Oscar kept his eyes shut, as the blanket was pulled aside, and a cold, naked body slipped in behind him, pulling the covers back over them both, and curling against his back. His mother opened his door, asking if he'd been talking. He murmured, "No." She stood there, listening, then dismissed the sound as coming from the neighbors and said good night. Oscar was alone with Eli. She asked about the neighbors, and he hushed her. He heard his mother settle back into the sofa bed. The window was closed. Eli's cold hand crept over his stomach, finding his chest, resting over his heart. He covered it with both of his, trying to warm her. Her other hand worked its way under his arm and across his chest, between his hands. She turned her head, pressing her cheek between his shoulder blades. A new smell had entered the room, the faint, familiar odor of his father's moped, full of gasoline. Oscar bent his head to smell her hands. Yes, it was coming from her. They lay like that for a long time. When he could tell from his mother's breathing that she was asleep again, when the bundle of their hands was warm and starting to grow damp, he whispered, asking where she had been. "Getting food," she said, her lips brushing his shoulder. Then she let go of him and rolled onto her back. He turned onto his stomach, looking at her. Her eyes were wide open, blue-black in the moonlight, and goosebumps rose on his arms. He asked about her father. She said he was gone. He pressed further, but she insisted it didn't matter, her tone closing the subject. She said she had been lonely, and that was why she had come. She asked if that was okay. He said yes, but pointed out she had no clothes on. She apologized, asked if it was disgusting. He said no, but asked if she was cold. She said she wasn't. The white streaks in her hair had disappeared, her cheeks were fuller, and she seemed healthier than the day before. He joked about the lover's kiosk, and she played along, lowering her voice to mimic the owner's creepy invitation. They laughed together, and then she asked about the books in his bookcase. He told her about his favorite, The Fog. Her back glowed white in the dark as she lay on her stomach, studying his collection. He held his hand close to her skin, feeling the warmth, then walked his fingers down her spine, playing a counting game. She guessed 8. She was right. She tried the same trick on him, but he was terrible at it. He was better at rock, paper, scissors. He won 7-3, then 9-1. She grew irritated, accusing him of cheating. He claimed he could see what she was going to choose. She challenged him to play without thinking. He won again. She pretended to be angry and turned away. He looked at her white back and asked if she would go out with him. She turned back, pulling the covers up to her chin, and asked what that meant. He explained, awkwardly. She sounded guarded, hard. He asked if she already had someone. She said no, but told him she couldn't, she wasn't a girl. He snorted, asking if she was a guy. She said no. He asked what she was then. She said nothing. Not a child, not a boy, not a girl, nothing. He pressed her again. Would she go out with him or not? She said she would like to, but asked if they could just stay as they were. He agreed. She asked if he was sad, offered to kiss him. He refused, and she frowned, asking if he didn't want to. He insisted he didn't. She asked if there was something special you did when you went out with someone. He said no. She looked suddenly happy, folded her arms over her stomach, and told him they could go out then. They could be together. He asked if they really could. She said yes. A quiet warmth settled in Oscar's chest as he let his gaze drift over the book spines, not really reading them, just enjoying the simple fact of her presence beside him. Eli lay still, waiting, and after a long moment she asked if there was anything else. He said no. She asked if they could lie together again, the way they had before. He rolled over, pressing his back against her, and she wrapped her arms around him. He took her hands in his, and they lay like that until his eyelids grew heavy and his thoughts started to blur. Just before sleep pulled him under, he murmured that he was glad she had come and then asked, his voice thick with drowsiness, why she smelled like gasoline. Her hands tightened around his, pressing against his heart, holding him close. The room seemed to expand around him, the walls and ceiling softening, the floor dropping away, and as the bed began to float, he knew he was asleep. The morning after, Oscar woke to find the space beside him empty. His back was cold. He pushed himself up on one elbow, scanning the room. The window was open, a crack she must have left that way, naked, into the freezing night. He rolled over, pressing his face into the sheet where she had lain, searching for any trace of her. Nothing, not even the gasoline smell. Had it been real? He lay on his stomach, turning it over in his mind. Yes, it was real. Her fingers on his back, the memory of them. The game his mother used to play with him when he was small. But this was now. This had just happened. The hairs on his arms and neck stood on end. He got up and dressed, then walked to the window. No fresh snow, 4 degrees below zero. He thought about the impossibility of crawling naked out a window at that temperature, down into the snow-covered bushes, and dismissed the image. He leaned forward, blinking. The snow on the bushes was completely undisturbed, exactly as it had been last night when he had looked out. He opened the window wider, stuck his head out, and confirmed it. The snow cover was unbroken. He looked along the rough exterior wall toward her window 3 meters away. Cold air swept across his bare chest. It must have snowed after she went back to her room. That was the only explanation. But then how had she reached his window? Climbed the bushes? The snow would have been disturbed, and it hadn't been snowing when he went to bed. Her body and hair hadn't been damp.
When had she left?
Somewhere between her departure and her arrival here, enough snow must have fallen to cover her tracks. He shut the window and finished dressing, the impossibility nagging at him. He started to convince himself it had all been a dream until he saw the note, folded, tucked under the clock on his desk. He unfolded it and read the quote, the heart, and the promise to see him tonight. He read it 5 times, picturing her standing there at his desk, writing it with Gene Simmons' painted face looming behind her. He took the poster down, crumpled it, and threw it away. Then he read the note 3 more times, folded it carefully, and put it in his pocket. Whatever the advertising delivery held today, it didn't matter. He could handle anything. Lack awoke to the smell of smoke and dust particles dancing in the morning light that filtered through the blinds. He coughed, a smoker's rasp, and reached for the lighter and cigarette packet on the nightstand. He lit a Camel Light. Virginia's influence. She was getting health conscious in her old age, and lay back, one arm behind his head, taking stock. Virginia had left for work hours ago, probably exhausted. They had stayed up late, talking and smoking after making love, and she had only called it a night close to 2 in the morning. He had slipped out of bed later, finished the dregs of the wine, and smoked a few more cigarettes before crawling back in beside her warm, sleeping body. He wished he had arranged his life so someone was always there beside him. If anyone could have been that someone, it would have been Virginia. He knew about her other times, the nights she drank too much in city bars and brought home strangers. She didn't talk about it, but the years had marked her more than they should have. He wondered if they could make it work. Sell everything, buy a house in the country, grow potatoes, but it wouldn't last. They would get on each other's nerves after a month, and she had her mother, her job, and he had his stamps. No one knew about the stamps, not even his sister. His father's collection, not officially part of the estate, was worth a small fortune. He had sold a few here and there when cash was short. The market was low now, but soon he would have to part with them. Maybe those special ones, the Norway No. 1, to buy a round for all the beers he'd bummed. He imagined 2 cottages in the country, close to each other, plus one for Virginia's mother, one for her daughter Lena, a whole village. Virginia had said she was only happy with him. Lackey wasn't sure he knew how to be happy, but she was the only person he wanted to be with. Why couldn't they make it work? He set the ashtray on his stomach, flicked ash, and inhaled. Jacques had been the only person he truly counted as a friend. The absence of a body made it worse. There should be a funeral, a corpse to look at and say goodbye to. Tears welled in his eyes. People threw the word friend around so carelessly. He had had one, and he had been taken by a cold-blooded killer. Why did that kid have to kill Jacques? He knew Gosta wasn't lying about what he saw, but it all seemed so meaningless. Drugs must have been involved. Jacques must have crossed the wrong person. But why hadn't he said anything? Lacka emptied the ashtray, stowed the wine bottle in the pantry, and dressed. He threw a kiss to Virginia through the Ica window as he passed, and she smiled back. On the way home, he saw a boy struggling with 2 heavy paper bags. Lacka commented on the load, and the boy shrugged it off. He looked so happy, so at peace with his burden. That was how you should be. In the courtyard he lingered, hoping to run into the man who had bought him the whiskeys, but he hadn't seen him in days. Lacka glanced up at the covered windows of the apartment where he thought the man lived, probably in there drinking. He could ring the bell. Maybe another day. As dusk fell, Tommy and his mother walked to the graveyard. His father's grave was just inside the dike bordering Racksta Lake. His mother was quiet until they reached the road parallel to the lake, and then she spoke, hesitating, about Staffan noticing something missing from his apartment. Tommy said he knew where it was. She pressed him, and he told her flatly, it was in the bushes under the balcony. His mother pressed him for an explanation. How had the trophy ended up there? Tommy didn't answer directly. Instead, as they approached the snow-covered wall of the graveyard, with a soft red glow of grave lanterns illuminating the pine trees from below. He asked if she had a light. She confirmed she had a lighter, and then started to ask again how it had happened. He cut her off. He had dropped it. Once inside the gate, Tommy stopped to study the map, noting the sections marked with letters. His father was in section D. The thought struck him as morbid, almost absurd. The whole process of cremation, saving ashes, burying them, and then labeling the spot Grave 104, section D. It had been nearly 3 years. His memories of the funeral were fuzzy: the coffin, the alternating crying and singing. He remembered wearing shoes too big for him, his father's shoes, and how his feet had slipped around in them on the way home. He had been afraid of the coffin, staring at it the whole time, convinced his father would rise from it, changed into something terrible. For 2 weeks after the funeral, he had been terrified of zombies. In the dark, he would scan the shadows, certain he would see the shriveled figure from the hospital bed coming at him with outstretched arms. The terror had only stopped after they interred the urn. It had been just him, his mother, a gravedigger, and a minister. The gravedigger had carried the little wooden box with a dignified stride while the minister comforted his mother. The whole thing had seemed ridiculous, that this box, this ceremony, had anything to do with his father. It was a joke. But over time, his relationship with the grave had shifted. Now he sometimes came alone, sitting by the headstone, and tracing his fingers over the carved letters of his father's name. That was what he came for, not the box in the ground, but the name, the distorted person in the hospital bed, the ashes. None of that was his father, but the name referred to the person he remembered. His mother remarked on how beautiful it was. Tommy looked out over the graveyard. Small candles flickered everywhere, like a city viewed from above, with dark figures moving among the headstones. His mother walked toward his father's grave, lantern swinging. He watched her thin back and felt a sudden, unexpected sadness, not for himself or for her, but for everyone. All these people walking here with their flickering lights, shadows sitting by headstones, touching inscriptions. It was just so stupid. Dead is dead. Gone. Still, he walked over and crouched beside his mother while she lit the lantern. He didn't want to touch the letters with her there. They sat for a while, watching the weak flicker make the marble shading crawl and shift. Tommy felt only embarrassment that he went along with this pretend play. After a minute, he stood and started heading home. His mother followed. A little too soon in his opinion. She could have stayed, cried her eyes out, sat there all night. She caught up and took his arm. He let her. They walked side by side, looking out over Rackstad Lake, where ice had begun to form. If the cold held, you'd be able to skate in a few days. A thought ran through his head like a stubborn guitar riff. Dead is dead. His mother shivered and pressed against him, saying it was awful. He asked what she meant. She mentioned Staffan telling her something terrible about the house that burned down in Angby, the woman who... He said he had heard about it. She told him about the autopsy, how she found such things awful. He agreed absently. A duck walked on the thin ice toward the open water near a drain. Tommy wondered where the drain led. Did it come from the crematorium? His mother didn't know, but she asked if he wanted to hear more. He said yes, and she told him as they walked home through the woods. He became so interested, asking questions she couldn't answer, that she regretted bringing it up at all. Later that evening, Tommy sat on a crate in the shelter, turning the little pistol-shooting statuette over in his hands. He placed it on top of 3 cassette boxes like a trophy, stolen from a policeman. He locked the shelter back up and sat in the clubhouse, still thinking about what his mother had told him. Then he heard tentative footsteps in the corridor, a whispered voice. He got up, opened the door, and found Oscar looking nervous. Oscar held out a note, the money he owed. Tommy pocketed it and invited him in. Oscar hesitated, but Tommy insisted he had something to ask. Oscar sat on the couch, hands clasped. Tommy flopped into the armchair and told him he was a smart guy. Then he asked about the house that burned down in Angby, the old woman who ran out into the garden in flames. Oscar confirmed he'd read about it. Tommy asked if he'd seen anything about the autopsy. Oscar hadn't. Tommy explained no smoke in her lungs. Oscar understood what that meant. She hadn't been breathing. Tommy pressed him. "When do you stop breathing?" "When you're dead," Oscar eagerly elaborated, talking about how autopsies are standard in fire cases to make sure the fire wasn't set to cover up a murder. Tommy cut him off, reframing the question if there was no smoke in her lungs, but she still managed to get out into the garden and run around before dying. How could that be? Oscar suggested she might have held her breath, but then dismissed that idea. He knew you couldn't do that. Tommy pushed him to explain. Oscar thought hard and concluded that either the autopsy was a mistake, or she was running around even though she was already dead. Tommy nodded, and agreed he didn't think those professionals made those kinds of mistakes. Oscar started to object, but Tommy cut him off with a flat statement. "Dead is dead." He pulled a thread from the armchair, rolled it into a ball and flicked it away. "At least that's what we like to think," he added. The cold had settled into Morgan's bones like a permanent resident. The frigid spell had arrived alongside the submarine's grounding, and each day since had only grown more bitter. He loved his old cowboy boots, but they offered no room for thick socks, and there was a hole in one sole besides. He could have warmed himself with 100-kroner Chinese takeaway, but he'd rather endure the chill. It was 9:30 in the morning, and he was trudging home from the subway after a fruitless visit to the junkyard in Ulvasunda. Business was slow, no work, no winter boots this year. He'd had coffee with the office guys, surrounded by spare parts and pin-up calendars, and then headed back. Larry emerged from between the high-rises, wearing his usual expression of grim resignation. Morgan hailed him with a teasing greeting, and Larry nodded curtly, as if he'd expected this encounter all along. They exchanged complaints about their respective miseries, and Larry announced he was heading to the hospital to visit Herbert. Morgan declined. He wasn't in the mood for that kind of downer. Last time, Herbert had mistaken him for his mother and demanded a story. Morgan had obliged with Goldilocks, but today he wasn't up for it. They continued walking, the underpass where Jock had disappeared looming ahead. Larry tried to steer the conversation toward safer ground, mentioning the newspaper's report that the Prime Minister claimed the Russians had nuclear weapons on the grounded submarine. Morgan dismissed it with a shrug. Larry insisted he wasn't a communist, and Morgan shot back that he wasn't one either. They fell into an old familiar argument about politics, using it as a shield to avoid thinking about what lay ahead. But as they passed under the bridge, their voices died away. Both stopped, each convinced the other had halted first. They stared at the snow-covered piles that had once been leaves, their shapes unsettling in the pale light. Morgan shoved his hands deeper into his pockets, stomping his feet. Gosta was the only one who could do anything. They looked toward Gosta's apartment curtainless, windows streaked with dirt. Larry offered cigarettes, and they lit up, smoking in silence as they contemplated the snowdrifts. Children's voices broke through their thoughts. A group of kids carrying skates and helmets marched past in orderly formation, led by a man with a military bearing. Morgan recognized one from his building and called out a joke about going off to war. The kid shook his head but kept marching, afraid to break rank. They headed toward the hospital. Morgan ground out his cigarette and shouted a mock warning about an airborne attack. Larry chuckled and shook his head, remarking on the teacher's old-fashioned style. He invited Morgan to come along, but Morgan declined. They parted ways. Oscar walked beside his teacher, needing to talk to someone, anyone. He would have switched groups if he could, but Johnny and Micah had chosen the walking group today, whispering and glancing his way. He stayed close to Marie-Louise, unsure whether he was seeking protection or just a grown-up to confide in. He had been going steady with Eli for 5 days now. They met every evening, and Oscar told his mother he was going to see Johan. Last night, Eli had come through his window again. They had lain awake for hours, telling stories that wove together, and fallen asleep in each other's arms. By morning, Eli was gone. In his pocket, alongside the old worn note, was a new one he'd found on his desk, a quote from Romeo and Juliet. He'd checked the book out from the library and liked it, even though some of the language was beyond him. Ahead, Johnny, Mickey, and the girls trailed 20 meters behind. They passed China Park, where daycare children were sledding, their cries cutting through the cold air. Oscar kicked at a clump of snow and asked his teacher how you know when you're in love. She paused, pushing her hands into her coat pockets and glancing at the sky. Oscar wondered if she was thinking about that creepy man who sometimes waited for her at school. She answered carefully, saying, "It's when you know or truly believe that this is the person you always want to be with." Oscar pressed, "When you feel you can't live without them?" She agreed, comparing it to Romeo and Juliet. He admitted he'd read it, not seen it. Then he asked, his voice dropping, "What if it's two guys?" She explained that friendship is also a form of love, and that two men could love each other that way too. He pressed further, and she lowered her voice, saying they could talk more about it another time. They walked in silence for a few paces, arriving at the hill leading down to Kvarnviken Bay Ghost Hill. His teacher drew in the scent of pine forest and spoke of forming a covenant with someone, a union that existed just between the two of you. Oscar nodded, the girls' voices drawing closer. He walked so close to his teacher that their coats touched, and he asked if you could be both a boy and a girl at the same time or neither. The teacher started to explain that it wasn't possible for people, though some animals could be both. But before she could finish, Michelle rushed up with a squeaky complaint Johnny had put snow down her back. Within moments, the other girls converged on the teacher, all talking at once about what Johnny and Mika had done. Oscar slowed, letting the group pull ahead. He turned and saw Johnny and Mick at the top of the hill, waving at him. He didn't wave back. Instead, he grabbed a thick branch from the side of the path, stripping the smaller twigs from it as he walked. He passed the haunted house, a giant corrugated iron warehouse that looked out of place among the trees, its walls sprayed with a taunting question about someone's moped. The girls and the teacher ran ahead, playing tag along the path by the water. Oscar didn't try to catch up. He knew Johnny and Mickey were behind him, and he gripped his stick tighter. The day was pleasant. The ice had been forming for days, thick enough now that the skating group could venture out under Mr. Vila's supervision. Oscar had considered switching groups, rushing home for his skates, but they were 2 years old and probably wouldn't fit anymore. Besides, he was scared of the ice. He remembered being at the dock in Sodersvik with his father, watching him check the fish traps. His father had fallen through the ice, and for a terrifying second his head had disappeared beneath the surface. Oscar had been alone, screaming for help. His father had managed to haul himself out with an ice pick, but the memory had lingered. Oscar had never liked going out on the ice since. Then someone grabbed his arms. He turned his head, saw that his teacher and the girls had vanished around a bend in the path. Johnny announced that Piggy was going to take a bath. Oscar tightened his grip on the stick, his only chance. They dragged him down toward the ice, ignoring his protests. He was on the ice now, with nothing to brace against. They pulled him backward toward the sauna bathing hole. He could see the open water gaping darkly just a few steps away. He screamed for help, but the figures on the ice were too far away to hear. Johnny dismissed his cries. Oscar tensed every muscle and flung himself sideways, twisting violently. Mick lost his grip, and Oscar swung the stick hard against Johnny's shin. Johnny let go with a howl, and Oscar fell to the ice. He scrambled up, standing at the edge of the hole, stick held in both hands. Johnny approached slowly, pointing at the stick and threatening him. Oscar swung when Johnny was within reach, striking him squarely on the ear. Johnny collapsed, howling in pain. Mick backed away, protesting that they'd just been having fun. Oscar swung the stick at him, growling, and Mick fled. Oscar stood over Johnny, who lay curled up, whimpering, blood trickling through his fingers. Oscar felt a surge of nausea. He hadn't meant to hurt him that badly. He crouched down, steadying himself on the stick, and saw Johnny as he truly was: small, vulnerable, unable to defend himself. The thought flickered through his mind. He could hit him again and end it. But the rush faded, replaced by sickness. He pulled off his shoe, removed his sock, and pressed it into Johnny's hand. Johnny took it, clutching it to his ear. Oscar looked up and saw a grown-up on skates approaching. Then he heard screams from the children near the hospital, shrill, panic screams that grew in volume. The approaching skater stopped, then turned and skated back. Oscar knelt beside Johnny, asking if he could walk. Johnny opened his mouth to answer, and a stream of yellow-white liquid gushed out, splattering onto Oscar's hand. Oscar dropped the stick and ran for help.
The screams intensified. Oscar ran toward them.
Mr. Villa loved ice skating. He cherished the long Swedish winters, had completed the Vasa cross-country ski race 10 years in a row, and whenever the outer archipelago froze, he drove out to skate alone by moonlight. The rhythmic scrape of blades, the leaden gleam of the ice, the infinite stars, the cold wind. Life could not be bigger. A little boy tugged at his pant leg, needing to pee. Vila pointed to the trees, and the boy squinted skeptically but scared it off. Vila counted his charges 9, plus the one peeing.
10.
Then he saw movement near Kvarnviken, a group of bodies converging on an opening in the ice. One of them held a stick. The stick swung, a boy fell, and a howl carried across the ice. Vila checked his group and skated swiftly toward the scene, but as he moved, he heard a piercing scream from his own group. He spun around, skating toward the source. More screams joined in. He saw a woman from the hospital hurrying down toward the ice. Vila arrived to find children gathered around a network of branches, screaming and pointing. He skated closer, saw a lump frozen in the ice brown, with a red line on one side. Ahead, only the top and forehead were visible. The boy he'd sent to pee was sitting nearby, sobbing, explaining that he'd run into it. Vila ordered everyone back to shore, blew his whistle to stop the screaming. The children obeyed. The one lingered, curious. Vila sent the woman for help, counted the children, and found one missing. The boy who discovered the head was still sitting on the ice. Vila glided out, lifted the boy gently, and carried him to shore.
In the hospital room, Hakan lay in a fog of pain and confusion.
He'd been drifting in and out of consciousness for days, operated on, sedated. That morning, he'd explored his new face with his functioning hand, feeling the contours under the bandages. He no longer had a face. Hakan Benson no longer existed, just an unidentified body in a hospital bed. They might connect him to the murders, but not to his past life, not to Eli. A policeman pulled up a chair beside his bed, asking how he felt.
Hakan couldn't answer. He had no mouth to speak with.
The officer pressed, asking if he could nod or raise his hand. Hakan retreated into thoughts of Dante's hell, of limbo, of the great souls without knowledge of Christ. The officer spoke again, expressing interest in his identity. Hakan tuned him out, wondering which circle of hell Dante himself had gone to. The policeman leaned in closer, pressing his case. He assured Hakan they would identify him eventually, but cooperation would save them all time and effort. Hakan tuned him out, retreating into the thought that no one missed him. No one knew him. They could try all they liked. A nurse interrupted, calling the officer to the phone. He rose, paused at the door, and promised he'd be back.
Hakan turned his attention to more pressing matters. Which circle of hell awaited him?
The 7th circle was for child murderers, but perhaps the first for those who sinned for love was more fitting. The sodomites had their own circle, of course. He reasoned that you likely ended up in the circle corresponding to your worst crime. After that, you could sin freely in lesser circles without making things worse. The spiral of hell whirled before his mind's eye. The funnel, Cerberus, the violent men and bitter women in their boiling pots and fire rain, wandering aimlessly. One thing he was certain of, he would never end up in the lowest circle, the frozen sea where Lucifer chewed on Judas and Brutus. That was for traitors. The door opened again with its sucking sound. The policeman returned, settling beside the bed. He reported that another body had been found down by the lake in Blackburg. Same rope. Hakan's body jerked involuntarily at the name. The officer noted the reaction, pressing him on where he lived. The memory of his sloppy disposal of the man by the hospital flooded back. He'd screwed up. The officer left him with a final offer. Think about cooperating. It would be easier that way. A nurse took the officer's place, watching. Hakan began to thrash his head from side to side, reaching for the respirator tube. The nurse pulled his hand away, warning him that they would restrain him if he tried again. She made it clear his life was their job, regardless of what he'd done. He'd better cooperate. Hakan felt the weight of those words. Cooperate. Cooperate. He was no longer a person, just a project. He called out silently for Eli. Oscar heard his mother's voice as soon as he entered the stairwell, angry on the phone. He stopped outside the door, listening. She was talking about the school calling, about what she'd done wrong, about the fact that his boy didn't have a father. He unlocked the door and stepped inside. His mother told him he'd have to talk to his father about it, then continued her agitated conversation. Oscar went to his room, lay down, and pressed his hands over his face. His heart pounded in his skull. He had seen a dead person today, the first time in his life. His mother opened the door and told him his father wanted to speak with him. He took the receiver and heard the distant voice of the marine weather report, reciting lighthouses and wind conditions. He waited in silence, then whispered to his mother that it was the weather report. She sighed and left for the kitchen. He sat in the hall chair, listening alongside his father. He knew his dad wouldn't be able to talk until the report was over. It was sacred, a ritual from his seafaring days.
The voice finished with Alma Grundet and the Aland Sea warning of gale force winds.
Oscar said hello, and his dad responded, distracted, confirming the forecast. They exchanged pleasantries, and then his father brought up Johnny. Oscar acknowledged the concussion. His father offered a story about a man named Harry who'd been struck in the head and recovered, though he'd died later of unrelated causes. Oscar hoped Johnny would be similarly lucky. His father asked if he wanted to come out to see him this weekend. Oscar agreed to Saturday morning. His father promised to take an eider duck out of the freezer. Oscar whispered a request for no shot last fall. He'd broken a tooth on a pellet. His father laughed and promised to check carefully. He asked about the moped, and his father confirmed it was running. They made plans for Oscar to take the 10 o'clock bus, with his father meeting him on the moped. Oscar asked if his father would talk more to his mother, but the answer was no. Oscar could relay their plans. They said their goodbyes. Oscar sat for a moment, imagining the moped ride, the mini skis, the duck with rowanberry jelly. Only one night away from Eli. He packed his workout gear and his knife. He had a plan. As he stood in the hall putting on his coat, his mother emerged, drying her hands. She asked what his father had said. He told her. He was going to his place on Saturday. She pressed about the other thing, the Johnny situation, but Oscar said he had to go work out. She asked where, and he told her the pool. She looked worried, told him to be careful, asked if he had his hat. He assured her he did, kissed her cheek, and left. He glanced up at the window as he walked out. She was standing there, hands in her apron pocket. He waved. She waved back slowly. He cried half the way to the pool. The gang stood assembled in the stairwell outside Gosta's door. Lack, Virginia, Morgan, Larry, Carlson. No one wanted to be the one to ring the bell, as if that would make them responsible. The smell of urine was already thick in the air. Morgan made a comment about Carlson's earmuffs, and Carlson reluctantly removed them, insisting that Larry should do the honors since he'd been the one to see it. Larry sighed and rang the bell. A yowl from inside, then a thud. He cleared his throat, feeling like a cop with the whole gang behind him. Shuffling steps approached, and a voice asked if someone was all right. The door opened, and the wave of stench hit Larry full force. Gosta stood there, dressed in a worn shirt, vest, and tie, with an orange and white striped cat tucked under his arm. They exchanged greetings. Larry asked if Gosta knew what had happened. Gosta said no. Larry told him they'd found Jock today. Gosta repeated the news slowly, as if processing. Larry hesitated, not knowing how to continue. Larry turned to his companions, seeking support, but only received an encouraging nod from Morgan. He couldn't stand out here like some official representative delivering an ultimatum. There was only one way forward. However much he disliked it, he asked if they could come in. He had expected resistance. Gosta wasn't used to 5 people dropping by like this, but Gosta simply nodded and backed into the hall, letting them in. Larry hesitated. The smell from inside was almost physical, hovering in the air like something viscous. During that moment of hesitation, Lack stepped forward, followed by Virginia. Lack scratched the cat still cradled in Gosta's arms and asked its name. "Thisbe," Gosta said as she,
"O Pyramus."
One by one they filed through the door, breathing through their mouths. After a minute, they gave up on holding the stench at bay and began to relax into it. Cats were shooed off the couch and armchair, chairs were brought in from the kitchen, and vodka, grape tonic and glasses appeared on the table. After a few minutes of small talk about cats and the weather, Gosta asked if they'd found Jock. Larry finished his drink, feeling the warmth ease his task. He poured another and confirmed it. Jock's body had been found frozen in the ice by the hospital. He described the scene: the circus of police, ambulance, fire truck. Gosta interrupted. Confused? Had Jock drowned? Larry explained that the police had thought so at first, until they saw the rope and stones wrapped around the body. Someone had tried to dump him there. Gosta waved his hand as if pushing away an invisible dog, his drink sloshing onto the rug. He pressed Larry about a boy bleeding from his head, but Morgan dismissed it as unrelated. Larry continued. Once they got Jock up on land, he'd recognized the clothes, and the police had become intensely interested, cordoning off the area. It was clear Jock had been murdered. Gosta leaned back, covering his eyes. Virginia patted his knee. Morgan poured himself another drink, pointing out that now they knew Jock was murdered, which changed things. Carlson started to speak about the Swedish judicial system, but Morgan cut him off, asking if he could smoke. Gosta nodded weakly. Lack leaned over, meeting Gosta's eye, and told him that his story should be told to the police. Gosta refused, his voice small. The room fell silent. Lack sighed, poured himself a drink, and took a big gulp, not wanting to force his friend. Carlson had ranted about legal duty back at the restaurant, but Lacka had no intention of sending the police to a friend like some squealer. A gray speckled cat pushed against his shins. He picked it up and stroked it absently. What did it matter? Jock was dead. Morgan walked to the window, asking if this was where Gosta had been standing when he saw it. Gosta confirmed it. Morgan nodded, remarking on the view. A tear ran down Lacka's cheek. Virginia squeezed his hand. He took another gulp to burn away the pain in his chest. Larry suggested they could tip off the police anonymously about the location, let them find fingerprints or whatever else they could. Carlson pointed out the problem. How would they explain where the information came from? Larry proposed an anonymous call. Gosta mumbled an apology from the couch. He was too scared. Morgan turned from the window, declaring that was that. They'd have to think of another way, a sketch, a call, something. He walked over to Gosta, nudged his foot, and told him to pull himself together. They'd take care of it. He clinked his glass against Gosta's and took a sip. They'd fix this thing, wouldn't they? Oscar had left the others outside the gym and started heading home when he heard her voice, Eli, emerging from the shadows of the school. She'd been sitting there, waiting. She'd heard him say goodbye to the others, heard them answer as if he was completely normal. The workout had gone well. He wasn't as weak as he'd thought, and Mr. Vila hadn't pressed him about what had happened on the ice. The gym was another world, separate from school, and Mick hadn't even been there. Was Mick scared of him now? The thought made his head spin. He walked over to meet Eli. They exchanged greetings. Their words of greeting switched without discussion. Eli wore a checkered shirt much too big for her, and she looked shrunken again, skin dry, face thinner, white hairs appearing. When healthy, she was the cutest girl he'd seen, but now she was something else, something you couldn't compare to anyone. He was grateful she hadn't appeared in front of the others. He asked how she was. So, she said. He asked if she wanted to do something. Of course. They walked home side by side. Oscar had a plan. They would enter into a pact together. If they did, Eli would become healthy. It was a magical thought, inspired by the books he'd read. Surely there was a little magic in the world. The people who denied it were the ones things went badly for. They walked into the yard. He touched Eli's shoulder. He suggested they check the rubbish room. She agreed. They entered through Eli's front door, and Oscar unlocked the basement door. He asked if she had a key of her own. She didn't think so. The basement entrance was pitch black, and the heavy door slammed shut behind them. They stood still, side by side, breathing in the dark. Oscar whispered that Johnny and Mick had tried to throw him into the ice hole today. Eli started to react, but he cut her off, telling her what he'd done, how he hit Johnny with a stick, made him bleed, sent him to the hospital. He'd won. A moment of silence, then Eli's quiet exclamation of approval. Oscar reached for the light switch, wanting to see her face. When the light came on, she was staring straight at him, and for a moment her pupils looked like the elliptical crystals from physics class, like a lizard's or a cat's. Then she blinked, and they were normal again. He brushed off her question about what he'd seen, and they moved on. He led her to the big item rubbish room, where the bag was nearly full. They rummaged through it together. Oscar found deposit bottles. Eli found a plastic sword. She suggested checking the next basement, but Oscar hesitated, worried about Tommy and his older friends. Eli pressed him. Were they dangerous? He shrugged and agreed to check it out. They moved through Oscar's building into the next basement corridor. As he stood with the key, about to unlock the last door, he hesitated again, imagining what could happen if they were caught. Eli held up the plastic sword, asking what was wrong. He said nothing, and unlocked the door. Music drifted from the storage unit. They were there. He whispered that they should leave, but Eli stopped, sniffing the air. She smelled paint and glue. Oscar couldn't detect it, but he knew what it meant. He turned to urge her on, but she was fiddling with the lock. Then, as he unlocked their path of retreat, the door fell shut behind them with a metallic clunk instead of its usual click. Back in their own basement, he told her about glue sniffing, how crazy those guys could get. He felt safe again. He knelt and counted the bottles, 14 beer bottles and a liquor bottle with no deposit. When he looked up, Eli was standing before him, plastic sword raised. He flinched instinctively, but she mumbled something and lowered the sword to his shoulder, dubbing him Johnny's Conqueror, Knight of Blackburg and surrounding areas Raxta, Angby maybe. She tapped his shoulder with each new territory. He pulled out his knife and proclaimed himself the Knight of Angby maybe, wanting her to be the maiden he'd rescue from the dragon. But she declared herself a terrible monster who ate maidens for lunch, and they fought, running and shouting through the corridors. In the middle of their game, they heard a scrape at the basement door. They dove into a cellar, pressing together in the cramped space, breathing quietly. A man's voice demanded to know what they were doing, then dismissed them as damn kids and left. They waited until they were sure he was gone, then crawled out, leaning against the wooden wall, giggling. Eli stretched out on the concrete floor, staring at the ceiling. Oscar touched her foot and asked if she was tired. She said yes. He pulled out his knife, heavy and beautiful. He pressed his finger against the tip, then harder, watching a pearl of blood form. This wasn't the right way, though. He asked Eli if she wanted to enter into a pact with him. She said yes without asking how. He gripped the knife with the edge against his palm, shut his eyes, and pulled. A stinging pain. He opened his eyes and saw the blood appear slowly, a string of pearls merging into a thicker mass. Eli lifted her head, asking what he was doing. He held out his bleeding hand. Her eyes widened, and she backed away, shaking her head, telling him no. He insisted it didn't hurt much, but she kept retreating. He held the knife out to her, handle first. She only needed to prick herself. She refused. He put the knife down to catch a drop of blood and pressed her again. She told him he would be infected. He dismissed her concern, but then something changed. A ghost flew into Eli's face, distorting her into something monstrous. Oscar jumped back, the pain in his hand intensifying. She crouched on all fours, staring at his bleeding hand, and crawled closer, then stopped, clenching her teeth, ordering him to leave. Tears filled his eyes as he begged her to stop playing. She crawled closer, contorted her body, and screamed at him to go or he would die. He backed away, knocking over the bottle bag, flattening himself against the wall. Eli crawled to the smear of blood on the floor and licked it, her tongue whisking across the dirty concrete. When she lifted her face, there was a gray smear of dirt on her nose. She begged him to leave, then the ghost flew into her face again, and she ran, disappearing into her stairwell. Oscar stood there, his damaged hand tightly wrapped, blood welling around the edges. He opened it, Looked at the cut deeper than intended, but not dangerous, he thought. He looked at the pale splotch on the floor, then gingerly licked a little of his own blood and spat it out. Nightlights. Tomorrow they would operate on his mouth and throat, trying to restore some ability to speak. His tongue still worked, moving in the sealed cavity of his mouth, but he had no intention of talking again. A woman police or nurse, he couldn't tell, sat in the corner, reading, keeping watch. He realized he was valuable to them, a project they were digging into. A policeman had taken his fingerprints yesterday. He hadn't resisted. They would likely link him to the murders in Vaxjo and Norrköping. The only thing that worried him was that they might track him to Eli. He remembered the notes in his letterbox, the threats. Someone from the post office had tipped off the neighbors about the mail he received. It took a month before he was fired from his teaching job. He hadn't fought it. The campaign against him escalated until someone threw a firebomb through his window. He'd escaped in his underpants and watched his life burn. Without insurance money, he'd drifted to Vaxjo, rented a room, and started drinking himself to death. He'd tried everything: acne solution, tread, stolen wine mix, and yeast. He'd been outside as much as possible, wanting people to see him die. In his drunken stupor, he'd fondled young boys, gotten beaten up, ended up in jail. He kept drinking. Then one evening, sitting on a bench by a playground with a bottle of half-fermented wine, Eli appeared beside him. Drunk as he was, he'd put a hand on her thigh. She let it stay there, took his head between her hands, turned it toward her, and told him he was going to be with her. The vodka had done its work, loosening his tongue and his inhibitions. Håkan had been too deep in the stupor to refuse anything. When the child on the bench beside him took his hand from her thigh, he felt the loss of warmth. Then she leaned forward and took his wine bottle, pouring its contents onto the ground, dismissing it as she spoke. She explained the new arrangement in a calm, clear tone that cut through the fog in his head. He was going to stop drinking, she told him. He was going to be with her, help her, because she needed him, and she would help him in return. When she held out her hand, the gesture felt absolute, like a contract he was signing by simply reaching for it. He took it, and the pair got up and left together. He stopped drinking. He entered her service completely. She gave him money for clothes and a new apartment, and he obeyed without questioning if what he was doing was good or evil. He didn't think about morality or consequences. She was beautiful, and she had given him back a sense of purpose, something that felt like dignity after the years of degradation. In rare moments, there was even a shred of tenderness. A sound intruded, the rustle of pages turning as the night guard shifted in her chair. He could picture her reading something cheap and forgettable. She probably didn't know her job was based on a philosopher's ideal of the most educated citizens. Not in this country, not in this year. They were more likely reading a popular thriller. His thoughts drifted to the corpse he'd sunk in the water. He'd been clumsy, careless. Eli had told him to bury it, but he hadn't. Still, nothing about that body would trace back to her. The bite on its neck was unusual, but the water would have washed away the blood. They'd assume a simple attack. The man's clothing, though, the light pink top. He remembered pulling it from the body, the slick feel of it. He should have destroyed it, burned it, or left it somewhere far away. Instead, he'd stupidly tucked it inside the coat. Now it was evidence. A child's bloodied shirt. Someone might have seen Eli wearing it. Someone could connect it, if the image got around. If someone she'd met before recognized it. The thought struck him cold. Oscar! The boy next door. The fear snapped through him like a physical shock, his body twisting involuntarily in the bed. The guard looked up, her attention caught by his movement. She warned him not to do anything foolish, a hollow command. Eli moved silently through the night, crossing the street and entering a courtyard dominated by tall, shadowy apartment blocks. The gymnasium was lit up, music thumping from within. He climbed the fire escape, peering through the window at a group of middle-aged women exercising, their bodies shifting and bouncing to the beat. From his perch, he watched the movement, the blood flowing through their muscles, warm and alive, but there were too many of them. He dropped down from the ladder and circled the building. Coming to the pool, large frosted windows glowed, but a smaller pane of clear glass above them offered a view inside. He jumped, catching the roof's edge to pull himself up and look. The pool was empty. The halogen lights shimmered on the still water, a few balls floating lazily in the middle. The image of play, of splashing and laughter flickered in his mind. He let go, landing hard on purpose, letting the impact sting his feet. He kept moving, crossing the schoolyard to the path leading into the park. He stopped under a tall tree, the trunk smooth and straight, leading up 5 meters to the branches. He kicked off his shoes. He focused, imagining a change. The transformation was familiar now, the stretch and crackle of bone as his fingers and toes elongated into sharp, curving claws. The new shape settled in, a simple shift that felt almost natural. He leaped, digging his claws into the bark and scrambling up to a branch that hung out over the path. He settled in, curling his clawed feet around it, and waited. His teeth ached as the sharpened points extended, the enamel growing and honing itself to a fine edge. He tested them with his tongue, the points like needles. He waited. The room was suffocating, the air thick with a cocktail of alcohol, smoke, and animal stench. They'd been drinking for hours. 2 bottles were gone, another opened. In the haze, everyone was declaring their admiration for Gosta. Virginia had been pacing herself, knowing she had to work tomorrow. She was also the only one who seemed to still be registering the oppressive smell of the apartment, the layers of cat piss and stale air. She stood by the window, gesturing for permission to open it. Gosta mumbled something about the cats escaping, but she assured him she would watch them. After a few mechanical shakes of his head, he gave in. She pushed the window open and took a deep, cleansing breath, the cold air a balm to her lungs. On the couch, Lackey, who had been sinking without her support, suddenly sat up. He was talking about Jock, his voice thick with drink. He made a fist and shook it, explaining that a real friend was everything worth more than the hollow words of everyone else. He pointedly dismissed the others' offers of comfort. They had nothing, he insisted. They were empty. Now that Jock was gone, he had nothing. He didn't want to hear about loss. Virginia tried to reach him, to remind him she was there. She crouched beside him, speaking his name softly. He turned on her, his words a blur of anger and accusation, saying she was cold, and that she brought random men home from the city, that she let them use her. He had a real friend, a special bond, and the others couldn't understand it. Tears stung Virginia's eyes. She stood, slapped him, and ran out of the apartment, the door banging behind her. Lack, thrown off balance, slumped into Gosta, who mumbled about the open window. Morgan shut it, and offered a dry comment that Lack likely wouldn't see her again. Lack realized what he'd said, the sharp accusation repeating in his head. Did he say that? He scrambled to his feet and rushed to the door, driven by panic. Morgan waved him on, telling him to hurry. He flew down the stairs, his legs unsteady, the patterned steps a blur. He tripped on a landing, his elbow cracking against a hard corner, pain lancing up his arm. He pushed himself up and kept going, his lungs burning. He was chasing a life his own. Virginia walked away from the building, refusing to look back. Sobs wrapped her body as she half ran, the tears freezing on her cheeks. She hugged herself, arms tight against her stomach, the physical ache mirroring the one inside her. She let people in, and they hurt you. It was a lesson she'd learned, which was why she kept her relationships brief. Keeping people out prevented them from wounding you. As long as you had no hope, you could manage the pain. But with Lackey, she had hoped. She'd believed something was building between them, that eventually he would see her as more than someone who fed him and kept him warm. The illusion shattered. He didn't care about her at all. She walked hunched, sorrow weighing her down, imagining the grief as a physical demon at her back. She steeled herself, vowing never again to let this happen. Then it landed on her. A heavy weight slammed into her back, sending her sprawling into the snow. The bitter cold of the slush met her tear-streaked cheek. For a second, she thought it was the demon she'd imagined. Then a sharp, searing pain tore through her throat, teeth sinking in. She scrambled to her feet, twisting, trying to shake the creature off. It clung, its jaws working at her neck. Blood streamed down her chest. She screamed, falling again, but it was still there. A hand clamped over her mouth, claws digging into her cheek. The chewing stopped, replaced by a wet sucking sound. Liquid poured over her eye. She didn't know if it was tears or blood. Lack emerged from the building just in time to see the dark shape ahead of him. He ran, his chest heaving, his injured elbow sending waves of pain into his shoulder. Fear drove him forward. At the bend where Jock's path met the path to Virginia's home, he saw her, a distant silhouette. He inhaled to shout her name. Then a shadow fell from a tree above her, struck her, and sent her crashing to the ground. His shout died in his throat. He pushed his legs harder, desperate to reach her. She stood, a dark lump on her back, and spun wildly before collapsing again. He had no plan, he just had to get there. He slammed his foot into the creature on her back, his boot connecting with something hard that cracked. The thing was knocked off, landing beside her in the snow. Virginia lay motionless, dark stains blooming around her. The creature sat up. It was a child, a beautiful child, with a veil of dark hair. Enormous eyes met his. Then it crouched, preparing to lunge. Its lips peeled back, revealing rows of sharp teeth that gleamed. He saw the claws on its fingers, distinct against the snow. For a frozen moment, they were locked in a stare. Then a grimace of pain crossed the child's face. It rose on two legs and fled toward the school, disappearing into the shadows within seconds. Lack stood frozen for a moment, the sweat stinging his eyes. He blinked it away, then dropped to his knees beside Virginia. The wound was horrifying. Her throat was torn open, dark blood streaking up into her hair and down her back. He moved without thinking, stripping off his jacket and the sweater underneath, bundling the fabric into a tight wad. He pressed it hard against the gash, his hands slick with her blood. He finally found his voice, the words tumbling out in a desperate rush. Her name, endearments, declarations of love that he'd held back for too long. Saturday morning arrived cold and clear. Oscar was on the bus, the route as familiar as his own heartbeat. He'd traveled this road countless times with his mother, and alone for the last 3 years. He had his own prepaid ticket book now, and a wallet that held 20 kroner for sweets and the folded notes from Eli. He picked at the bandage on his palm, a nervous habit. He didn't want to see her anymore. She frightened him. What had happened in the basement had revealed something monstrous beneath her pretty face. His mother had always warned him about dangers, heights, fire, broken glass, snakes. She would have recognized the same threat in Eli and forbidden him from going near her. Maybe that was why he'd never wanted them to meet. The bus wound through the familiar landscape, past the sawmill's mountain of timber, sliding around a sharp bend toward the pier. He'd avoided Eli on Friday evening, taking the snow racer to Ghost Hill instead. His mother had protested, worried about his cold, but he'd insisted he felt better. He walked through China Park, the snow racer on his back. The sledding hill began 100 meters past the last park light, plunging into dark forest. The snow crunched underfoot, and the trees whispered like breathing. Moonlight cast shifting shadows that seemed to sway like waiting figures. At the crest of the hill, he settled onto the racer. The ghost house loomed beside him, a black wall warning him away. This was their place now, and if he wanted to play, he'd have to play with them. Below, the lights of the boat club flickered. He pushed off. The incline caught him, and he shot forward, the speed building. He gripped the steering wheel, afraid to close his eyes and veer off into the darkness. The ghost house reached out with snow-covered arms, brushing his cheek. Then he hit something, a thin, filmy barrier stretched across the path. It clung to his face and body, stretching, until it burst, and he was through. At the bottom, he sat and stared at the frozen bay, the spot where he'd knocked Johnny down. The ghost house was just a shabby shed. He pulled the racer back up and slid down again, over and over, until his face was numb and frozen.
He walked home, his mind churning. That night, he'd slept fitfully, afraid Eli would come, afraid of what he'd have to say to push her away. On the bus to Nortalgie, exhaustion finally claimed him. When he woke, they were there. On the Rabmanso bus, he forced himself to stay awake, playing a memory game predicting the landmarks before they appeared. A yellow house with a windmill. Then it passed by. A girl got on in Spiller's Boda, and for a moment, his heart seized. She looked a little like Eli. But it wasn't her. He stared at her neck anyway, his thoughts spiraling. The cellar. The blood on the floor, the way she'd licked it up, the words she'd made him say, "Can I come in? Say I can come in." She needed an invitation. A vampire. A being that lived on blood. He couldn't tell anyone who would believe him, and if they did, what would they do? His imagination conjured a grim parade, a caravan of men marching through Blackburg, stakes in hand, heading for her door. He was afraid of her, didn't want to see her, but he didn't want that either. The bus reached Sodersvik. He waited for an old lady to disembark, then climbed down to meet his father. This past week had made him feel bigger, almost adult, but that feeling evaporated as he stood before his dad. His mother called his father immature, but to Oscar, he was the image of adulthood, broad-armed and steady. He fell into the embrace, breathing in the familiar scent of wood, paint, metal, and oil, the smell of his dad. It was home. His father asked about the trip. Oscar joked about running into an elk, and his father launched into a familiar story about a truck accident. Oscar listened, humming, looking around as they walked past the tawdry summer storefronts, the closed-up tents, the empty rows of mailboxes. They reached the moped as the story ended. Oscar climbed onto the trailer, tucking his legs in. His father offered him a cap for the cold ride, but Oscar had his own. His father laughed, saying he was used to the cold. The moped roared to life, a chainsaw's scream cutting through the cold air. His father shouted something about the idle as he kicked it into first gear. The machine lurched forward, nearly throwing Oscar off the trailer, and his father yelled again about the gears. Then they were moving. Second gear. Third. The town flew past as Oscar sat cross-legged in the clattering trailer, the wind whipping his face. He felt like a king surveying his domain, and in that moment, he wished the ride would never end. The doctor's explanation was clinical, precise. The fumes had destroyed his vocal cords, and normal speech was likely impossible. A future operation might allow him to produce basic vowel sounds, but consonants would require more surgery. His tongue and lips were too damaged. As a former teacher of language, Hakan found a clinical fascination in the idea speech reconstructed with a scalpel. He understood the mechanics of phonemes, the building blocks of sound, but he'd never considered the physical tools, the palate, the lips, the tongue as objects to be surgically repaired. It was all meaningless, though. He had no intention of speaking. He suspected the doctor was offering this future to combat his suicidal state, to give him a thread of hope to follow. He didn't buy it. If Eli needed him, he might consider living. Otherwise there was no point, and nothing suggested she needed him. But how would she even reach him here? He was high up, guarded constantly. Beyond the doctors and nurses, a policeman was always nearby. Escape was impossible. The thought had crossed his mind to get out, to find her one last time, but it was just a thought. The throat surgery had freed him from the respirator, but he still couldn't eat normally. The feeding tube was a constant presence, and pulling it out would trigger an alarm. His vision was poor, his face a ruin. The idea of escape was academic. A plastic surgeon had grafted skin from his back onto his eyelid, allowing him to close his eye. He did so, shutting out the world. The door opened. He recognized the voice. The same policeman. He announced that Hakan's inability to speak was a setback, but he hoped they could still communicate. He pointed out that Hakan could now close his eye, which was progress. The policeman's tone shifted, growing more direct. He explained that they would identify him, citing the watch they'd recovered, an older model with traceable serial numbers.
It was only a matter of time. They'd track him down, photograph him, plaster his image across the papers if necessary. The man called him Max, a provisional name, and asked if he wanted to cooperate. He mentioned the Morse code paper found in Hakon's pocket, suggesting they could communicate by tapping. Hakon opened his eye, focusing on the blurry shape of the man's face. The policeman took this as a cue to press further. He asked about the man in the water, the bite marks. He suggested Hakon was protecting someone and asked him to raise his hand if that was true. Hakon shut his eye. The policeman sighed, saying they'd let the machine keep working. As he rose to leave, Hakon lifted his hand. The policeman sat back down, waiting. Hakon raised his hand higher and waved. "Goodbye." The policeman snorted, stood up, and left. Virginia's injuries were superficial enough for discharge. She left the hospital on Friday afternoon with 14 stitches and bandages on her neck and cheek. She refused Lake's offer to stay with her, insisting she'd be fine on her own. She went to bed that night determined to work Saturday morning. She couldn't afford to miss a shift. Sleep came hard, plagued by memories of the attack. She kept imagining dark shapes emerging from the shadows, falling on her. Her throat itched under the bandage. Around 2 a.m, hunger drove her to the kitchen. She opened the refrigerator, but nothing appealed to her. Out of habit, she set out bread, butter, cheese, and milk. She made a sandwich and poured a glass of milk. But when she looked at the food, it seemed revolting. She threw it out, pouring the milk down the sink. She tried a glass of white wine, but the smell repulsed her. Water was the next attempt, but it tasted stale, flat, as if something vital had been removed. She went back to bed, restless, finally falling asleep near dawn. She woke at 10:30, horrified. She should have been at work hours ago. Why hadn't they called? Then she remembered the phone ringing in her dreams. It had stopped, and she'd slept through it. She dressed quickly in the dim room and went to the window, pulling up the blinds. The light hit her like a physical blow. She stumbled back, dropping the cords. The blinds clattered down, stopping crooked. A single beam of sunlight fell on her bare foot. It felt like 1,000 pinpricks, as if her skin was being twisted in opposite directions. She pulled her foot away, put on socks, then cautiously moved it back. Better only 100 pinpricks. She tried to stand, to go to work, but sat back down. The sensation had been ghastly, like the light was a heavy force pushing her away. Her eyes had been worst of all, as if thumbs were pressing into them. They still stung. She rubbed them, found her sunglasses, and put them on. Hunger gnawed at her, but thinking of food only made her queasy. She was also almost 3 hours late. She left the apartment, locking the door, and hurried down the stairs, ignoring her body's weakness. She was so preoccupied she didn't hesitate before opening the front door. The light was there again. It burned her eyes even through the sunglasses. Boiling water poured over her hands and face. She cried out, pulling her hands into her coat, bending her face to the ground, and running. Her neck and scalp stung like fire. The store was close. Inside, the pain eased. Most windows were covered with advertisements and protective film, blocking the sun. She took off her glasses. It still hurt, but it was manageable. She put the glasses in her pocket and went to the office. Her boss, Lennart, looked up from his forms. He didn't reprimand her. He asked how she was, suggested she should be resting. He'd already arranged for a replacement. He offered his sympathies, apologizing for what happened. Virginia was stunned. Lennart was not the type to be understanding. She must look terrible. She thanked him and headed to the meat department, stopping to greet a co-worker at the registers. The light from the windows behind the registers made her face tighten and her eyes ache. She couldn't sit there. She grabbed 2 newspapers and took them to the back of the store. She read a small article about the attack on her, 50-year-old woman, a passerby, minor injuries. The official language obscured everything. She was trembling with hunger, but the canned food around her made her feel only revulsion. She retreated to the storage room, away from the light, and sat down. Lacuk was certain of it. The same child who had killed Jock had attacked Virginia. He'd had to bite his tongue at the hospital, holding back the accusation. He planned to go to the police, but first he wanted to tell Gosta. He thought the news that Virginia was involved would shift Gosta's perspective, make him more willing to talk. Virginia heard a rustling and realized it was the newspaper trembling in her own hands. She set it aside and went to help Barrett, who offered her a task portioning frozen shrimp into 500-gram bags. The repetitive work was mechanical, cold, and gave her time to think. She replayed Lackey's strange claim at the hospital that the child who attacked her wasn't human, that it had fangs and claws. She dismissed it as drunken nonsense at the time, but as she worked, she considered the weight that had landed on her. It had been too light for an adult, almost too light for a child, maybe 5 or 6 years old. She remembered standing up with that weight on her back. After that, nothing until she woke up in her apartment with the others gathered around. She looked at her hands moving independently. Long nails, sharp teeth. The word lack had used vampire. She'd laughed at him, carefully, to avoid pulling her stitches. He hadn't smiled. They'd argued, but he insisted on what he'd seen. The bandage on her cheek burned. She put her cold hand over it, the chill bringing relief. But she was weak, her legs unsteady. She'd finish this carton and go home, rest over the weekend. She hated being sick. A sharp pain pricked her index finger. A shrimp had cut her. She pulled off the bag and looked at the small wound, blood welling up. Automatically, she put her finger in her mouth to suck it. The taste was electric warm, healing, a concentrated pleasure that spread through her body. She sucked harder, giving in to the shiver of well-being until she realized what she was doing and pulled her finger out. She stared at it, then at the shrimp in the carton, hundreds of pink bodies, their black eyes like stars scattered in an upside-down sky. Patterns swam before her eyes, and the world tilted. Something hit the back of her head. She was on the floor, staring at a white surface with cobwebs in the corners. She heard Barrett's voice calling out in alarm. Johnny liked spending time with his older brother Jimmy, especially when Jimmy's sketchier friends weren't around. He remembered an evening years ago, when a couple of those guys from Raxta had come by looking for Jimmy. Johnny had told them Jimmy wasn't home, and they'd given him a message to deliver if the money wasn't paid. They'd put his head in a vice and turn it until the cash ran out of his ears. Johnny passed along the message, and Jimmy nodded, said he understood. Later, money went missing from their mother's wallet, and there was a scene. Jimmy was home less often now, what with their new little sister. Johnny and Jimmy shared the same father, an oil rig worker who had started sending regular child support and extra money to make up for past neglect. Their mother was grateful, sometimes tearful when she drank. For the first time in memory, money wasn't a constant worry. They sat in a pizzeria. Jimmy folded his pizza and ate it like a roll. Johnny ate as normally, but resolved to try Jimmy's method next time. Jimmy pointed at the bandage over Johnny's ear and commented on it. Johnny admitted it was okay, though it might be permanently damaged. He explained how Oscar had hit him with a branch. Jimmy offered to help, but Johnny refused. He didn't want his brother's friends involved. Still, the thought of Oscar's fear if they showed up made him smile. Jimmy insisted that if Oscar did anything else, he'd go after him himself. They bumped fists. A promise. Then Jimmy pulled out a plastic bag with a photo album inside. Their father had come by recently, bearded and changed. He'd loaned Jimmy the album, filled with pictures of the family from 10 years ago, their mother, the children, their father pushing them on swings. Johnny had rarely seen his father and knew little of him. He studied the photos, absorbing the images. Jimmy warned him not to show the album to their mother. Their father had likely taken it when he left. Johnny promised, bumping fists again. He folded the album and put it in the bag. Jimmy leaned back, patting his stomach, and asked about Johnny's luck with girls. Oscar gripped the tow rope, shifting his weight to swing out of the snow cloud kicked up by the moped's wheels. His skis scraped against the loose snow. One nudged an orange reflector, wobbled, then straightened. The road down to the summer houses was unplowed, the moped carving deep tracks that Oscar followed, zigzagging, standing on one ski, crouching for speed. When his father slowed for the long hill down to the old pier, Oscar was going faster, forced to brake to keep the line taut. The moped reached the pier, the brakes engaging. Oscar kept flying forward, for a moment considering letting go and sailing over the edge into the dark water, but he angled his skis and braked to a stop at the edge. He stood panting, looking out over the water. Thin ice had started to form near the shore, bobbing in the small waves. He wondered if it would freeze solid enough to walk across to the other side. His father came up behind him. They discussed the snow conditions, the possibility of packing it down with a board and weight, but it was getting dark, and they needed to get home to prepare dinner. His father paused, looking out over the water. Oscar braced himself. He knew his mother had told his father to talk to him about the incident with Johnny. He waited for the conversation to begin. But his father asked about ice skates instead. He knew of a pair that might fit Oscar, size 39s. Oscar wore 38s with thick wool socks. They might work. His father would ask about them. Oscar agreed. They'd talk about the fight later, maybe. Or maybe they wouldn't. They turned to head back home. Oscar positioned his skis at the end of the tow rope, backing up until the line was taut. He signaled his father, who started the moped. The climb up the hill required first gear, the engine roaring loud enough to startle crows from a nearby pine. Oscar glided upward, legs pressed together, focusing on keeping his skis in the old tracks to avoid breaking through the snow to the ground beneath. They made their way home as twilight settled around them. Lack descended the stairs from the main square, a box of Aladdin chocolates tucked into his waistband. He didn't like stealing, but he had no money, and wanted to bring Virginia something. He wished he could have brought roses too, but stealing from a florist wasn't feasible. It was dark by the time he reached the bottom of the hill near the school. He hesitated, then scraped the snow with his foot, uncovering a fist-sized rock. He kicked it loose, and slipped it into his pocket, squeezing it for comfort, not because he thought it would help against the creature he'd seen, but because its weight and cold grounded him. His inquiries in the apartment courtyards had yielded nothing but suspicious looks. He'd realized how strange his questions must sound when he approached a woman beating rugs. She'd paused, turning to him, with her stick raised like a weapon. He'd asked if she'd seen a missing child, and her reaction made him stammer, realizing how his words sounded. He gave up on strangers after that, only asking acquaintances who had seen nothing. He walked through the park path, glancing at the underpass where Jock had died. The papers had covered the story, the macabre discovery of his body frozen in ice. The passport photo of Jock made him look sinister, almost like a mass murderer. Lack passed the dour brick school, its wide steps like a gateway to a courthouse or hell. Someone had spray-painted Iron Maiden on the wall. He walked past the parking lot, avoiding the shortcut behind the school where shadows pooled. He imagined a creature lurking there, watching from the treetops. He'd looked up at that tree after the attack. The branch it had jumped from was at least 5 meters up. A circus artist might explain the leap, but combined with the teeth and claws, the whole thing was as improbable as what he'd said to Virginia about vampires. He regretted it now. He pulled out the chocolate box, shaking it gently. It rattled. The chocolates hadn't melted. He continued past the Ica store, noting the sign Virginia had made crushed tomatoes, 3 cans for 5 kroner from 6 days ago. He imagined her concentration in making those even letters. She wouldn't have stayed home to rest. He knew she'd have gone to work anyway. At her building, he looked up at her window. No light. Maybe she was with her daughter? He'd at least leave the chocolates on her door handle if she wasn't home. The stairwell was pitch black. His neck prickled with a sudden irrational fear. The child is here. He froze, then lunged for the light switch, pressing it with the back of his hand. The relay clicked, and the light came on. Nothing there. He climbed the stairs, exhaustion dragging at his legs. He hoped Virginia was home, that he could sink into her armchair and rest. At her door, he rang the bell. No answer. He rang again. He was balancing the chocolates on the door handle when he heard creeping steps from inside. They stopped at the door. Her voice asked who it was. She'd never asked that before. He cleared his throat, said it was him. She asked what he wanted. He said he wanted to see how she was doing. A pause. Then she said she wasn't feeling well. He asked if he could come in. He waited, feeling foolish with the chocolates in his hands. Locks turned, the chain slid, the door opened. He stepped back involuntarily. Virginia stood in the doorway, looking like she was dying. Her face was swollen, covered in tiny boils, her eyes red, veined, and pupils contracted. She said she looked like hell. He tried to ask if he could come in. She said no. She had no energy. He asked if she'd seen a doctor. She said tomorrow. He handed her the chocolates. She thanked him. He asked if there was anything he could do. She said she'd be all right. She just needed rest. She closed the door. He stood there, hearing the locks click back into place. He pressed his ear to the door, heard a cabinet open, slow steps inside. He walked down the stairs, one step at a time. At the final landing before the exit, he sat down and leaned his head in his hands. He was responsible. The light clicked off. He tensed, then realized it was just the timer. He took the rock from his pocket, held it in both hands, and stared into the dark. Virginia closed the door on lock, locking it and putting the chain on. She didn't want him to see her like this. It had taken everything to speak normally. Her condition had worsened since she'd come home from the store. The daylight had burned her, and she'd seen the blisters on her face and hands. She'd slept a few hours, then woke to a hunger that had transformed into a writhing anxiety. She couldn't sit, couldn't stand, couldn't lie down. She paced, scratched herself, took a cold shower. Nothing helped. It was worse than the news of her father's death 22 years ago. She took sleeping pills, but they only made her nauseous. She vomited them up. She tore a newspaper apart, crawled on the floor, then broke a wine bottle. She picked up a shard and pressed it into her palm. The pain was right. The blood was a release. She licked it, and the anxiety ebbed. She made more cuts, sucking the blood, crying with relief. The calm lasted half an hour. Then the anxiety returned. That's when Lack came. After he left, she sat in the kitchen, trying to understand. She'd contracted some disease. There were medicines for diseases. Tomorrow she'd see a doctor. She paced again, the anxiety unbearable. She knew what she had to do. She got a fruit knife, sat on the couch, and rested the blade against her arm. Just to get through the night. Tomorrow, she'd seek help. The saliva rose in her mouth. She cut deeply. Oscar cleared the table while his father washed the dishes. The eider duck had been perfect. No shot, no grit to break a tooth on. They'd sopped up the remaining gravy with white bread, the best part, the bread half dissolving and melting in their mouths. His father wasn't a great cook, but he'd mastered 3 dishes through repetition: hash, fried herring, and roasted seabird. Tomorrow, they'd have hash from the leftovers. Before dinner, Oscar had spent time in his room, sparse compared to his town room, but he liked its permanence. It looked the same as when he was 7, with the familiar damp smell from the rapid heating. The old comic books were still there, the stories memorized but still read. He'd lain on his bed, reading a Donald Duck adventure where bottle caps became currency in a country without money. Then he'd worked on his fishing gear, tying new lines with loose hooks and lures for summer herring fishing. After dinner, they played tic-tac-toe. Oscar liked sitting with his father, heads bent over the graph paper, the fire crackling nearby. Oscar was crosses, his father circles. His father never let him win, but now the games were more even. Oscar had gotten better, perhaps from practicing with the Rubik's Cube. Tonight, Oscar won. 3 games in a row, only a small one, where he'd been distracted, had a P marking his loss. In the final game, he'd created 2 open 4s, and his father could only block 1. His father sighed, conceded, and pulled out a new sheet, challenging him again. But 4 crosses and 3 circles into the new game, a knock came at the door. Jan entered, stomping snow off his feet. Oscar's heart sank. Jan was one of his father's drinking friends, an enemy in Oscar's eyes. He had watery eyes, a sheep-like grin, and flaky skin from some disease. Jan sat down, and Oscar knew what was coming. His father brought out the bottle and 2 shot glasses. Oscar crumpled the unfinished game and threw it into the stove, then followed with the other games. His father and Jan moved to the living room with the glasses and bottle. Oscar stayed by the fire, feeding the stove with the unused pages of the graph paper pad, then the pencils. The fire consumed them all. Maud Karlberg sat at the hospital reception desk, watching the nearly empty entrance hall. Late nights like this, she imagined herself guarding the entire building alone, though she knew help was only a button away. To pass the time, she played a game inventing elaborate backstories for whoever approached the desk. A pilot with green men in the clouds, a minister with a sports car obsession. Tonight, the revolving doors turned, and a child entered. A waif-like girl about 10 or 12, with wet hair and snowflakes glittering in the light. She was wearing only a thin knit top, no jacket. Maud felt an immediate urge to give her something. Anything. The girl approached the counter and asked for her father. Maud questioned her gently. The girl didn't know his name, only that the police had taken him, and he was here, sick. She just wanted to know which window was his. Maud offered to call, but the girl refused, saying she now knew what she needed. She thanked Maud and left, tears in her eyes. Maud watched her go, a tightness in her throat. Then she realized something was wrong. The girl hadn't been wearing any shoes. She ran to the doors, but the girl was gone. The girl walked away, disappearing through the revolving doors. Maud stared after her, a nagging sense of wrongness settling in her mind. She replayed the encounter, the girl's appearance, her movements. Something didn't add up. It took her half a minute to pinpoint it. The girl hadn't been wearing any shoes. Maud jumped up and ran to the doors, breaking protocol. She hurried through the revolving doors and out into the car park, but the girl was nowhere to be seen. She scanned the area, then ran down one side of the hospital toward the subway. Nothing. On her way back to reception, she tried to figure out who to call, what to do. Oscar lay in bed, waiting for the werewolf. Rage and despair churned in his chest as he listened to his father and Jan in the living room, their voices loud and slurred, mixing with music from the tape recorder. He knew the song by heart, the Deep Brothers, normally funny, now hateful. He knew exactly how the evening would unfold. In an hour, Jan would leave, and his father would pace the kitchen, then come to Oscar's room, transformed into a clumsy, sentimental, drunken mess. He'd want to talk, to ask about love, to share his grievances, and maybe get angry. He never got violent, but the look in his eyes was the scariest thing Oscar had ever seen. The disappearance of his father, replaced by a monster. It was comforting to think of his father as a werewolf, the alcohol summoning the beast, just as the moon summoned the wolf. Oscar tried to read a comic, couldn't concentrate. He threw it at the wall and got up to get his wallet. Inside were prepaid tickets and 2 notes from Eli. He laid them side by side on the bed, one with a heart, the other quoting Romeo and Juliet. He stared at them, thinking, there are no vampires. The night outside was black. He shut his eyes and imagined the route back to Stockholm, flying through the courtyard and into her window. He opened his eyes, staring at the dark rectangle of the window. Which monster do you choose? He put the notes back in his wallet, dressed, and crept into the hall. He paused at the shoe rack, spotting his old rubber boots from when he was 4 or 5, still there after all these years, next to his father's enormous boots. He knew why they were kept, the memory of walking with his father, hand in hand. Tears rose in his throat. He reached out and touched the small boots. A salvo of laughter came from the living room. He opened the front door and stepped out into the icy night, the boots clutched in his hands. The guard was asleep. A young policeman brought in after hospital staff protested the constant presence of one of their own. The door had a coded lock. Perhaps that's why he dared to snooze. Hacken lay in the dim room studying the blurry shadows on the ceiling. He longed to read, to escape into books now that Eli was gone. Then he heard a scraping sound from the window. He turned his head. Against the dark sky, a hand appeared, waving. The scraping came again. Eli. His heart raced. He imagined it bursting out of his chest, crawling to the window. But the window was locked, and even if it were open, his ruined lips couldn't form the words to invite her in. He struggled out of bed, his legs weak after 10 days of lying still. The IV tube stretched taut, an alarm connected to it. He moved his arm to create slack, then shuffled across the room, supporting himself on the IV stand. Each squeak of a wheel made him freeze, listening to the guard's breathing. He reached the window, pressing his ruined face against the glass. Eli's hand moved across it as if caressing him. Tears welled in his eye, blurring his vision. He fumbled for the window lock, turned it, and opened it. Cold air rushed in. Eli pulled herself onto the ledge, took his hand, and kissed it. She whispered a greeting. He stroked her cheek, her skin like frozen silk. Then she asked what he wanted him to do. He pointed to his throat. She shook her head. She would have to kill him afterward. He moved his hand from his throat to her lips, then pointed once more to his throat. Oscar's breath came in white clouds, but he wasn't cold. He'd reached the store in 10 minutes, the moon following him from his father's house. He checked the time, 10:30. The last bus from Nortalgia left around 12:30. He crossed the open space in front of the store, walking toward the main road. He'd never hitchhiked before. His mother would go crazy if she knew. He walked past lit-up houses, imagining the people inside, kids sleeping without worry. He looked at the boots in his hands, threw them into a ditch, then stopped. He imagined his mother's reaction. She'd never let him come out here again. His father would realize he was gone, search for him, call his mother. But Oscar had a plan. He'd call his father from Nortalgia, say he'd gone back to Stockholm to stay with a friend, and return to his mother's tomorrow. That would teach his father a lesson without causing a catastrophe. He retrieved the boots, squashed them into his pockets, and kept walking. The moon lit his way. He started to sing, then hummed when he forgot the lyrics. A car approached. He stuck out his thumb. The car passed, then stopped and backed up. The passenger door opened. A woman, younger than his mother. Safe. He told her he was heading to Stockholm, or at least Nortalgia. She said she was going there too. Oscar leaned into the car. The woman asked if his parents knew where he was. He said yes. His father's car had broken down. She considered for a moment, then told him to get in. He slid into the seat, closed the door, and they drove off. She offered to drop him at the bus stop. He agreed, settling back into the warmth of what must be an electric seat. Lit-up houses flickered by. She asked if he lived in Stockholm. He said Blackburg. She noted it was in the western suburbs. She asked if something important was waiting for him. He said yes, something extra special. The guard stretched, his joints stiff from the uncomfortable position. He glanced at the hospital bed and jolted awake. The man was gone. But no, there he was, leaning against the windowsill with a dark lump on his shoulder. The guard stepped closer, realizing the lump was a head, a child's head with dark eyes. He fumbled for his weapon, but it wasn't there. Security reasons. He ran toward the window, but the child's head rose from the man's throat, and then the child leaped from the sill, disappearing upward. The guard saw bare feet vanish over the roof. The man beside him wheezed, his shoulder and back darkly stained, a fresh wound on his neck. The guard ran to the door, punched in the code, and shouted for a nurse. He called for reinforcements, his voice strained. The nurse entered the room, expecting a body on the floor. Instead, she saw the man halfway out the window. She rushed to stop him, catching a corner of his gown, but he rolled off the sill. The fabric tore. She heard a distant thud, then the alarm from the IV stand. The taxi driver pulled up to the emergency room entrance. The old man in the back, who'd talked about his heart trouble the whole trip, opened the door but stayed seated. The driver walked around to help him, snow falling inside his collar. The old man pointed up. The driver looked. A small, bare-chested person stood on the roof, arms held tightly at their sides. The driver froze, afraid that any movement would make the figure fall. Snow fell in his eyes. The person spread their arms, revealing something like webbing between them and the body. Then the child fell. They both ducked, arms over their heads. When they looked up, the child was gone. The old man gasped, calling it the angel of death. Oscar watched a group of drunk teenagers on the subway, their loud singing and roughhousing. He wished he could be like them, but knew he never would. An old man told them to be quiet. They laughed and ignored him. Oscar noticed a man reading a book, a name on the cover he didn't recognize. He wished he had a book with him, but only had his Walkman and the Rubik's Cube. He took out the cube. 3 sides were solved. He tried to think of a strategy, but his mind kept drifting to Eli. He told himself he wasn't afraid, he was in a state of detachment, as if he didn't exist. The group got off at Angbyplan. One of them shouted a farewell to the car. The reading man smiled at Oscar, and Oscar felt a brief approval, a sense of passing muster. He smiled back and turned to the cube. At Blackbird, 2 other people got off, an older man and a drunk rockabilly who tried to bum a cigarette. The rockabilly waved a 10-kroner note, insisting he just needed one. The man shook his head and walked away. The rockabilly swayed, focusing on Oscar as he passed, then dismissed him with a wave, telling him to go in peace. Oscar continued up the stairs into the station, wondering if the drunk would try to relieve himself on the electric rail. The older man left through the exit doors. Oscar was alone except for the ticket collector in his booth. The station was transformed at night, dark storefronts, the ticket collector reading with his feet up. The clock read a few minutes past 2. Oscar should have been tired, but his body was hollow yet electric. He heard the rockabilly singing again from the platform and chuckled, then started to run. He ran out the doors, down the hill, past the school and the parking lot. Snow had started to fall again, the large flakes cooling his face. The moon peeked between the houses. In the courtyard, he stopped to catch his breath. Almost all the windows were dark, but there was a faint light behind the blinds of Eli's apartment. He walked up the sloping yard, glancing at his own dark window, the normal Oscar, Perry Eli, the one with the piss ball. He didn't need that anymore. He unlocked his building, walked through the basement corridor to hers, past the stain on the floor. It no longer existed. He had no past. It was simply here. He went up the stairs. He stood on the landing, looking at the worn wooden door with the empty nameplate. Behind that door, he'd imagined he would dash up and ring the bell, but instead, he sat on the step. What if she didn't want him? What if she pushed him away? He rang the bell. Nothing. He rang again. Nothing. Disappointment sank like a stone. He started to leave, then had an idea. He rang the doorbell in Morse code: short, pause, short, long, short, short, pause, short, short. He heard her voice. "Oscar, is that you?" Joy exploded in his chest. He shouted yes. Maud got coffee from the back room and sat at the reception desk. She should have finished her shift, but the police had asked her to wait. Men were brushing powder on the floor where the barefoot girl had walked. The questioning policeman had been unfriendly, making her feel she'd done something wrong. Henrik, a security guard, came over. He pointed at her coffee, and she offered it to him. He took a sip, commenting on the activity in the hall. They talked about the girl, how she might have climbed the walls, impossible, but that's what they were working on. Henrik offered her licorice boats. She declined. He mentioned a murderer, saying he'd seen him. The body had splattered. The face was a ruin. He said if he ever killed himself, it would be pills. She told him to stop. Eli stood in the doorway. Oscar sat on the step, clutching his bag. Eli pushed her hair back. She looked healthy, like an uncertain little girl. She asked if he was coming. He said yes. She fidgeted with her fingers. He asked if he could come in. She said yes. Then he asked her to say it, to invite him in. She hesitated, almost closed the door, then said the words. He followed her in, hanging his jacket on the empty hat shelf. She stood in the living room doorway in panties and a red Iron Maiden shirt with a skeleton monster. He asked if she was a vampire. She said she lived on blood, but she wasn't that. He asked the difference. She said it was very big. He asked if she was dead. She smiled. Said no. She'd lived a long time but was only 12. He said that made her old inside. She disagreed. Said she didn't understand why she never got older. He suggested she couldn't understand because she was 12. She accused him of calling her stupid. He said just a bit slow like kids are. She asked about the cube. He snorted, then challenged her. She was just making it all up, wasn't she? She asked if he still wanted to be blood brothers. He stepped back, saying no. She looked sad, almost accusing. He finished her thought. If she'd wanted to kill him, she would have done it long ago. She nodded. He asked if he'd get infected. She shook her head, saying she didn't want to infect him, least of all him. He asked what the alliance was. She took his head in her hands, her fingertips brushing his ears. A sense of calm welled up in him. She whispered that she was alone, no one knew, and asked if he wanted to. He said yes. She kissed him, her lips warm and dry. He tasted her, and then he was somewhere else. A castle room, a table laden with food, children eating. A person in a wig sat at the end, holding a glass of dark red liquid. Oscar ate with his hands. He saw a woman with a brown shawl against the wall, hands clamped over her stomach. His mama. A glass dinged, and the wigged man stood. He held up a suede bag, and 2 dice rolled out. He picked them up, showing them to Oscar and the others. The man began to speak, but a piece of flesh fell from Oscar's mouth. Eli's lips broke away, and she released his head, stepping back. Oscar tried to cling to the vision of the castle room, but it dissolved. He rubbed his eyes, nodded. It had really happened. She confirmed it. They stood in silence. Then she asked if he wanted to come in. He didn't answer. She lifted her hands, let them fall, promising she would never hurt him. He said he knew. She asked what he was thinking. He pointed to her t-shirt, asking if it was from the rubbish room. She admitted it was. He asked if she'd washed it. She didn't answer. He called her gross. She offered to change. He agreed. Benke Edwards had wheeled many bodies through these corridors. Men, women, children. The empty space on the trolley when transporting a child's body always unsettled him, the flat sheet a symbol of death itself. But this was a grown man, a celebrity of sorts. He guided the gurney through the silent corridors, the only sound the squeak of rubber wheels. He'd waited outside while police took photographs. The press had been there, their flashes illuminating the hospital. Tomorrow, the papers would show the spot where the man had fallen. The lump under the sheet was just flesh now. Benke knew the man had looked like a monster. His body exploded on impact. He was thankful for the cover. Benke considered himself a philosopher of sorts. He developed a theory. Everything is in the brain. The body is just a service unit. But the living room was not as empty as the hall and kitchen, a sofa, an armchair, a coffee table with objects on it, a floor lamp casting soft light, thick blankets draped the windows. Oscar thought it looked like a prison cell. He put his bag down, the click amplified by the hard floor. When Eli came out in her too big shirt, he gestured around the room, asking if they were moving. She said no. He looked at the objects on the table, old toys, and asked if the old man who'd been there before was her father. She said no. He asked if the old man was also. She said no. He asked if she was poor. She handed him a black egg-shaped box. The surface was rough with strands of gold thread, heavy. He asked what it was worth. She said a lot, maybe enough to buy a nuclear power plant. He joked about the cost. She laughed, and showed him how to roll it between his hands. It cracked, collapsing into thousands of tiny slivers. He apologized. She said it was supposed to do that, and told him to pour them onto a paper. He did, carefully. She pulled the lamp closer, showing him a piece with indentations and notches. He realized it was a puzzle. She confirmed it. He asked if she could put it together again. She thought so. The pieces were identical at first glance, but closer inspection revealed subtle variations, notches in different places, protrusions at different angles. One piece was smooth, except for a hair-thin gold border, a fragment of the outer surface. Oscar slumped into the armchair, saying it would drive him crazy. Eli suggested he think about the person who made it. She rolled her eyes and stuck out her tongue, looking like Dopey. Oscar laughed, the sound vibrating in the desolate room. Eli sat on the couch, watching him with anticipation. He looked away, at the toys on the table, a landscape of ruins. He felt tired again. She wasn't his girl. She was something else. A distance lay between them. He shut his eyes, leaned back, the darkness a space that separated them. He dozed, dreaming of ugly insects with teeth. He woke to Eli watching him. She said she was a person like him, just with an unusual illness. He nodded. A thought nagged at him that she was pretending, that an ancient being inside her was watching, smiling in secret. He pushed it away. To occupy himself, he dug out his Walkman. Eli asked what it was. He explained. She asked if she could try it. He handed it to her, pointing at the play button. She pressed it, and the heavy music blared. Her eyes widened. She screamed, tearing the headphones off so violently the wires snapped. He stared at the destroyed headphones, then sank back into the armchair. She apologized, saying it hurt. He said it didn't matter. She asked if it was expensive. He said no. She pulled a box from a stack, fished out banknotes and offered them to him. He counted 3,000 kroner bills and 200s. He hesitated, then took them, mentally calculating their worth in advertising flyers. A fortune. He thanked her. She picked up a tangle of wires, a brain teaser. He watched her work, thinking about everything she'd told him, her dad, her aunt, the school, lies, all of it. Where had the money come from? Stolen. Anger rose in him, a cold arc from stomach to head. He accused her of killing people. She said she'd been given the money. He said she was lying. She said it was true. He asked what part was true, that she was lying. She asked what he wanted her to do. He told her to prove it. She refused. He pushed further. She said to guess. He stood, pulling out the crumpled bills and placing them on the table, except for 100 kroner note. He said he was going home. She grabbed his wrist, asking him to stay. He tried to pull away, but her grip hardened. He told her to let go. She insisted she wasn't a freak. He repeated the command calmly. She didn't release him. Anger exploded. He threw himself on her, pinning her to the couch, hitting her in the face. The sound echoed. Her head jerked, a flush blooming on her cheek. He sat on her chest, bewildered. He apologized. She twisted, throwing him off, pushing him against the back of the couch. They wrestled, careful not to hurt each other, bumping the table. Pieces of the black eggs scattered on the floor like raindrops on metal. Benke didn't bother getting his coat. His shift was over. He could grab a spare pathologist's coat if it got messy. He took the lift to the lower level, thinking about what he'd do if the bleeding had continued. No protocol for this. He smiled to himself. How many people would handle this without batting an eye? He was proud of his sense of duty. He punched in the code, pushed open the door and pulled on rubber gloves. What was this? The man he'd left covered was now fully exposed, his penis erect. The sheet lay on the floor. Benke's breath caught the man wasn't dead. He was moving, turning over on the gurney, hands fumbling. One hand swept past Benke's face. The man tried to get up, fell back. His lone eye stared blankly. He made a sound. Benke rubbed his face, his skin feeling strange. He looked at his hands, rubber gloves. The man struggled again. Benke stepped forward, telling him he'd help, to try to lie still. He put his hands on the man's body, but the man's hand shot out, grabbing Benke's wrist with surprising strength. Benke had to use both hands to free himself. He grabbed 3 sheets and spread them over the man, who continued to writhe. He leaned down, telling the man he'd take him to the emergency room, to try to keep still. The morgue attendant pushed the gurney toward the exit, his mind snagging on the broken door mechanism just as he reached it. He moved to the head of the stretcher, pulled the door open, and made the mistake of glancing down at the figure beneath the sheet. The ruin of the man's face was splitting open. The half-mended wound tore with a wet, peeling sound like flesh being stripped from bone as the gap in the lower portion of the skull widened, stretching strips of pink skin until they snapped. A howl erupted from that hole, raw and inhuman, echoing down the empty corridor and hammering against the attendant's ribcage. His heart slammed against his chest. A frantic animal part of him wanted to silence the thing, to smash something heavy into that quivering mess of exposed tissue and that single staring eye. He could see the man's teeth gleaming white through the reddish-brown ruin of his face. Forcing himself into motion, he circled to the foot of the gurney and began pushing it again, half running now, afraid the thrashing body would twist itself off the metal frame. The corridor seemed to stretch infinitely, a nightmare tunnel with no end. Any thought of turning this into a story to tell later had evaporated. He just wanted to reach the surface, to find living people who could pull him away from this screaming monster. He reached the elevator and jabbed the call button, already mapping the route to the emergency room in his head. 5 minutes. 2 minutes to the ground floor, where other people would be waiting. Help would be there. Come on. The man's undamaged hand waved weakly. The attendant looked, then looked again. The figure on the gurney seemed to be trying to speak, gesturing for him to come closer. Against his better judgment, he leaned in. The hand shot up and clamped around his neck, yanking him down with impossible strength. He lost his balance, toppling forward over the stretcher, his head twisted sideways until his face hung just above the wet compress on the man's throat. He tried to grab the metal bars to push back, but a finger drove into his ear, and he heard the bones in his ear canal crackle and give way as it forced deeper. He kicked out, his shin cracking against the gurney's frame, and finally screamed. Then teeth sank into his cheek. The finger in his ear reached some deep threshold, and something inside him simply stopped working. He gave up. The last image burned into his vision was the compress in front of his eyes turning pink as the man chewed into his face. The last sound he registered was the soft pling of the elevator arriving. Oscar and Eli lay side by side on the couch, both panting, their bodies slick with sweat. Every muscle in Oscar's frame ached. He yawned so wide his jaw popped, and beside him, Eli did the same. Oscar turned his head. He challenged the obvious that Eli wasn't truly tired. Eli didn't argue. Oscar forced his heavy eyelids to stay open, his words slurring from exhaustion as Eli's face swam in and out of focus. Then he asked the question that had been forming in the back of his mind. How do you get blood? Eli stared at him for a long, searching moment. Something shifted behind those dark eyes, a decision being made. Oscar watched movement ripple inside Eli's cheeks, as if a tongue were rearranging itself. Then Eli's lips parted, wide, and Oscar saw what lay within. He looked away, his gaze drifting to the ceiling, to the dusty cobwebs dangling from the unused light fixture. He couldn't muster the energy for shock. Of course she was a vampire. He'd already known. He asked if there were many like her. Eli didn't understand the question, or pretended not to. Oscar's eyes wandered the ceiling, finding 2 more cobwebs, and for a moment he thought he saw a spider moving along one. But his eyes were too gritty, too tired. The spider wasn't there. "What should I call you?" he asked. "This thing that you are." "Eli." "Is that really your name?" "Almost. What's your real name?" Eli shifted away from him, turning onto her side, her back to him. A pause stretched between them, then she answered Elias. Oscar's mind stumbled over the name, but that's a boy's name. "Yes." He closed his eyes. He couldn't process anymore. His eyelids fused shut, and a black void opened beneath him, swallowing his body whole. Some distant part of him knew he should say something, do something, but there was no energy left. The void exploded in slow motion, pulling him forward, spinning him inward like a slow somersault through space, until he fell into sleep. Somewhere far away, he felt a gentle touch on his cheek. The thought barely formed that because he could feel it, it must belong to him, but on some remote, unreachable planet, someone was stroking someone's cheek with tenderness. And that was good. Then nothing but stars? The Tranberberg Bridge, once a marvel of engineering, now showed its age on that Sunday morning in early November. Melting snow bled into its cracks, and the city wouldn't risk salt on its deteriorating concrete. Traffic was sparse, just a few drivers heading home after long nights or longing for their beds. Benny Molin was the exception. He was too elated to sleep. After 8 failed personal ad meetings, he'd finally connected with Betty. They'd laughed until they cried over their ridiculous rhyming names, spent the night fitting their worlds together, and parted with a promise to meet again. He drove home singing, the bridge beneath him, not a crumbling relic but a passage to paradise. He was halfway through the chorus for the 10th time when a blue shape materialized in his headlights, dead center in the road. He didn't slam the brakes, just jerked the wheel, swerving left as the figure filled his windshield. He caught a glimpse of a blue coat, bare white legs, and then the corner of his car scraped against the concrete barrier. The noise was deafening. His side mirror tore away. The door buckled inward against his hip. The car careened across the road, smashed the opposite railing, and sent the other mirror flying into the night. He fought the wheel, braked carefully, and finally stopped 100 meters later. He sat there, engine running, tasting blood from his bitten lip. In the rearview mirror, the figure staggered on down the middle of the lane, as if nothing had happened. Anger flared. He tried his door jammed. He crawled to the passenger side, turned on his hazard lights, and stepped out, arms crossed, waiting. The figure drew closer, dressed only in a hospital gown, barefoot through the slush, moving with an inexorable trance-like purpose. Benny took a step forward and stopped cold. At 10 meters, he could see the thing's face clearly. He gasped, steadied himself against the car, and scrambled back through the passenger door. He floored it, slush spraying behind him as he fled. Back in his apartment, he poured a large whiskey, drank half, and called the police. He told them what he'd seen. By the time he'd finished the glass and considered sleep, the mobilization was already in motion. The search for the escaped killer consumed Judon Forest. 5 police dogs, 20 officers, even a helicopter, unusual resources for tracking a single wounded man. The media presence at Weibel's nursery demanded 2 officers just to manage the press. And then there was the discovery of Bengt Edwards. Or rather, what was left of him. The pathologist who'd arrived at 7 to examine the ritual killer's body instead found a new case. Without context, he'd have guessed the remains had lain in severe cold for days, mutilated by predators. The hasty assessment that went to police was stark. The offender was violently dangerous, completely insane. That the man had survived it all was a miracle, not the Vatican kind, but a miracle nonetheless. He'd been a vegetable before falling 10 stories, and now he was up, walking, and worse, but he couldn't last long. The temperature hovered just above freezing. He wore only a hospital gown, no accomplices. He couldn't hide for more than a few hours. Benny's call came almost an hour after his sighting. But then another call followed. An older woman walking her dog had spotted the hospital-gowned figure near the King's sheep stables at Akashov. She'd called the police, fearing for the animals. The first patrol car arrived within 10 minutes. Officers combed the stables, guns drawn, nerves frayed. The sheep were already restless, and before the search ended, the building was a chaos of bleeding wool and an inhuman screeching that drew even more police. During the commotion, a ram slipped out the front door. An older officer raised on a farm lunged for its horns and wrestled it back inside. Only afterward did he realize that the bright flashes had been cameras. He'd assumed the situation was too serious for such pictures. He was wrong. By 7:30, dawn crept under the dripping trees. The search was organized, efficient. Police expected a resolution before lunch. 2 more hours passed. No infrared hits from the helicopter, no scent trails from the dogs before speculation shifted. Perhaps they were searching for a corpse. Virginia sat curled in her apartment,
pale dawn light bleeding through the blinds. It struck her palm like a burning bulb, and she recoiled, crawling deeper into the shadows. Her skin bore more than 30 cuts. Blood was everywhere on the floor, the table, the chairs. The living room rug looked like a slaughterhouse floor. She'd spent the night slicing her own arteries, drinking what she could, but the satisfaction lessened with each wound, each mouthful of her own thinning blood. By morning, she was a whimpering wreck of craving and despair. The realization had grown gradually, then hardened to certainty. Only another person's blood could save her. Her own was useless. The cuts healed almost instantly, bleeding stopping within minutes, scars forming within an hour. She couldn't kill herself. And worse, she'd sensed something. In the pre-dawn hours, sitting on a kitchen chair, sucking blood from a fresh cut on her arm, she'd been pulled inward. She hadn't seen the infection, exactly, but she'd perceived it like an ultrasound revealing not a child, but a writhing serpent filling her belly. The infection had its own life, its own will. It would survive, even if she didn't. Suicide would change nothing. Only sunlight seemed to frighten it. The pale dawn on her hand had hurt more than any cut. She sat for a long time, watching the light through the blinds cast a grate over the ruined rug. Her mind drifted to Ted, her grandson, crawling into a sunbeam on the floor, falling asleep with his thumb in his mouth. The soft, tender skin. What am I thinking? She flinched, horrified. She'd imagined hurting him. She struck her own head again and again, trying to crush the image. She would never see him again, could never see anyone she loved again. Forcing her body to straighten, she crawled toward the sun grate. The infection resisted, tried to pull her back, but she was still stronger, still in control. The light stung her eyes like glowing wire. The bars of the grate seared her corneas. Burn, burn up! Virginia forced herself to move. Her right arm, a map of scars and dried blood, she extended into the light. Saturday's exposure had been a caress compared to this. Now it was a blowtorch. 1 second her skin turned chalk white. 2 seconds it began to smoke. 3 seconds a blister formed, blackened, and burst with a hiss. On the 4th second she wrenched her arm back and crawled, sobbing, into the bedroom. The stench of burnt flesh filled the air. She didn't dare look at her arm as she slithered into bed, desperate for rest. But rest wouldn't come. Even with the blinds drawn, the bedroom was too bright. The covers offered no protection. Every sound from the neighboring apartments was a threat. Footsteps above her, the slide of a drawer, the delicate clink of metal. Coffee spoons. She knew that sound. She saw the velvet case that had held her grandmother's silver spoons, given to her by her mother when she'd moved to the nursing home. The spoons had never been used. 60 years in their case, waiting, untouched. She slid from the bed, pulled the covers with her, and crawled to the double closet. Inside, an extra duvet and blankets lay on the floor. She wrapped herself in them, pulled the closet door shut, and curled into the pitch-black darkness, cocooned in layers of fabric. Never, ever, ever. Her thoughts drifted to the spoons. Who would get them now? Her daughter, Lena. She would use them to feed Ted. Then the spoons would be happy. Ted would eat mashed potatoes from them. That would be good. She lay motionless, calm spreading through her body. One final thought surfaced before she sank into rest. Why isn't it hot? With all these blankets over her face, it should be stifling. The question floated through her mind and landed on a simple answer. She hadn't been breathing for several minutes, and even now, conscious of it, she felt no need, no suffocation, no lack of oxygen. She simply didn't need to breathe anymore. That was all. Tommy and his mother stood on the Blackbird platform at 10:15, waiting for the subway. Staffen had told Yvonne about the masses-themed youth of today, guided by stars from the Old Testament, the Israelites' exodus from Egypt. To her surprise, Tommy had agreed to attend. He'd even read the passage. The subway thundered out of the Iceland Square tunnel, pushing a pillar of air that sent Yvonne's hair flying. She looked at her son, hands deep in his jacket pockets, and felt hope. He was willing to come to church.
That meant he was accepting Staffan, didn't it? On the train, an old man joined their conversation about the ritual killer's escape. He opined that the man couldn't be human, that the police should shoot him on sight. Tommy nodded along, pretending to agree. The man launched into a monologue about taxpayer money wasted on helicopters while pensions went unpaid. It continued all the way to Vällingby. Staffan waited outside St. Thomas Church, beaming in his suit and striped tie. He embraced Yvonne and shook Tommy's hand, pleased they'd come. Tommy gave a vague answer about wanting to see what it was like. Staffan mentioned the missing trophy again, suggesting they write it off. Tommy just hummed. Inside, the church was dim and yellow-lit, nearly empty except for a few older women. Tommy walked to the back, where a christening font stood, a single piece of dark gray stone, its bowl completely dry. Perfect! He pulled a 2-liter plastic bag of white powder from his pocket, checked that no one was watching, and poured it into the font. Then he tucked the empty bag away and rehearsed his excuse for sitting in the back, would wanted to leave without disturbing anyone if it got boring. Perfect. Oscar woke with a jolt of anxiety, disoriented. The room was dim, the walls unfamiliar. He was lying on a couch under a blanket that smelled faintly of mildew. He pulled it to his nose, trying to calm down, trying to remember. Then it came back. Dad, Jan, hitching a ride, Eli, the couch, cobwebs. He stared at the ceiling. The dusty webs were still there. He'd fallen asleep with Eli beside him. How long ago? Was it morning? The windows were covered in blankets, but gray light seeped through the corners. He went to the balcony window, lifted a corner of the blanket. The blinds were drawn. He angled them. Yes, morning. His head ached. The light stung his eyes. He dropped the blanket and felt his neck with both hands. Nothing. Of course. She'd said she would never. But where is she? His gaze fixed on the closed bedroom door. He took a few steps, then stopped, balling his hands, sucking on a knuckle. What if she really sleeps in a coffin? Silly. Why would she? Vampires do that because they're dead. And Eli said she wasn't. But what if? He sucked his knuckle, ran his tongue over it. Her kiss, the table with food, her teeth, a predator's teeth. If only it wasn't so dark in here. The light switch was by the door. He flicked it, and the overhead lamp blazed to life. He squinted, let his eyes adjust, then rested his hand on the bedroom door handle. The light didn't help. The door was just a door, like the one in his own room. What if she was lying in there with her arms folded across her chest? I have to look. He pushed the handle down. It wasn't locked. The door swung open, revealing darkness inside. He hesitated. Would the light hurt her? She'd sat by the floor lamp without issue, but the overhead light was stronger. Maybe the floor lamp had a special bulb. Ridiculous. The specialty store for vampire lamps. And why would she leave a harmful light in place? Cautiously, he opened the door wider, letting the cone of light spill into the room. It was as bare as the living room, a bed with only a sheet and pillow, a pile of clothes. The blanket he'd used must have come from here. A note was taped to the wall beside the bed. The Morse code. So this was where she'd been lying when she... He drew a deep breath. He'd managed to forget it. My room is on the other side of this wall. Yes. He was 2 meters from his own bed, his own normal life. Oscar lay on the bed, an impulse rising to tap a message through the wall to himself on the other side. But what would he say? The question hung unfinished. He sucked his knuckle again. He was here. Eli was the one who was gone. Dizziness washed over him, confusion thickening his thoughts. He let his head fall onto the pillow, face turned toward the room. The pillow smelled wrong, like the blanket, but stronger, stale and greasy. His gaze drifted to the pile of clothes near the bed. It's so repulsive. He didn't want to be here anymore. The apartment was silent, empty, everything about it abnormal. His eyes traced over the clothes, then stopped at the closets lining the opposite wall, 2 doubles and a single. There. He pulled his knees to his chest, staring at the closed doors. He didn't want to look. His stomach hurt, a sharp pain in his lower belly. He had to pee. He stood, walked to the door with his eyes fixed on the closets. He had the same kind in his room. She could easily fit inside. That's where she was. He didn't want to see any more. The hall light worked. He turned it on and made his way to the bathroom. The door was locked, the colored strip above the handle showing red. He knocked. Silence. He knocked again, calling her name. Nothing. When he said her name aloud, he remembered it was wrong. The last thing she'd told him on the couch, her real name was Elias. A boy's name? Was Eli a boy? They'd kissed, slept in the same bed. He pressed his hands against the bathroom door, forehead resting on them, trying to think. He could somehow accept that she was a vampire, but the idea that she was a boy, that was harder. He knew the word, the ugly word Johnny used. To think it was worse to be gay than to be... He knocked again. Hélas? A strange feeling in his stomach. No, he wasn't going to get used to it. Her name was Eli, but it was too much. Nothing about her was normal. He lifted his forehead, holding back the urgent need to pee. Then he heard steps in the stairwell, the letter slot opening, a thud. He went to the hall and looked. Advertising. Ground beef, $14.90 per kilo. Garish red letters. He pressed his eye to the keyhole as footsteps echoed, more letter slots banging open and shut. After half a minute, his mother passed by on her way down. He caught only a glimpse of her hair, her coat collar, but he knew it was her, delivering the advertising packets in his absence. With the flyers clenched in his hand, Oscar sank into a crouch by the front door, forehead against his knees. He didn't cry. The need to pee was a stinging nest of ants in his groin, preventing it. But the thought ran through his head, over and over. I don't exist. I don't exist. Lack had spent the night consumed by worry. Since leaving Virginia, anxiety had gnawed a hole in his stomach. Saturday night at the Chinese restaurant, he'd tried to share his concerns, but the others had dismissed him. He'd left before things escalated. Those guys weren't worth shit. He'd thought they were all in it together, that at least one other person would sense how deeply wrong things were. Morgan talked big, but when it came down to it, no one lifted a finger. Not that Lack knew what to do, but at least he worried about it. He'd lain awake most of the night trying to read Dostoevsky, but kept forgetting the plot. Yet the night brought something good. He'd made up his mind. Sunday morning he went to Virginia's place. No answer. He hoped she'd gone to the hospital. On his way back, he overheard two women talking about the police search for the murderer in Judon Forest. The papers had already grown tired of the Vallingby killer, but now they had fresh prey. Locke took no pleasure in the ghoulish details. He was anti-death penalty, not from modern sensibilities, but from a purely modern one. If someone kills his child, he kills that person. Society would punish him, but that was his moral right. Dostoevsky would disagree, but Lack and Fyodor didn't see eye to eye on that point. At home he cooked macaroni, ate from the pan, then retrieved his father's stamp collection from the sideboard. He opened the album. There they were, 4 unmarked specimens of Norway's first stamp, 1855. The lion raised on a pale blue background, worth a fortune. He decided last night it was time. This thing with Virginia was the last straw. The guys were worthless. He'd get $300,000 for the stamps, plus $200 for the apartment. Then he and Virginia would buy a house in the country, 2 houses, a little farm. As soon as she recovered, he'd present the idea. She'd agree. She'd love it. Calmer now, seeing everything clearly, he wandered into the bedroom, lay down to rest for 5 minutes, and fell asleep. The sermon dragged on. Tommy had never been this bored. The words, "Blessed be," "Hallelujah," "Joy of the Lord" meant nothing to anyone, least of all the minister, who was just going through the motions for his paycheck. If the minister mentioned that Bible passage Tommy had read, he'd do it. Otherwise he wouldn't. Let him decide. Tommy checked his pocket. Everything was ready. The christening font sat only 3 meters away. His mother was in the front row, no doubt twinkling at Staffan as he sang his meaningless songs. The minister spoke of young people wandering astray, and Tommy stiffened. He mentioned the Israelites' exodus from Egypt. Tommy took out the lighter and a small tinder cube. His hands trembled. The minister continued, drawing the parallel between the Israelites and today's youth. Then he quoted the scripture. The Lord went before them by day in a pillar of cloud, by night in a pillar of fire. The cloud, the fire, that's what today's young people lacked. Tommy had already lit the tinder cube, the pure blue flame reaching toward his fingers. When the minister looked down at his papers, Tommy crouched, stepped out of the pew, and dumped the cube into the font. He pulled back quickly. No one had noticed. The minister looked up, concluding that adults must be that pillar of cloud, that guiding star. White smoke rose from the font. Tommy caught the familiar sweet smell of burning saltpeter and sugar. He'd done this before, but never inside, never in this quantity. He pressed his hands together, waiting. Bror Adelius, the temporary minister, noticed the smoke first. For a moment, he thought it was a sign from the Lord, but the feeling faded quickly. It was just smoke. The janitor must be playing a joke. The water in the font had started to boil. He couldn't stop the sermon to investigate, so he pressed on, hoping the problem would resolve itself. He glanced at his notes. Barefoot. What had he meant by that? The Israelites walked barefoot? Jesus wandered? The smoke thickened into a pillar rising to the ceiling. He remembered his last words, and the strength for this we can take from the works of the Lord. Acceptable. Not great, but acceptable. He smiled, bewildered, and nodded to the choir leader. The 8 choir members rose as one and ascended to the podium. As they turned to face the congregation, Bror Adelius could see from their expressions that they too could see the smoke. A small relief he wasn't alone in witnessing this. Birgit looked to him for direction, and he gestured for her to proceed. The choir began to sing, one of Wesley's beautiful compositions, but the minister couldn't appreciate it. The pillar of smoke from the christening font was thickening, and something inside the basin burned with a blue-white flame, sputtering and smoking. A sweet chemical smell reached his nostrils. Members of the congregation started turning around, trying to locate the source of the crackling sound. One of the women in the choir began to cough. More followed, covering their mouths and noses with handkerchiefs and sleeves. A thin haze was forming inside the church. Through it, Bror Adelius saw someone from the back row get up and rush out the door. Yes, that was the only reasonable thing to do. He leaned toward the microphone and announced that there had been a small mishap, that it would be best to clear the building. Staffan was already moving. At the word mishap, he left the podium and strode toward the exit with controlled, rapid steps. He knew immediately Yvonne's delinquent son had done this. Even as he walked, he fought to contain his anger, sensing that if he got his hands on Tommy, he'd give him a thorough thrashing. That was exactly what the boy needed, the guidance he so clearly lacked. But Yvonne wouldn't accept that now. Once they were married, things would be different. Then he would take on the task of disciplining Tommy. For now, he just wanted to catch him, shake some sense into him at the very least. He didn't get far. Bror Adelius's words had been a starting gun. The congregation stampeded toward the exit, and Staffan found himself blocked by little old ladies, hurrying with grim determination. His hand flew to his hip, but he stopped it halfway, clenching it into a fist. Even if he'd had his baton, this wasn't the time to use it. The smoke production was dying down, but the church was now filled with a thick haze that smelled of candy and chemicals. The exit doors stood wide open, and through the haze, a strong rectangle of morning light beckoned. The congregation moved toward it, coughing. In the empty kitchen, Oscar pulled the single wooden chair to the sink, stood on it, and relieved himself into the drain with the water running. When he finished, he put the chair back. It looked strange in the otherwise bare room, like a museum piece. What does she keep it for? He looked around. Above the fridge were cabinets he could only reach by standing on the chair. He pulled it over, steadied himself on the refrigerator handle. His stomach rumbled. He was hungry. Without thinking, he opened the fridge. Not much inside: an open carton of milk, half a packet of bread, butter, cheese. He reached for the milk, then stopped. This didn't add up. Did Eli eat real food? She must. He poured himself a glass, and then it hit him, fully and with crushing force. She drinks blood. Last night, in his drowsy detachment, everything had felt possible. But now, in this kitchen with weak morning light filtering through the blinds, a glass of sour milk in his hand, the reality was beyond comprehension. If you have milk and bread in your fridge, you must be human. He took a sip and immediately spat it out. The milk was sour. He checked the date, October 28th, 10 days old. The old guy's milk, the old guy's food, revolting. He slammed the fridge shut. What had that old man been here for? What had he and Eli? She killed him. Eli must have kept him around as a living blood bank. That's what she did. But why had the old man agreed? And if she'd killed him, where was the body? He glanced at the high cabinets. Suddenly, he didn't want to be in the kitchen anymore. Didn't want to stay in the apartment at all. He walked out, through the hall, past the locked bathroom door. She's in there. He hurried to the living room, gathered his bag. The Walkman was on the table. He'd need new headphones. As he picked it up, he saw the note on the coffee table. He read it several times. Eli had written that she was sleeping in the bathroom, that she trusted him not to open the door. She'd asked him not to be afraid, expressed how much she liked him, and given him a choice: write yes or no about meeting tonight. If he wrote no, she'd move away. If yes, she'd stay a while longer. She'd apologized for breaking his music machine and offered him money. Oscar picked up the pen. He looked around the empty room at Eli's sparse belongings. The crumpled bills she'd tried to give him were still on the table. He took 1,000 krona note, put it in his pocket. Then he looked at the space under her name and wrote in tall letters, yes. He put the pen down, slipped the Walkman into his bag. He turned one last time to look at the upside-down letters. Then he shook his head, dug the bill out of his pocket, and put it back on the table. Out in the stairwell, he checked that the door had locked securely behind him. He pulled on it several times. From the Daily Update, 1645, Sunday, November 8, 1981. The official search for the escaped Danderyd hospital patient, the so-called ritual killer, had yielded no results. Police had combed all of Djurgården Forest in western Stockholm. The man, critically wounded at the time of his escape, was now believed to have had an accomplice. The police spokesperson stated that there was no physical possibility he could have hidden this long in his condition. 30 officers, dogs, a helicopter, and that it simply wasn't feasible. They would continue searching the forest, but would also divert forces to investigate how he'd been able to proceed. The man was severely disfigured and had been wearing a light blue hospital gown. Police appealed to the public for any information about his disappearance. Public fascination with the Djurgården Forest search had reached a fever pitch by Sunday evening. The newspapers, unable to run the composite sketch of the murderer yet again, had hoped for arrest photos. In their absence, both evening papers ran the sheep picture instead. Expressen even put it on the front page. The photograph had undeniable drama. The police officer's face twisted with exertion, the sheep's splayed limbs and open mouth. You could almost hear the panting, the bleating. One paper had even tried the royal court for comment, since these were the king's sheep, but the court offered none. The king and queen had just announced they were expecting their third child, and that was enough. Maps of Djurgården and the western suburbs filled several pages, citing locations, search organization, but this was all familiar. The sheep picture was new, and people remembered it. Expressen even risked a caption, "Wolf in sheep's clothing?" People needed to laugh. They were scared. The same man had killed 2 people, nearly 3, and now he was loose again. Kids were under curfew. A school trip to Djurgården on Monday was cancelled, and running beneath it all was an anger that one person could dominate so many lives through his evil and his uncanny ability to survive death. Experts and professors all said the same thing. It was impossible the man was still alive. When pressed, they added that his escape was equally impossible. A Danford medicine professor made an unfavorable impression on the evening news, snapping that the man had been on a respirator until recently, unable to breathe on his own, and had fallen 30 meters. His tone implied the reporter was an idiot, and the whole thing was media invention. So the news was a soup of guesses, impossibilities, rumors, and fear. No wonder they used the sheep picture. At least that was concrete. The photograph spread across the country, reaching countless eyes. Lack saw it at the lover's kiosk, buying his last packet of Red Prince cigarettes on his way to Gosta's. He'd slept all afternoon and felt hazily uncertain like Raskolnikov. He glanced at the sheep photo and nodded absently. In his current state, it didn't seem strange that police were apprehending sheep. Only halfway to Gosta's did the image resurface, and he wondered what the hell that was about, but he didn't have the energy to pursue it. He lit a cigarette and kept walking. Oscar saw it when he came home after wandering Vällingby all afternoon. At the subway, Tommy had been getting on as Oscar got off jumpy and wound up, saying he'd done something fucking hilarious before the doors closed. At home, a note from his mother she was going to dinner with the choir. Food in the fridge, flyers delivered, hugs and kisses. The evening paper lay on the kitchen sofa. Oscar studied the sheep on the front page and read everything about the search. Then he finally did what he'd been putting off. He cut out and saved the articles about the ritual killer from the past few days. He retrieved the pile of newspapers from the cleaning closet, his scrapbook, scissors, paste, and got to work. Staffen saw the picture about 200 meters from where it had been taken. He hadn't caught Tommy. After brief words with the distraught Yvonne, he'd left for Akshov, where someone called a colleague the sheep man. He didn't get the joke until hours later when he saw the evening paper. Police management was furious at the newspaper's indiscretion, but most officers found it funny, except for the sheep man himself, who endured weeks of bah and comments about his sweater. Johnny saw it when his 4-year-old half-brother Kalle handed him a present, a wooden block wrapped in the front page. Johnny shooed him out, locked the door, and pulled out the photo album again, studying pictures of his real dad, who wasn't Kalle's dad. Later, he heard his stepfather yelling at Kalle for destroying the paper. Johnny unwrapped the block, turned it in his fingers, and studied the sheep close up. He chuckled, the skin pulling taut around his ear. He stowed the album in his gym bag safest at school, and his thoughts turned to what the hell to do with Oscar. The sheep picture would spark a minor debate about photojournalism ethics, but it made both papers' end-of-year collages. In the spring, the tackled ram was released to Drottningholm's summer pastures, forever oblivious of his 15 minutes of fame. Virginia lay wrapped in duvets and blankets, eyes closed, body still. She'd been here 11 hours. Her temperature had dropped to 27 degrees, matching the closet's interior. Her heart beat 4 faint times a minute. During those hours, her body had changed irrevocably. Her stomach and lungs had adapted to a new existence. A cyst in her sinoatrial node, the heart's pacemaker, had grown to twice its size, a cancer-like growth of foreign cells. Under a microscope, those cells would reveal something heart specialists would reject as contamination. The tumor consisted of brain cells. Inside Virginia's heart, a separate little brain was forming. Initially dependent on her main brain, it was now self-sufficient. What she'd sensed during that terrible moment was correct. It would live on even if her body died. Virginia opened her eyes and knew she was awake. Even though it made no difference, it was still dark. Her consciousness had turned on, and at the same moment, something else quickly withdrew. Like opening a summer cottage after winter, you fumble for the light switch and hear the rapid scuttling of claws, catch a glimpse of a rat squeezing under the counter. An uncanny feeling. You know it's been living there in your absence, thinks of the house as its own, and will come sneaking out as soon as you turn off the light. I am not alone. Her mouth felt like paper. Her tongue was numb. She thought of the cottage she and Per had rented when Lena was little. The rat's nest they'd found under the kitchen counter. a fantastic construction of multicolored cardboard from chewed-up milk cartons and cornflakes packets. She felt guilt vacuuming it up, a superstitious sense of transgression, as if casting out a good spirit. The rat had survived the traps, kept eating their dry goods. Per put out poison. They argued about it, about everything. In July, the rat died somewhere inside the wall. The stench of its decomposing body spread through the house that summer, and their marriage slowly broke down. They went home early, unable to tolerate the stench or each other. The good spirit had left them.
What happened to that house? Does anyone else live there now?
She heard a squeak, a hiss. "There's a rat inside these blankets." Panic seized her. Still wrapped up, she threw herself sideways, hit the closet doors and tumbled onto the floor. She kicked and flailed until she freed herself, then crawled onto the bed, pulled her knees to her chin, and stared at the pile of blankets, waiting for movement. She'd scream when it came scream, until the whole house came with hammers and axes to beat the blankets until the rat was dead. The top blanket was green with blue dots. Was there movement? She drew breath to scream, and heard the squeaking, hissing again.
"I'm breathing."
Yes. That was the last thing she determined before falling asleep, that she wasn't breathing. Now she was. She drew air tentatively, heard the sound coming from her own air passages, dried out from rest. She cleared her throat and tasted rot. She remembered everything. She looked at her arms. Strands of dried blood covered them, but no cuts or scars. She checked the inside of her elbow, maybe a faint pink streak. Otherwise, everything was healed. She rubbed her eyes and checked the time, 6:15. Evening. Dark. She looked at the green blanket with blue dots. Where's the light coming from? The overhead light was off. Evening outside, blinds drawn. How could she see contours and colors so clearly? In the closet, it had been pitch black, but now, clear as day. A little light always gets in. Was she breathing? She couldn't figure it out. As soon as she thought about it, she controlled it. Maybe she only breathed when she thought of it. But that first breath, the one she'd mistaken for a rat, she hadn't thought of that one. Perhaps it had been like a... She closed her eyes. Ted. She'd been there when he was born. Lena had never seen his father again, some Finnish businessman. Virginia had nagged and pleaded her way into the delivery room. Now she remembered Ted's first breath, the sticky, purple, hardly human body, the explosion of joy that turned to anxiety when he didn't breathe, the midwife calmly picking him up. Virginia had expected her to hold him upside down and slap his back, but the midwife simply picked him up. A bubble of saliva formed at his mouth, grew and burst. Then came his cry, his first breath. Was that what Virginia's squeaky breath had been? A birth cry? She lay on her back, replaying the birth. How she'd washed Ted because Lena was too weak, had lost too much blood. After Ted came out, blood had run over the edge of the birthing bed. Nurses had come with paper, masses of paper. Finally, it stopped on its own. The heap of blood-drenched paper, the midwife's dark red hands, her calm, her efficiency in spite of all the blood, all that blood. Thirsty. Her mouth was sticky. She replayed the sequence, zooming in on everything covered in blood. The midwife's hands to let her tongue glide over them, the blood-drenched paper on the floor to put it in her mouth, suck on it. Between Lena's legs where the blood ran out in a thin rivulet. She sat up abruptly, doubled over to the bathroom, and threw open the toilet lid. Nothing came, just dry, convulsive heaves. She leaned her forehead against the bowl's edge. The images surged again. Don't want. She banged her forehead against the porcelain. A geyser of icy pain spurted through her head, and everything turned bright blue. She smiled, fell sideways onto the bathroom rug, and lay there. The bathroom rug's fuzz felt good against her cheek. She lay there, studying the rusted pipe running from the sink into the floor, finding its shape beautiful. A strong smell of urine, not her own, Lackey's, and Morgan's. She couldn't explain how she knew, but she did. Morgan had missed. But Morgan had never been here except that evening they'd helped her home, the evening she'd been attacked. Bitten. Everything fell into place. "I am a vampire." She said it aloud. It couldn't be true. They didn't exist, but something lifted. A pressure in her head eased. The revolting fantasies, the terrible things she'd done to herself all night. It wasn't her fault. She wasn't responsible. It was simply natural. She sat up, started running a bath, watched the water fill the tub. The phone rang, just a mechanical signal, meaningless. She couldn't talk to anyone. No one could talk to her. Oscar had spread Saturday's paper across the kitchen table, unable to look away from one picture. The article described the man found frozen in the ice by the Blackburg Hospital, how he'd been discovered, the recovery effort. There was a small photo of Mr. Vila pointing over the water, but that wasn't what held Oscar's gaze. It was the shirt. A child-sized, blood-stained pink t-shirt reproduced against a neutral background. He recognized it instantly. "Aren't you cold?" The dead man, Joachim Benson, had last been seen alive on Saturday, October 24th. Oscar remembered that evening. Eli had solved the cube. He'd stroked her cheek. She'd walked out of the playground. That night, she and the old guy had argued, and he'd left. Was that the night Eli did it? Probably. The next day she'd looked healthier. The reporter speculated that the murderer might have another young victim on his conscience, but the article also said police had strong indications that the man in the ice had been killed by the ritual killer, the old guy who'd been captured at the Vollingby swimming pool and was now on the loose. A light bulb went off in Oscar's head. He understood everything. All the articles he'd cut out, the radio, TV, the talk, the fear, Eli. He didn't know what to do. He ate the cold lasagna his mother had saved, still staring at the articles. Then he heard a tap on the wall. He knew the code by heart. "I am going out." He tapped back, "Come over." Pause. "Your mum," he replied away. She wouldn't be back until 10, 3 hours. He rested his head on the pillow, then bolted upright. The paper, she would see them. No, he'd been reading about, but he decided he didn't care. A low whistle outside. He went to the window. Eli stood below, face upturned, wearing the oversized checkered shirt. Oscar gestured toward the door. Tommy and his mother argued. She wouldn't admit the church prank was funny, defending Staffan's lies to protect Tommy. Tommy pointed out Staffan was really protecting himself. His mother lit another cigarette. She mentioned the christening font had to be restored. Tommy reminded her that Staffan's stepson had done it. How would that look? She told him to talk to Staffan himself. He refused. She began to cry. "Tommy, what should I do?" He didn't know. She asked if she should call off the engagement. He said no, not for his sake. Things were what they were. She hugged him, smelling of cigarettes. He put his head on her shoulder, then left. In the basement, he threw his blanket and pillow on the couch, put in chewing tobacco, and thought. It would be best if Staffan got shot. But Staffan wasn't that kind of guy, more the type to plant a bullseye in the killer's forehead. A hero would turn up here looking for Tommy. He unlocked the shelter, took the chain in with him. Using his lighter as a lamp, he surveyed the storage units, dry goods, canned food, old games, a camp stove, everything for a siege. He opened a door, threw in the chain. Emergency exit. Before leaving, he took down the shooting trophy, weighed it at least 2 kilos. Maybe he could sell it for the metal. The pistol shooter's face kind of looked like Staffan. Melting it down was the right option. Cremation. He laughed. The best thing would be to melt it down except for the head and give it back a solid pool of metal with that little head sticking up. Probably too hard to arrange. He put the trophy back, left without locking the shelter's wheels. He could slip in if he had to. Probably wouldn't need to, but just in case. Blacker let the phone ring 10 times before hanging up. Gosta sat stroking a striped orange cat, not looking up as he asked if anyone was home. Locke rubbed his face, irritated, and snapped that of course someone was. Hadn't Gosta heard them talking? Gosta offered him another drink. Locke softened, forcing a smile and accepting another drink. Gosta poured generously, and they drank. The conversation drifted. Gosta mentioned Miriam's pregnancy, and Laka asked what he did with the kittens. Mostly they died, Gosta admitted. Lak drank more, and the alcohol slowly numbed the apartment's overwhelming stench. He asked why Gosta didn't have the cats fixed. Gosta looked uncomprehending. Lak imagined him taking all 25 cats to the vet in a sack, asking for a group discount. He chuckled. Gosta didn't appreciate the joke. Lak suddenly slammed his hand on the table. "I don't want to be here anymore." Not here. Not this apartment. But Blackeberg itself. The whole suburb. Its planned perfection gone wrong. Something about the angles, the spaces, a mistake in the measurements that made everything feel wrong. A disease in the walls. Gosta poured him another drink without asking. The doorbell rang. Gosta answered, and Lacker heard him invite someone in. Virginia had made up her mind in the bath. Her new consciousness told her she needed someone who would let her in. Her old one said it couldn't be someone she loved. Gosta fit both. She dressed, and went out without a coat, not feeling the cold. Below his building she looked up at his window. He was home. Always home. If he resists? She hadn't thought about that. But he wanted to live, of course he did. He had his pleasures, his cats. She pushed the thought away, put her hand over her slow-beating heart. She knew she had to protect it. She took the lift, rang the bell. When Gosta opened the door, his eyes widened in horror. Does he know? Can he see it? He let her in. The hunger took over. Her old self curled up at the back of her head without control. She put her hands on Gosta's shoulders, and her mouth spoke words she wasn't choosing. Then Laka's voice. "Virginia!" She turned toward him, her eyes empty, expressionless, like an anatomical model. She jerked toward the door, but Laka grabbed her, dragged her back. He held her firmly, spoke calmly, trying to soothe her. Gosta poured her a drink. The cats went mad. They stood up, backs curled, tails bushed, hissing and spitting. More streamed in from the bedroom, the kitchen. Gosta stared, bewildered. Virginia was surrounded, covered in cats, clawing, biting, ripping her flesh. Laka tried to pull them off, breaking a cat's neck in the struggle. Gosta wept over the dead one. Laka's eyes met Virginia's. It was her again, Virginia. Through the double tunnel of her eyes, Virginia watched it all from a distance. Let me go. Let it be. She wasn't fighting, that was the other thing. The infection, wanting its host to live. She'd given up when she saw Gosta's throat, smelled the apartment. This was how it was going to be, and she didn't want any part of it. She felt the pain, the cuts, but it would soon be over. Let it be. Lak saw it in her eyes, but he didn't accept it. The farm, 2 cottages, the garden, he couldn't let go. In a panic, Lake tried to tear the cats from Virginia, but they clung like furry knots of muscle, most staying put like leeches. The few he managed to pull off took strips of her clothing and left deep cuts in the skin beneath. He struck at them, heard bones crack, but for every one he removed, another jumped on. They were climbing over each other in their eagerness. Then something hit his face. He stumbled back, steadied himself against the wall, blinking. Gosta stood beside Virginia, fists drawn, staring at him with tearful anger. You're hurting them! Virginia was a boiling mass of mewling, hissing fur. Miriam dragged herself across the floor, bit Virginia in the calf. Gosta shook his finger at her. You can't do that, little lady. That hurts. All reason left Lake. He took 2 steps and kicked Miriam. His foot sank into her bloated belly, and he felt satisfaction when that sack of guts flew from his foot, crushed against the radiator. He grabbed Virginia's arm and pulled her toward the door. Virginia tried to resist, but Lake and the will of her sickness were the same, and they were stronger. Through the tunnels in her head she saw Gosta fall to his knees, heard his howl of grief as he took a dead cat in his hands, caressing its back. Forgive me. Forgive me. Then a cat climbed onto her face, bit her head. All was pain, living needles puncturing her skin. She fell, was dragged across the floor. Let me go. The cat shifted, and she saw the apartment door opening, Lackey's dark red hand pulling her along. She saw the stairwell, the steps. She was up, fighting, taking control. She pulled her arm free. Lack turned to grab her again, but Virginia forced past him, the trembling back of a cat pressed against his face for a second. Then she was in the stairwell, running toward the landing and... No, no, no! Lack tried to reach her, but Virginia relaxed, toppled forward, let herself fall down the stairs. Cats caught underneath her howled as she rolled and bounced, damp crunching sounds of breaking bones, heavier thuds. Something walked across his foot, a small gray cat with something wrong with its hind legs, dragging itself into the stairwell, sitting on the top step, and howling sorrowfully. Virginia came to rest at the bottom. The surviving cats left her, went back up, and began grooming themselves. Only the little gray one stayed, mourning that it hadn't been able to take part. Sunday evening, the police held a press conference. The conference room for 40 proved too small. European reporters and TV crews had turned up. The man's continued escape made the news more sensational. A British journalist summed it up. It's a search for the archetypal monster. This man's appearance, what he's done. He is the monster, the evil at the heart of all fairy tales. The air was already warm and humid 15 minutes before the hour. They moved to a larger room. At 8 o'clock sharp, the Stockholm District Chief of Police entered, flanked by the investigation commissioner and the patrol leader from Djurgården Forest. They had a photograph of the man. The investigation of the watch had finally yielded results. A watchmaker in Karlskoga had gone through old proof of insurance forms and found the number. He called police with the buyer's name and address. The Stockholm police ran the name and asked Karlskoga to visit the address. Excitement mounted when it turned out the man had been prosecuted for attempted rape of a 9-year-old 7 years earlier, deemed mentally ill, institutionalized for 3 years, then released as recovered. But Karlskoga police found him at home, healthy. He'd sold the watch to someone else, Håkan Benson from Karlstad. He had no address, only a vague description. No police record existed for Håkan Benson, 24 in the Karlstad area, half ruled out by age. Police started calling. The ability to speak disqualified candidates immediately. By 9 o'clock, they'd narrowed it to a Swedish teacher who'd left Karlstad after his house burned down under unclear circumstances. The high school principal confirmed rumors that Håkan Benson liked children a little bit too much. He provided a school catalog photo from 1976. A Karlstad officer faxed a copy and drove the original to Stockholm, arriving at 1 o'clock Sunday morning, half an hour after the man had fallen from his hospital window and been declared dead. Sunday morning, dental and medical records confirmed the man in the snapshot was the same man who'd been in the hospital bed. Sunday afternoon, a meeting determined that since the man was now alive and loose, finding where he'd lived was paramount. His movements toward the western suburbs indicated he might return. If he wasn't apprehended before the press conference, they'd turn to the public. So the police chief held up the enlarged school photo and announced the man's name, Håkan Benson. This was what he'd looked like before his face was damaged. Cameras clicked. Flashes transformed the room into a stroboscope. Copies were distributed. When the first question came, "When do you expect to apprehend him?" the police chief put his reputation on the line. "Tomorrow at the latest." Oscar went to the living room to get the record he wanted, the Vikings. The cover showed the group assembled in something like a Viking ship skeleton, shiny costumes misplaced. Eli didn't come in. He found her still standing outside the front door. "You have to invite me in." She reminded him that the window had been a different entrance. He stopped, licked his lips, showed her the album cover. She tried to redirect him, but he pressed what happens if he doesn't invite her. Eli gave a thin smile, warned him not to start, but he insisted he wanted to see. She stepped over the threshold. Nothing happened. He shrugged. "Is that all?" "Not exactly." She stood still, arms at her sides, eyes locked on his. Her skin flushed pink, red, wine red. Her hands tightened into fists. Tiny pearls of blood appeared on her face, her throat. A drop ran from the corner of her mouth. The record fell from Oscar's limp hands, bounced, landed flat on the rug. He looked at her hands. The backs were damp with a thin covering of blood, and more was coming out. Oscar looked into Eli's eyes again but couldn't find her. They had sunk into their sockets, filled with flowing blood that ran over her nose, her lips into her mouth, where more streamed from the corners, down her throat and under her t-shirt collar, where dark spots bloomed. She was bleeding from every pore. He caught his breath and shouted the invitation she could come in. She was welcome. She was allowed to be here. Eli relaxed. Her fists loosened. The grimace of pain faded. For a moment, Oscar thought the blood might dissolve, as if the invitation would undo everything. But no. The bleeding stopped, yet Eli's face and hands remained dark red. The blood began to coagulate, forming darker stripes and lumps, and Oscar caught a faint hospital smell. He picked up the record, put it back in its sleeve, and apologized he hadn't thought. Eli said it was all right, that she'd wanted to show him, but she needed a shower, and a plastic bag for her clothes. Oscar found a bag under the sink, Ica's logo. Eat, drink, and be happy. He brought it to the living room, then stopped, the bag crinkling in his hand. If I hadn't said anything, if I had let her bleed. He scrunched the bag, dropped it, picked it up, threw it in the air. The shower ran in the bathroom. It's all true. She is. He is. He knocked gently on the bathroom door, offered the bag. Eli invited him in. He refused, left the bag outside, and fled to the living room. He put on his favorite record, a Viking band, and let the soft intro fill the room. Eli emerged, hair wrapped in a towel, face clean, holding the bag of soiled clothes. She looked healthier now, wet tendrils framing her cheeks. Oscar stood by the record player, nodding along. Eli shook her head at his question about the music being silly. She liked it. Then she undid the towel around her waist, let it fall, and stood naked before him, a sweeping gesture over her thin body. Just so you know. He looked, the small nipples almost black against pale white skin, a slender, straight upper body, ribs visible, arms and legs unnaturally long. Between her legs nothing, no slit, no penis, just a smooth surface. Don't have a willy. The word slipped out. Eli looked down as if seeing it for the first time. She said she'd had one. Oscar asked what happened. She waved her arms, pulled her lower lip over the upper, and said she'd left it on the subway. He told her not to be stupid, then went to the bathroom to check for traces. Warnstein, misted mirror. The tub was clean, the sink clean. It hasn't happened. But the soap was faintly streaked with pink, and in the soap dish water, a tadpole-like lump seemed to move wiggle toward the drain. He splashed water on it, flushed it down, rinsed the soap, washed out the holder. He took his bathrobe from the hook and brought it to Eli, still naked, looking around. She thanked him, pulled on the robe. When would his mother be back? A couple of hours. Should he throw the clothes away? No, she'd get them later. Then she nudged his shoulder, asked if he understood now that she wasn't a girl. Oscar stepped away, irritated. You're like a goddamn broken record. I got it. You told me already. She insisted she hadn't. He couldn't remember when, but he knew. She asked if he was disappointed. He snapped at her to cut it out, that she was sick. She didn't argue. She walked to the record player, watched the spinning vinyl, then wandered the room. It's been a long time since I was just hanging out in someone's home like this. I don't really know. What should I do? I don't know. She pushed her hands into the bathrobe pockets, watched the record's dark hole as if hypnotized. Then she reached out and pressed her finger to the vinyl, stopping it. Oscar warned her about damage. She pulled back, apologized, and the record sped up. A damp fingerprint remained, visible each rotation. She said she hadn't had a normal friendship in 200 years. Oscar's eyes widened. Are you really that old? She said yes. And no, born about 220 years ago, but she'd slept half the time. But when she said sleep, she meant months at a time without waking. Then she'd live for a few months, resting during the day. When she woke, she was small and weak, needing help. That was why she'd survived. People wanted to help a small child, for very different reasons. She found a shiny strip of paper in the robe pocket, something Oscar's mother had left there. She gently put it back. "Do you sleep in a coffin?" Eli laughed, shook her head. "But you kill people." The accusation slipped out. Eli looked surprised, as if he'd stated something obvious. "Yes, unfortunately." He demanded why. She challenged him. If he had a better idea, she'd like to hear it. Blood, there must be some way. There isn't. Why not? Because she was like him. She thrust her hand through the air, as if holding a knife, mimicking his own words from the playground. "What are you looking at, idiot? Want to die?" That was the first thing she'd heard him say. He remembered the tree, the knife, the mirror reflection. "I don't kill people." But she countered. He would like to, if he could. If he could wish someone dead and it happened, wouldn't he? Sure. And that would be for his own enjoyment, his revenge. She did it because she had to. There was no other way. "But it's only because they hurt me, because they tease me, because you want to live, just like me." She held out her arms, laid them against his cheeks, brought her face close. "Be me a little." And kissed him. The vision seized Oscar, a room thick with silence, a man with black painted nails holding dice. They fell, spinning to a stop 2 and 4. Relief flooded Oscar, though he didn't understand why. The man paced before a row of boys like a general, his flat voice counting them off. Oscar watched the boy beside him crumple with a sob. "Number 6. Then the finger pointed at Oscar. 7. The man smiled. Oscar looked away, saw the dice had changed 3 and 4 now. The boy beside him woke from a nightmare, eyes empty. A scream from the wall. A woman in a brown shawl ran forward, but men threw her back. Oscar's lips formed. "Mama!" as hands clamped his shoulders, pulling him through a small door into a dark chamber reeking of alcohol. Flickering images, light, dark, stone, bare skin, then pressure against his chest. He was face down on a table, arms bound, naked. A rope in his mouth. 2 figures. The wig man and a fat, foolish-looking man with a knife and bowl. Something was wrong. A hole in the table where his groin should be. The wig man's blue eyes fixed on him with friendly interest, searching for something wonderful. The fat man crawled under the table. Oscar understood. If he could just get the rope out of his mouth, he could disappear. Oscar tried to pull back from the kiss, but Eli held him fast, forcing him deeper into the memory. The rope pressed into his mouth. He heard a wet hiss. He'd soiled himself in fear. Cold fingers grasped him, pulling. He screamed, but the rope turned it to a raw cry. Then pain, a red-hot iron forced into his groin, a cylinder of fire gliding through his body. He screamed until his eyes flooded with tears, his heart beating against the table like a fist on a door. Through the pain he saw his mother at a stream rinsing clothes. She dropped a piece of cloth. He ran toward the stream, threw himself in to save it, to put out his burning body. He caught his sister's shirt, held it up to the light. Water dripped from it, glittering, splashing into his eyes, and then he saw the blonde hair, the blue eyes like forest pools, the bowl the man brought to his mouth, drinking, eyes finally closed. Then the glowing rod moved up into his head, and everything turned pink as he jerked up from the rope and fell. Eli caught him as he fell backward, held him in his arms. Oscar clung to her, squeezing hard, his eyes unseeing. Slowly, a pattern emerged, beige wallpaper with white roses. His living room, his mother's apartment, and the person in his arms was Eli, a boy, his friend. He freed himself, sat on the couch, and tried to orient himself. The memory felt real, like something that had happened to him recently. Eli knelt before him, hands pressed to his stomach, apologizing. Oscar asked about Mama Eli's mother. Eli didn't know. Oscar persisted, and Eli snapped, then softened, apologizing for everything. It was stupid. Oscar realized Eli looked like his own mother, thinner, smoother, younger but a copy. In 20 years, she'd look just like the woman by the stream, except she wouldn't. She'd look exactly as she did now. Exhausted, he leaned back. Too much. A headache pressed at his temples. Eli stood. "I'll go now." Oscar nodded, unable to protest. Eli took off the bathrobe, and Oscar saw the faint pink scar where his groin should be. What did he do when he peed? Maybe he didn't. He couldn't muster the energy to ask. Eli crouched by the plastic bag, started pulling out her clothes. Oscar offered something of his own. She refused, pulling out the blood-stained checkered shirt. Oscar sat up, his headache flaring. "You're gross. Don't you get it? You're gross." She asked if he really thought so. Yes. She put the shirt back. "What should I take then?" "Something from the closet. Whatever you like." She went to his room while Oscar slid sideways on the couch, pressing his hands to his temples, trying to keep his head from splitting open. Oscar's thoughts swirled his mother. Eli's mother. His own mother. Eli, himself. 200 years. Eli's father. The old man who'd lived with her. Eli returned to the living room, wearing a faded yellow summer dress with small white dots, one of Oscar's mother's dresses. She stroked the fabric, asking if it was all right. Oscar started to object, but she promised to return it later. He waved her off. She crouched and took his hand, apologizing for everything. He interrupted, asking if she knew the old man had escaped. She seemed not to understand which old man, the one she'd said was her father, the one who'd lived with her. She asked, "What about him?" Oscar shut his eyes, blue lightning flashing inside his eyelids. The chain of events from the newspapers replayed, and anger rose. He loosened his hand, made a fist, and hit his own throbbing head. "Cut it out. I know all of it. Quit pretending. Quit lying." She said nothing. He breathed in and out. The old man escaped. They'd been looking for him all day without finding him. Now you know. Pause. Where? "Here, Judar, the forest. By Akashov." He opened his eyes. Eli had stood, hand over her mouth, eyes large and frightened above it. The dress hung like a sack on her thin shoulders. "Oscar," she said, "don't go out after it gets dark. Promise me that." He snorted. "You sound like my mom." A squirrel darted down an oak trunk, stopped to listen. A siren in the distance, an ambulance racing along Bergslagsvägen, blue lights flashing. Inside, Locke sat on a folding seat, holding Virginia's bloodless, lacerated hand. A technician adjusted the saline drip to give her heart something to pump. The squirrel judged the sound irrelevant and continued down. All day, people and dogs had filled the forest. Only now, in darkness, did it dare leave its hiding spot. The barking and voices had faded. The thundering bird had returned to its nest. It reached the foot of the tree, ran along a thick root. It didn't like traveling in the dark, but hunger drove it on. Alert, stopping every 10 meters to listen and look, it steered clear of a badger den. The family hadn't been seen in a while, but you could never be too careful. Finally, it reached its nearest winter store. The evening temperature had dropped below freezing on top of the day's melting snow. A thin crust had formed. The squirrel scratched through, stopped to listen, dug again through snow, leaves, dirt. Just as it picked up a nut, it heard a sound. "Danger!" It took a nut in its teeth and ran straight up a pine, abandoning the store. In the safety of a branch, it took the nut in its paws, trying to locate the sound. Hunger gnawed, but danger came first. Its head jerked side to side, nose trembling, tracing the sound to its source. It came from the badger den. Badgers couldn't climb trees. The squirrel relaxed a little and took a bite of the nut, watching the ground like a theater audience. But what emerged from the den was no badger. The squirrel lowered the nut, tried to understand to fit what it saw into known facts. It couldn't. It took the nut in its mouth and dashed further up the trunk to the very top. Maybe those could climb trees. You could never be too careful. 8:30 Sunday evening. Across the city, events converged. The ambulance carrying Virginia, and lack across the Tranborough Bridge, the police chief held up the murderer's photograph for the press. Eli selected a dress from Oscar's mother's closet. Tommy inhaled glue fumes. A squirrel spotted Hakan Benson, the first living creature to do so in 14 hours, and Staffen poured tea. Unaware a sliver was missing from the spout, tea ran along it onto the counter. He tipped the pot higher, splashing tea, the lid tumbling into the cup. Scalding water hit his hands. He slammed the teapot down, arms stiff, reciting the Hebrew alphabet to quell the urge to throw it against the wall. Yvonne entered, asking if he was okay. He shook his head, said it was nothing, continued his recitation. She asked if he was sad. No. He finished, opened his eyes and pointed at the teapot. It was terrible. It spilled when you poured. She'd never noticed. He insisted. She disagreed. He pinched his lips, stretched his scalded hand toward her in a gesture of peace, and admitted he felt an intense desire to hit her. She should say no more. Yvonne stepped back, sensing something she'd always suspected beneath his pious facade. She crossed her arms, breathing, then asked, "Is that what you do? Hit when things go wrong?" He reminded her he hadn't hit her. She pressed, and if she hadn't listened? He calmed, took her hands, kissed them lightly, saying they had to listen to each other. They drank tea in the living room. Staffen made a mental note to buy a new teapot. She asked about the Judon search. He told her. She tried to steer the conversation elsewhere, but eventually asked, "Where's Tommy?" She didn't know. At a friend's house. Staffen pressed, "When was he coming home?" She said he was spending the night, but fumbled for a name, finally offering Robin. Staffen pressed further what was Robin's last name. She said Algren. He decided they should call Robin and ask Tommy to come home. She didn't have the number. Staffen grabbed the phone book, asked where Robin lived. Bjornsensgaten. No Algren there but one on Ibsengaten? Could it be him? Yvonne admitted she'd promised Tommy not to tell. Staffen was confused. She clarified Tommy wasn't at Robin's. Where then? She'd promised. He put down the phone book, sat beside her, put his hand on her knee. She held her teacup to her face, hands shaking. He pressed. She had to understand. She insisted she'd promised. He argued that swift action was key with young people. He used heroin addiction as an example. Tommy didn't do things like that. Was she sure? The silence stretched, each second eroding her certainty. He leaned back, knowing the battle was won. She told him he couldn't go to Tommy tonight, tomorrow morning before school. He promised. Where was Tommy? She told him. Then she went to the kitchen, smoked, blew smoke out the window. Staffen joined, waved away the smoke, and asked for the cellar key. She said she'd forgotten, but it would probably come back to her tomorrow morning, if he was nice. Alone in the apartment now, Oscar returned to the kitchen table and the scattered newspaper clippings. The throbbing in his head had begun to ease as the fragments of the evening's revelations started to align into a coherent, if terrifying, picture. Eli had told him what had happened to the old man who had lived with her. The infection had taken over completely. The man's original self was gone, and the disease was all that remained, piloting his body with a single, relentless purpose to find Eli. The danger was imminent, and Eli had pleaded with him to stay out of it. The plan was to flee at dusk the following day. Oscar had immediately asked why they couldn't leave that very night. The answer he received was a quiet confession of weakness, a refusal he couldn't fully understand. But then he made the connection: the blood he had caused to spill in the hallway, Eli's blood that had been shed because of his demand for proof. His own thoughtless cruelty had drained Eli's strength. If the infected man found Eli now, it would be his fault. The realization hit him like a physical blow. His eyes darted to the plastic bag on the floor near the couch, Eli's bloodied clothes still visible, the sleeve of the pink shirt hanging out. He grabbed it with a sudden violent urgency, the chair scraping back and toppling over. He crammed the damp spongy fabric deeper into the bag and tied it shut, his movements frantic. Only then did he stop, his gaze falling on his own hand. The crust on the cut he had made to form their pact had cracked, revealing the raw wound beneath.
A cold dread washed over him. Eli had recoiled from his blood. What if it was already too late? He was going to become what Eli was. His body seemed to move on its own, carrying him to the front door and up the stairs to the garbage chute. He pushed the bag into the dark opening and held it there, the cold air from the shaft numbing his hand. He could see the white plastic stark against the dark, rough walls of the duct. If he let go, it would fall, disappearing into the large sack below. He thought about the garbage truck that would come in a few days, the orange lights flashing across his ceiling in the early morning. He thought about the men in overalls, the crushing jaws of the truck, the sense of safety he felt lying in his bed, listening to the mundane rhythm of the world. But now, there was also a strange longing in that thought, a desire to be on that truck, to ride away. He knew he had to let go. His arm ached, his hand was numb, but his fingers were locked tight. Finally, with a surge of will, he released the bag. It scraped against the walls, was silent for a moment as it fell freely, and then landed with a dull thud in the container below. He looked at his hand, the hand that had given in to the thought, and the thought was sharp, clear, and horrifying. He could kill someone. Johnny. He could take the knife and slit his throat and collect his blood for Eli. His mind played out the scenario with a chilling clarity. This wasn't the game he played with a tree. This was real. A wave of heat and dizziness washed over him. He had to lean on the edge of the chute to keep from falling. The conviction of his own infection solidified. Soon, he would be a vampire. He forced his legs to carry him back down the stairs, steadying himself with a hand he considered uninfected. Back in his room, he collapsed onto his bed, staring at the photograph wallpaper of the forest. A familiar figure, the little gnome seemed to stare back. A thought surfaced, absurd in its normalcy. He had school tomorrow, and homework. He was supposed to find meaningless names in the geography book. He should get up and do it. That's what he should do. Instead, he tapped a message on the wall spelling out Eli's name. There was no response. Eli was probably out doing what she had to do to survive. He pulled the covers over his head, a feverish chill racking his body. He tried to imagine a future with Eli, a life together, forever. A fear of being hated, but also a hope of being with her. His thoughts spun out into a fantasy, an attempt to cling to a desired future, until he heard the front door open. His mother was home. Tommy's head momentarily cleared at the thought of what his mother and Staffan would say, the absurdity of the situation cutting through the haze. 3,000 kroner was real, undeniable. That was a fact. Now the only question that mattered was what she actually wanted in exchange. He asked her directly what she wanted to buy, gesturing at the money as if it could cover anything. Her answer was a single stark word: blood. He snorted, dismissing it with a joke about being sold out. The girl didn't react, just watched him with a steady, unsmiling gaze from the armchair. He tried again, asking what she really meant, and her offer clarified the cash was for blood from him. He protested. He had none, but she insisted he did. The realization hit him, and he stared at her, demanding to know if she was serious. She gestured to the bills as proof, assuring him it wasn't dangerous. He pressed for details, a growing unease mixing with his intoxication. She pulled a small white packet from her kit and shook at razor blades. Then she produced a large skin-colored bandage. The whole scene felt ludicrous, a game he couldn't quite follow. He scoffed, pointing out that he could simply take the money from her, noting what a huge sum it was and asking where she'd gotten it. She closed her eyes briefly, sighing, and when she opened them, her patience had visibly thinned. She demanded a simple yes or no. He stammered, trying to understand the mechanics of the transaction, and she confirmed his guess with an eager nod. A thought snagged in his brain, something about pigs, and he gaped at her, a dawning horror crossing his face as the pieces began to fit. She confirmed his unspoken suspicion. He insisted it was a joke and ordered her to leave. She explained. She had an illness and needed blood, and to prove her desperation, she added 2 more 1,000 kroner notes to the pile on the floor, making it 5,000 and pleading with him.
His mind raced, connecting her to the murdered man in Vallingby, but he couldn't reconcile it with the small figure before him. He stumbled over his words, asking what she needed it for, pointing out she was just a kid. She turned the question back on him, asking if he was scared. He denied it, but then asked if she was scared. She confessed her fear was of his refusal. He stood firm, telling her to go home. She considered him for a moment, then nodded, gathering the money and returning it to her kit. Tommy watched the spot where the 5,000 had been, a tangible weight of opportunity disappearing. She stood and moved to the latch, but he called out, his panic overriding his dismissal. He asked if she planned to slit his throat. She corrected him, saying it would be a small cut on the inside of his elbow. When he pressed what she would do with the blood, her answer was simple: drink it, right then. His mind conjured an internal map of his own circulatory system, and he felt the reality of the blood running through him. He asked what kind of illness she had, but she only stood at the door, watching him, making him feel like an animal on a chart. He pushed the image away and changed his mind, telling her to give him the money. She pulled the bills out again, offering 3,000 now and 2 later. He agreed, but warned her he could just take it all from her. She calmly stated he couldn't. She handed him the 3,000, and he checked each bill's authenticity before rolling them into a tight cylinder in his fist. He asked what came next, and she placed the remaining 2,000 on a chair before crouching down beside the couch, producing the packet of razor blades and shaking one out. He could tell she had done this before. She checked which side of the blade was sharper and held it up, a silent, final instruction. Then she made her condition clear: he could never tell anyone. He asked what would happen if he did. Her reply was a flat, final prohibition. He assured her he wouldn't, then asked how much she would take. 1 liter. She admitted it was a lot, but assured him he could handle it, and that it would regenerate. He nodded, his gaze transfixed as she lowered the shining blade to his skin. His perspective shifted, as if he were watching the scene from afar. He observed the details: her jawline, her dark hair, his own white arm. The razor's edge pushed the fine hair aside, found its target, the darker swelling of a vein. It pressed down, a light, precise point, and then it broke the skin. The sharp pain made him gasp, and he squeezed the wad of bills in his other hand, grinding his teeth as his blood began to well and spurt. The razor fell to the floor. The girl gripped his arm with both hands, her lips pressing against the wound. He turned his head away, unable to watch, only feeling her warm lips and tongue lapping at the cut. He saw the internal map again, the channels of his blood rushing toward that opening. The sensation was one of being drained, of the flow leaving him. The pain intensified, the arm going numb, replaced by a deep, powerful suction. Fear gripped him. He wanted it to stop. The hurt was too much. Tears came to his eyes, and he opened his mouth to speak, but no words would form. Instead, he bent his free arm and bit down hard on the paper cylinder in his fist, trying to anchor himself through the experience. Oscar dismissed his mother's offer, his voice flat. She insisted she was happy to do it, but he refused again, unable to articulate why he'd changed his mind. She offered to sing, and he rejected that too, his refusal sharp and final. Hurt flickered across her face, but she suppressed it, reminding herself he was sick, and offered to think of something else. He cut her off, saying he just wanted to sleep. She finally said good night, and left him alone in the dark. He lay in bed, staring at the window, trying to sense if anything was changing inside him. He had no idea what the process felt like. He thought of Eli, and wondered what it had been like for him, for her, when the transformation occurred. The idea of it meant being cut off from everything. His mother, his father, school, all of it. To be with Eli, always. From the living room, he heard the television turn on, the volume quickly lowered. Then the familiar sounds of his mother moving through the kitchen, the clatter of the coffee pot, the hiss of the gas stove, the rattle of a cup and saucer, cabinets opening and closing. The ordinary sounds of his life. He'd heard them 100 times before, and the weight of that familiarity pressed down on him, filling him with a deep, aching sadness. The wounds on Virginia's body had mostly healed, leaving only faint white lines and a few stubborn scabs. Lackey sat by her bed, absently rubbing a scab between his fingers until it crumbled into a fine red powder. He remembered the chaos of her arrival, the violent resistance she'd put up when she'd regained consciousness, tearing out her IV, screaming and kicking. He'd been unable to watch the struggle, retreating to the cafeteria for coffee. He'd had 3 cups, and when he went for a 4th, the cashier reminded him of the 1 refill limit. He explained he was broke and felt like he was going to die the next day, asking if she could make an exception. She did, and even offered him a dry mazarine cake that was set to be thrown out. He ate it, thinking about the small kindnesses people were capable of, before standing outside to smoke the second-to-last cigarette in his pack. When he returned, Virginia had been restrained with leather straps. A nurse had been injured trying to subdue her, her glasses broken and her eyebrow cut. They hadn't dared sedate her due to her fragile condition, so they'd strapped her down to prevent self-harm. Now, the blood from a bag on the IV stand dripped steadily into Virginia's arm. Lack noticed the label on the bag, a large A marking the blood type. He had blood type B, and he distinctly remembered Virginia telling him she had the same. He was certain of it. He went into the corridor and found a nurse, who looked at him with barely concealed disdain. He asked about Virginia's blood type, pointing out the A on the bag. The nurse explained that Virginia had type AB, and that AB can receive from any blood type. When Locke protested that Virginia must have changed, the nurse's expression turned to one of weary disbelief. She insisted that was impossible, and that Virginia must have been mistaken, then left him standing there. The thought of receiving the wrong blood haunted him, the risk of it coagulating. But he decided Virginia must have remembered incorrectly. He retreated to a corner of the room, sitting in an armchair with a plastic flower on a small table beside it. The room was bare, sterile. He thought of Dostoevsky, of the dirty, messy deaths in his novels, and how this cold, polished environment seemed far worse. He leaned back, closing his eyes. The chair was uncomfortable, his head lolling back. He imagined the plastic flower transforming into a real one, growing into a garden around the cottage he and Virginia would buy. He saw himself standing in that garden, looking at a rose bush, and then a long shadow fell over him. He jerked awake, his palm wet with drool. His neck was stiff, and he rubbed it, trying to straighten it. When he looked up, Virginia was staring at him. Her eyes were wide open, but utterly still. No recognition, no life. He leaped to his feet, a sharp crack in his neck. He knelt by the bed, pressing close to her face, calling her name, trying to will her back to him. Her eyes seemed to hold his gaze, but they were wrong. Her pupils were stretched lengthwise, narrowed to points. Then she blinked. She was back. She asked if he was in pain. He stammered, saying he'd thought she was dead. She confirmed she was tied down. He reached to free a strap, but she told him not to. He asked if she was going to fight again. She didn't answer directly, only repeated that he shouldn't free her. He dropped the strap and settled into the armchair, his neck aching. She asked if he'd called her daughter Lena. He admitted he hadn't, but offered to. She said no. A heavy silence fell between them, the kind that fills hospital rooms where words feel small and inadequate. They simply looked at each other for a long moment, communicating without speaking. Then she broke the silence, her voice low and controlled. She told him he had to help her. He promised he would do anything. She took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping over him as if memorizing his face for the last time. She confessed she was a vampire. His instinct was to laugh it off, but the words wouldn't come. All he could manage was a weak denial. She continued, her voice steady. She had gone to Gosta's apartment to kill him. If the cats hadn't intervened, she would have done it. She would have drunk his blood. That had been her intention. She asked if he understood. He looked around the room, searching for an escape from her words, his gaze landing on an overhead light. He muttered about an irritating sound. She told him she couldn't stand light, couldn't eat, was plagued by horrible thoughts. She was going to hurt people him. She didn't want to live. He finally found his voice, telling her she couldn't say such things. She didn't understand, she said. He admitted that was probably true, but insisted she wasn't going to die. He paced the room, telling her she wasn't allowed to say those things. She called his name, and he answered. She asked him a question, her voice firm. He knew it was true, didn't he, what she was talking about? Lack let out a dismissive snort, patting his chest and pockets for a cigarette, his hands moving with a frantic, searching energy. He found the crumpled packet and his lighter, managing to extract the last cigarette and put it to his lips. Then he remembered where he was and pulled it out with a curse, complaining they'd throw him out. Virginia suggested he open the window. He quipped that she was telling him to jump, and she responded with a faint smile. He walked to the window, threw it open wide and leaned out as far as he could. He lit the cigarette, inhaling deeply, and made a conscious effort to exhale the smoke away from the window, looking up at the stars. Virginia's voice came from behind him, explaining how she'd been infected by the child. The infection had grown, and she knew exactly where it was centered in her heart, like a cancerous mass she couldn't control. He dismissed her claims, blowing out a column of smoke and telling her she seemed normal. She insisted she was only making an effort, and that the blood transfusions were helping, but at any moment she could let go and the infection would take over. She confessed that looking at him she felt the desire to eat him. A shiver ran down his spine, whether from his neck or the fear he wasn't sure. Feeling suddenly exposed, he stubbed out the cigarette on the wall and flicked the butt away, turning back to face her. He called the whole thing insanity. She agreed it was, but insisted that was simply the reality. He crossed his arms, getting a forced laugh as he asked what she wanted him to do. Her request was clear. She wanted him to destroy her heart. He asked how, and she told him however he wanted. He rolled his eyes, pointing out how insane it sounded, like he was supposed to drive a stake into her. She confirmed that was exactly what she meant. He refused emphatically, laughing and shaking his head, saying they'd have to think of something better. She looked at him for a long moment, then gave a gentle nod of acceptance. He walked over and took her hand, noting how unnatural it felt, restrained as it was. He couldn't even get both his hands around it. Her hand was warm, though, and she squeezed his. He stroked her cheek with his free hand and asked if he should undo the restraints. She said no, that the infection could return. He insisted she would get better, that everything would work out, and confessed that he only had her. He began to tell her a secret, sitting down in the armchair without letting go of her hand. He told her everything about the stamps, the lion, Norway, the money. He spun out a fantasy about the little cottage they would buy, painting a picture of the garden, the flowers, and a shady patio where they could sit together. As he spoke, tears began to flow silently from Virginia's eyes, streaming down her cheeks and soaking her pillowcase. No sobs, just quiet, glistening tears. He fell silent, and she squeezed his hand hard. He walked out into the corridor and managed to persuade a nurse to let him have an extra cot. He positioned it right next to her bed. He turned off the light, undressed, and crawled into the stiff sheets, reaching out to find her hand in the darkness. They lay like that for a long time, holding on to each other. Then she whispered that she loved him. He didn't respond with words, only let the confession hang in the air, wrapping itself around him like a warm, protective blanket that kept him safe through the night. The next morning, Tommy surfaced from a murky haze of sleep and nightmares. The naked bulb in the cellar offered no clue to the time. It could have been dawn or midday. His mouth was sour with the taste of glue. He blinked, focusing on the 2,000 kroner notes lying on his chest. He bent his arm to pick them up, feeling a tug at his skin, a large Band-Aid on the inside of his elbow with a small bloodstain at its center. Then he remembered there was more. He reached into the cushions and found the roll of bills he'd dropped. Unfolding them, he joined them with the others. 5,000 kroner. He chuckled, thinking how easy it had been. The phrase echoed in his mind. Not bad for just lying back and closing your eyes. It was something he'd heard about Toby's sister, who turned tricks, but his amusement faded as he squeezed the bills, scrunching them into a ball. She had paid him for his blood, claiming an illness. What kind of illness was that? He'd never heard of anything like it. If you had an illness, you went to the hospital. You didn't go down into a basement with 5,000 kroner and a razor blade. He sat up, the reality of the situation dawning on him. Vampires didn't exist. That girl must be delusional. But then the thought of the ritual killer, the one they were searching for, surfaced in his mind. He couldn't make sense of it, but he knew he was terrified of her now. Just as he was deciding to go back upstairs, no matter what, he heard the cellar door open. His heart lurched. He looked around for a weapon, his eyes landing on a broom. The irony of a broom against a vampire almost made him smile, but the instinct for survival overrode the dark humor. He scrambled up, stuffing the money into his pocket, and slipped into the safety room just as the cellar door swung open. He crouched in the pitch black, not daring to lock the door for fear she would hear him, and tried to make his breathing as silent as possible. Tommy strained to identify the source of the footsteps in the corridor. It wasn't Staffen or Lassie or Robin. The gait was wrong, unsteady, labored, like someone carrying an immense weight. A wild, absurd thought flashed through his drug-addled mind: Santa Claus. He clapped a hand over his mouth to stifle a hysterical giggle, imagining the Disney version of Santa staggering through the corridor with his sack. His lips trembled, and he clenched his teeth to stop them from chattering. Still crouched, he shuffled backward from the door, step by agonizing step, until he felt the corner of the room at his back. At the same moment, the shaft of light from the corridor was blocked. Santa had stopped between the light and the shelter door. Tommy clamped his other hand over the first, desperate to contain the scream building in his throat. There was nowhere to run. Through the cracks in the shelter door, he could see a fragmented outline of Hakon's body. Eli extended the stake as far as possible, nudging the door. It swung open a few inches, but the body outside stopped it. A hand grabbed the door's edge and threw it open with such force that it tore off a hinge, the door swinging back to rest against the intruder's shoulder. Tommy could make out the patchy blue of a hospital shirt covering the body to the knees, the rest a grim patchwork of dirt, mud, and dark stains that Eli's nose identified as a mix of animal and human blood. The shirt was torn, revealing pale scratched skin beneath. The face was a featureless mass of exposed flesh, one red eye like a grotesque cherry atop a ruined cake. The mouth was a black hole, teeth glinting in an uneven semicircle, the whole pulsing with a chewing motion as a sound emerged. Eee! Eli pointed the stake at Hakon's chest and offered a greeting. He knew nothing about the undead, uncertain if the creature was bound by the same rules, or if destroying its heart would even help. Hakon's stillness in the doorway suggested he needed an invitation. Hakon's gaze swept over Eli's thin dress, and Eli wished for more protection against that searching eye. He tentatively pressed the stake closer. Eli asked what Hakon wanted. A hollow rasp escaped the creature, a yellowish drop seeping from the hole where his nose had been. Then a damaged whisper. "Eh!" One arm jerked in a spasmodic, clumsy motion, grabbing the hem of the shirt and pulling it up. Hakon's erection stood out, and Eli stared at its swollen, veined form, wondering how it was possible. Hakon's hand pulled the foreskin back and forth, the head appearing and disappearing like a jack-in-the-box, as he uttered sounds of either pleasure or agony. Eli laughed with relief. The absurdity of it all, of this, just to masturbate. He imagined Hakon standing there forever, an obscene wind-up doll. The image was so ridiculous that he didn't notice Hakon step into the room, uninvited. He didn't see the fist that had just been gripping that impossible pleasure rise above his head. The arm came down with a force that could kill a horse, the blow catching Eli's ear, splitting the skin, and tearing half of it away as his head slammed against the concrete floor. Tommy, hearing the girl's voice, then her laugh, then the inhuman sound of the other voice, realized the thing in the corridor wasn't coming for him. He pressed himself into the corner, listening to the thuds and the sounds of bodies moving, trying to understand. Something was being dragged across the floor. The sounds masked his own movements as he stood and felt his way along the wall to the stacked boxes. His heart hammered like a toy drum, his hands shaking. He didn't dare use his lighter, so he closed his eyes and searched the top of the boxes with his fingers. They closed around Staffan's shooting trophy. He lifted it, testing its weight. Holding the figure's chest, the stone base made a serviceable club. He could make out the outline of the little silver pistol shooter. "Friend, my little friend." He pressed the trophy to his chest and sank back into the corner, waiting for it all to be over. Eli surfaced from the darkness to find himself being handled like an object. His body, as if at a distance, was being manipulated. His legs were forced up and back, bound at the ankles. His spine was stretched to its limit, his body folded like a bale of fabric. He thought he was hallucinating, seeing only yellow and a massive shadow. Cold pressure probed between his buttocks, a blunt intrusion trying to force its way in. The fabric covering his face was blown aside, and he saw Håkan above him, his one eye fixed on Eli's spread position, his hands locked around his ankles. Eli heard the tendons in his own thighs break like overtied strings. He screamed into Håkan's face, tasting the drool that fell from the creature's mouth, the taste of corpse filling his mouth. His arms fell limp at his sides, but his fingers found something, the handle of the broom. He focused, visualizing the stick in his hand, and squeezed it tightly. The point had to be on the right side. He saw the stick was positioned correctly. A chance. In one smooth, desperate motion, he raised the stick and thrust it at Håkan's face. His arm, pinned by his own body, stopped the motion centimeters short. He had failed. For a brief moment he thought he could will himself to die. Then Håkan thrust forward, dropping his head at the same moment. With a soft, wet sound, the sharp end of the stick entered his eye. Håkan didn't scream. He barely seemed to notice, only loosening his grip in what might have been surprise at the sudden blindness. Eli kicked free, the soles of his feet striking Håkan's chest, sending him reeling back. Eli struggled to his knees, his back screaming in protest. Håkan straightened up like a mechanical doll, and they faced each other. The stick slid from Håkan's eye inch by inch, then fell to the floor. Clear fluid seeped from the wound. Neither moved. Then Håkan jerked forward, and Eli drove his fist into the left side of his chest, cracking ribs and breaking through the skin. He fumbled inside the cavity, finding Håkan's heart cold, soft, lifeless. He crushed it like a dead jellyfish. Håkan barely reacted, only reaching up as if to brush away a persistent fly. Eli pulled his hand free, remnants of the heart still in his fist. He had to get away. His legs wouldn't obey, so he rolled onto his stomach and crawled toward the door. Håkan groped blindly, grabbing the dress and tearing a sleeve before Eli reached the doorway and rose to his knees. Håkan stood, and Eli had a few seconds of reprieve before he found the door. Eli's legs could barely support him, his fingers punctured by splinters as he braced against the wall. He knew now that without a heart, blind, Håkan would pursue him endlessly. A vertical black line appeared in front of his eyes. The door. Håkan's hand found the frame, his body staggering into the corridor. Eli pressed himself against the wall, waiting. Håkan stopped directly in front of him, listening, sniffing. Eli braced himself and charged, throwing his weight against Håkan's body. It worked. Håkan stumbled sideways, falling through the gap in the door. Eli fell after him, catching himself before he hit the floor, then crawled to the door and grabbed the locking wheel. He turned it, sealing the creature inside. Tommy remained frozen in the corner, holding his breath until his ears rang and stars burst behind his eyes. Only when he heard the cellar door slam shut did he dare release his breath in a long, shuddering exhalation that echoed off the concrete walls and faded into silence. Complete darkness pressed in around him, dense and heavy. He held his hand before his face but saw nothing. No difference at all. He touched his own nose, his lips, needing to prove to himself that he still existed. His fingertips registered the shapes, but they felt unreal, as if they might dissolve at any moment. The figurine in his other hand felt more solid, more real than his own body, and he clutched it tightly. Throughout the sounds of the struggle in the storage unit, He had pressed himself into a ball, hands over his ears trying to block out the nightmare. It had sounded like the girl was being murdered, and he had been too terrified to intervene, so he had retreated inward, escaping into memory. He had been with his father at the Raxta field, flying a remote-controlled airplane. His mother had gotten bored and left. But he and his dad had stayed until dusk, the plane a dark silhouette against the pink sky. Then they had walked home through the forest, hand in hand. He had clung to that memory, the buzz of the engine, the warmth of his father's hand on his back. Now, in the silence, the terror he had felt months after his father's death came creeping back. It was a fear born of love, transformed by loss into something darker. He swallowed hard against the lump in his throat. "Think, you have a lighter. You can find candles." The thought was a lifeline. He dug the lighter from his pocket and flicked it on. The flame flared, momentarily blinding him. When his eyes adjusted, he saw he was not alone. On the floor, right next to his feet, was his father. The fact that his father had been cremated didn't register. The face before him matched his worst imaginings of what a corpse in the earth might look like. He screamed, the sound snuffing out the lighter. But in the split second before the darkness returned, he saw the head jerk. "It's alive!" His bowels released in a warm, wet explosion. His legs gave way and he collapsed, the lighter bouncing away into the darkness. His hand landed on the corpse's cold foot, sharp nails scratching his palm. Even as he shrieked, a bizarre, frantic thought surfaced. "Dad, haven't you trimmed your toenails?" He began patting the foot, stroking the cold flesh like a frozen puppy. His hands moving up the shin, the thigh, feeling the muscles tense and shift beneath the skin. His fingers brushed metal the statuette, nestled between the corpse's thighs. He grabbed it, his screams cutting off as a cold, practical clarity took over. A club. In the silence, he heard a wet, sticky sound as the corpse raised itself. A cold limb nudged his hand, and he jerked back, squeezing the figurine. "It's not Dad." He scrambled backward, away from the body, the mess in his pants a forgotten horror. His terror transformed into a strange kind of vision. He could almost see the yellowish shape of the corpse rising in the darkness, a constellation of malice. He shuffled back, until he hit the wall. The corpse exhaled a short sound, "A-A." And Tommy saw something else, an animated elephant, accompanied by a bigger one. They raised their trunks. A song began, the familiar voices from his childhood television shows. The corpse must have collided with a stack of boxes. He heard thuds, the crash of stereo equipment falling. He pressed himself against the wall, hearing the smack of bare feet searching the floor in front of him. The song echoed in his head. "Here is there where you are not." Tommy's mind grasped onto a desperate dissociative logic. He wasn't really there. He couldn't see himself, couldn't see the thing making the noise, so it was just sound, something he was listening to as he stared into the blackness. The thought was a fragile shield, and he almost began to sing out loud before a remnant of sanity stopped him. The white noise in his head began to fade, leaving a space where he could stack new thoughts with effort. The face. He didn't want to think about its face, but something about it, glimpsed in the lighter's flash, nagged at him. The thing was getting closer. The footsteps were louder, more distinct, but more than that, he could feel its presence, a shadow more impenetrable than the darkness. He bit his lip until he tasted blood, squeezing his eyes shut, and then he understood. "It doesn't have eyes." A hand swept through the air near his face, and he felt the faint breeze of its passage. He dodged, the hand brushing only his hair. He threw himself flat on the floor, snaking along the ground, his hands searching ahead like radar. The lighter. "I need the lighter." Something poked his cheek, a toenail. He rolled away, a wave of nausea washing over him. He was laughing and crying at the same time, his throat raw, his hands still searching. He started to pray, a desperate, rambling plea to God, apologizing for the prank in church, promising to believe forever, if only he could find the lighter. Then it happened. A flash of blue-white light illuminated the room, and he saw the lighter, just a meter from his hand. He yanked his foot free from the thing's grasp and grabbed it, scrambling to his feet. He flicked the lighter. The flame flickered to life. The thing stopped, turning its head toward the sound. Tommy slid to the side, reaching the door. The thing followed the sound of his movement, stopping where he had been. He pulled at the locking wheel with his free hand, but it wouldn't budge. The lighter flame trembled and went out. He heard the thing coming toward him again. He sobbed, begging for it to end. His mind fractured, images of elephants and childhood songs flashing through his terror. He shook his head, flicked the lighter back on. The trophy lay on the floor. He grabbed it, jumped to the side, and faced the thing as it groped blindly at the space he had just left. Blind man's bluff. He raised the trophy like a club, and when the creature was close enough, swung with all his might. The sharp stone corner connected with the temple with a perfect, satisfying crack. Cold liquid splashed onto his face, and the thing crashed to the ground, panting. Tommy stared at the body, noting with a bizarre detached observation that the penis was still erect. A throbbing pain in his thumb, the lighter had burned his skin. He couldn't let go. He didn't want to be left in the dark with the body. Then it moved. The creature lifted its head, starting to get up. Something essential inside Tommy broke. He struck again, and again. After a while, he started to think it was fun. The next morning, Morgan and Larry rode the subway toward the hospital. Larry insisted on getting his ticket stamped, while Morgan simply waved an expired pass. They argued about it briefly, then shifted to the topic they'd come to discuss, the events of the night before. Larry recounted what Gosta had told him: Virginia, Blackie, the cats, the ambulance screaming away. Morgan listened, staring out the window, speculating on what had made the cats go mad. They both acknowledged the tragedy, but their conversation drifted to politics, the Communist Party, and, inevitably, to vampires, the word bringing their grim errand back into focus. Morgan's voice droned on in the background, but Larry's attention had drifted. He watched a lone police officer outside the greenhouses near Akashov. The man's gaze lifted toward the subway, his posture suggesting boredom. Larry felt a brief, fleeting guilt about his understamped ticket, but it was quickly overshadowed by the grim reason the police were there at all. He relaxed, letting Morgan's monologue wash over him in fragments as the train carried them toward Sabbatsburg. In the hospital, Virginia lay in the dim room, a thin gray strip of dawn light across the ceiling. The blinds allowed in enough illumination to make her feel like she was on a tanning bed, her body hot and throbbing, but the pain was bearable. What was worse was the constant draining effort to stay awake. The moment she stopped concentrating, her breathing ceased, and the lights in her head began to dim. She had to force her eyes wide, shake her head to spark them back to life. But this wakefulness was also a blessing. It left no room for thought, no space for hesitation or regret. A nurse arrived at precisely 8 o'clock. Virginia hushed her sharply before she could speak, whispering an apology and explaining she didn't want to wake Lack. The nurse lowered her voice, saying she needed to take Virginia's temperature and some blood. Virginia asked if the nurse could roll Lack out while he was still sleeping. The nurse looked at him doubtfully, then declined, suggesting they could manage in the room. Virginia's request grew more urgent, but the nurse, glancing at her watch, dismissed it. Virginia snapped a desperate plea, and the nurse stepped back, her eyes going to the restraints. Reassured, she approached the bed again, speaking to Virginia as if she were a child, explaining the medical necessities. Virginia sighed, giving up, and then asked the nurse to open the blinds. As the nurse moved to the window, Virginia kicked off her blanket, exposing her body. She held her breath, eyes squeezed shut, consciously trying to will herself into unconsciousness, but instead, her life flashed before her eyes in a rapid reel of images: a bird in a cardboard box, the smell of freshly mangled sheets, her mother, her father, the cottage, her daughter, her grandson, and then the blinds clattered open, and she was pulled into a vortex of fire. At the same time, Oscar went through his usual morning routine. He woke up, had breakfast, got dressed, and hugged his mother goodbye. He felt normal, Or at least the familiar dread and anxiety were there, but no more than usual. He packed his school things and sat at his desk, staring at the wall, wondering about his infection. The old man had only taken hours to turn, so he must be clear. He should have felt relieved, but he didn't. The phone rang, and he lunged for it, hoping it was Eli. It was his father. Oscar answered tersely. His father hesitated, mentioning the unpleasantness of Saturday night, and asked if Oscar had told his mother. Oscar replied with a pointed question. His father offered him a pair of ice skates he'd secured, but Oscar cut him off, saying he had to go. He hung up, picked up his bag, and left for school, feeling hollow. At school, the students in the corridor parted to let him pass. He was different now, and they sensed it. He sat at his desk, ignoring the murmurs. Johnny arrived late, his ears swollen and dark red but without a bandage. He didn't look at anyone, and Oscar thought he seemed ashamed. Meanwhile, Staffen, having decided to confront Tommy in uniform, went down to the cellar. He found the lock tampered with, a wad of paper tucked into the mechanism. He assumed it was Tommy's handiwork. He walked to the storage unit, finding it empty but splattered with blood. The discovery made him immediately shift from disciplinary mode to crime scene protocol. Then he heard a sound, a muffled litany and thuds coming from the safety room. A wooden stick was threaded through the locking wheels, its tip stained with dark dried matter. He considered calling for reinforcements but decided to handle it alone. He prepared his gun and baton, then carefully removed the stick with a handkerchief, listening for any change in the noises. The litany continued uninterrupted. Staffen pulled the stick free and propped it against the wall, mindful of preserving any prints. Knowing the handkerchief wasn't a guarantee, he used 2 stiff fingers on one of the wheel spokes, forcing it to turn. The mechanism gave way. He licked his dry lips, his throat tight, and turned the second wheel. The door slid to a crack. From inside, he could now make out the words a high-pitched, broken whisper chanting a nursery rhyme about elephants on a spiderweb, punctuated by thuds. He angled his baton away and pushed the door open. The scene before him was grotesque. Tommy knelt behind a heap of flesh that was barely recognizable as human, save for an arm protruding from it. Tommy held a square stone in both hands, slamming it down into the butchered remains with each verse of his song. Staffen felt a wave of nausea so intense he had to look away. His eyes landed on a small figurine by the threshold, the pistol shooter, its base missing. He understood, and the realization made his head spin. He braced himself against the doorpost, and through his blurred vision, he thought he saw the remains on the floor move, as if trying to get up. Outside the hospital, Morgan and Larry arrived. Morgan, a chain smoker, was already stubbing out his cigarette while Larry still had half of his left. Morgan paced in the parking lot, complaining about water seeping through a hole in his shoe. He asked Larry for money, deflecting questions about disability pay, and suggested they treat Lack to something to cheer him up. Larry was hesitant, but they entered the hospital. At the reception desk, Morgan tried to find out where Virginia was but was rebuffed. They made their way to the intensive care unit, where they found Lack sitting in an armchair in his underwear, staring blankly into a room filled with chaos. The smell of ash hung in the air. Lack turned to them with empty eyes, saying he should have realized it would happen. When Larry asked what happened, Lack simply said, "She burned." Virginia had gone up in flames. Morgan peered into the room, seeing 2 beds, one messy, the other covered by a gray blanket, with a charred hand and a familiar ring visible. A man in authority told him to step back. Morgan retrieved Lack's clothes, and they helped him dress. Police arrived shortly after, but a nurse confirmed Lack had been asleep when it happened. Larry and Morgan led the dazed Lack out of the hospital. Outside, Morgan vomited into a flower bed, then demanded money from Larry, securing 150 kroner. On the subway back to Blackburg, Lack remained silent. In the lift to Larry's apartment, he finally broke down, his wails filling the stairwell. Larry carried him inside, and after a desperate, instinctive slap, Lack's screaming stopped. He collapsed against Larry, sobbing violently, and Larry held him, whispering empty comforts as Lack's grief poured out.
Larry's legs had gone numb from sitting still so long, but the shift in the air pulled him back to alertness. The raw, wailing grief that had been pouring out of Lack for what felt like hours finally softened into something quieter, a trembling whimper. Then Larry felt the muscles in Lackey's jaw suddenly clench hard against his thigh, a wire-tight tension that spoke of something hardening inside him. Lack lifted his head from Larry's lap, roughly dragging his sleeve across his face to clear the mess of tears and snot. When he spoke, his voice was flat and certain, announcing that he was going to kill it, that he wouldn't let the creature live. Larry could only manage a confused question and response, trying to grasp what Lack meant, but Lack's gaze had already dropped, staring straight through Larry's chest as if seeing something beyond him, his head bobbing in a nod that sealed the decision. Across town, during the long morning break, Oscar found himself surrounded by an unfamiliar warmth. Staff and Johan both came up to him, offering congratulations and praise, with Staff even pressing chewy candy bars into his hand, and Johan floating the idea of a bottle-collecting excursion together. No one shoved him as he walked. No one pinched his nose. Even Mika Siskov, usually a source of dread, offered a smile and a nod from across the cafeteria, as if Oscar had just shared the punchline to a very good joke. The message was unmistakable. The tribe had accepted him. His decisive act had been the rite of passage, and now he was one of them. The problem, however, was that the acceptance landed in a hollow space inside him. He could register it, appreciate the fact that the torment had ceased, but it left him untouched. Sure, it was good to know he would fight back if anyone tried anything again, but the feeling of belonging was absent. He didn't belong here anymore. In math class, he lifted his head and really looked at his classmates, the kids he'd spent 6 years with. They were bent over their work, chewing pens, passing notes, giggling at private jokes. They were just children. And he was a child too, but there was a but that hung unspoken in his thoughts, setting him apart. He began to doodle, drawing a cross that morphed into a gallows with a dangling noose, then a train, a car, a boat, finally, a house with an open door. The anxiety that had been a low hum in his body began to build. By the end of the class, the restlessness was impossible to contain. His feet drummed against the floor, his hands beat a nervous rhythm on the desk. The teacher, surprised, asked him to stop, and he made a conscious effort, but the marionette strings of his anxiety were being pulled from somewhere else, and his legs started to jerk of their own accord. When the last period of the day, gym class, arrived, he simply couldn't endure it anymore. In the hallway, he told Johan to pass along the message to the teacher that he was sick, excusing himself with the true but flimsy reason of having forgotten his gym clothes. His decision to cut class, however, had nothing to do with that. As he walked away, he saw the class forming its straight lines in the schoolyard and heard Tomas's mocking call, a drawn-out jeer. Oscar knew he'd probably be reported, but the thought carried no weight. He was utterly indifferent. He was driven, a blur of motion racing across Vallingby Square, scattering a flock of gray pigeons. A woman pushing a stroller gave him a sour look, annoyed by the disruption, but he paid her no mind. He was focused on a single destination, and everything else in his path was just an obstacle. Outside the toy store, he paused. The window display was a sugar-coated landscape of Smurfs, a world he felt he'd outgrown. He remembered a box at home holding a couple of big gym dolls, toys he'd played with around a year or so ago. An electronic chime announced his entry. He navigated the narrow aisles, past plastic dolls and model building kits, heading for the counter. The real prize, the authentic Rubik's Cubes with a logo, was displayed there, not with the cheaper imitations on the lower shelves. They were priced at a steep 98 kroner. A short, round man behind the counter offered a smile that Oscar mentally pegged as overly friendly, almost oily. The man asked if he needed help, and Oscar had his answer ready. He asked about the enamel paints for tin soldiers, feigning interest in a gold color. The shopkeeper gestured to the tiny pots behind him, and as he turned to retrieve them, Oscar made his move. He placed one hand on the counter in front of the cubes, while his other hand, holding his open school bag, slipped below. When the man's back was fully turned, He pawned one of the cubes, dropping it silently into his bag, and returned his hand to the counter in a single fluid motion. The shopkeeper returned with 2 paint pots, asking if he wanted matte or metallic. Oscar, feeling the heat of the theft crawling up his neck and into his ears, mumbled that the metallic one looked fine, trying to keep his flushed face hidden. He paid 19 kroner for the paint with the 20 he had, and pocketed the bag. Outside the store, the familiar rush of the successful theft hit him, but stronger than ever. He felt like a freed slave, liberated from chains. He ran to the car park, ducked between 2 cars, and carefully opened the packaging. The new cube was heavier than his imitation, the sections gliding against each other with a smooth ball-bearing precision. The plastic box was useless now, and he tossed it in a bin, feeling the cube looked better in his hand. It was a perfect present, a goodbye present. But the thought stopped him in the entrance to the subway station. The word goodbye echoed in his mind, bringing with it a sharp stab of fear. Would Eli think that by giving a gift, he was accepting their separation? That wasn't what he wanted at all. He absolutely didn't want. His anxious spiral was broken when his gaze snagged on the newspaper rack at the kiosk. The front page of Expressen was dominated by a photograph of Eli's old caretaker. He approached, flipping through the pages, seeing report after report about the search in Judon Forest, the man's identity, and a desperate appeal to the public for any information. The fear that someone else might have seen him, might know where he lived, was a physical weight in his gut. The kiosk attendant asked if he was buying the paper, and he shook his head, tossing it back and running for the platform. He was so frantic that it wasn't until he was on the platform that he realized he'd run right past the ticket collector without showing his pass. He paced in agitation, stamping his feet, gnawing on his knuckles, his eyes welling up as he silently willed the train to arrive. Lacek was sprawled on the sofa, his eyes half closed against the sunlight streaming in from the balcony. The setting sun sat perfectly behind Morgan's head, framing him in a halo of light. Morgan was trying to coax a bird on the railing to him, murmuring softly that it was safe. He wouldn't hurt it. Larry, meanwhile, was in an armchair, his attention split between the fading conversation and a Spanish lesson on television, where stiff actors were practicing the lines of a mundane dialogue. Yo tengo un bolso. ¿Qué hay en el bolso? He muttered the phrases to himself, mangling the pronunciation, and Morgan's movements shifted so that the sun fell directly on Lacek's face. He closed his eyes against the glare. The apartment was thick with the smell of old smoke. A dead bottle lay on the coffee table, and the ashtray beside it was overflowing. Lacek's gaze drifted to a couple of burn marks on the table's surface, the small black craters sliding around in his vision like sluggish beetles. Larry continued to mumble the Spanish phrase, then laughed at his own garbled attempt. Lacek's friends had listened to his story, but they had rejected the conclusion. They believed the facts, but refused to accept the monstrous interpretation he insisted upon. Larry had suggested the explanation of spontaneous combustion, a theory Morgan had jokingly asked him to spell, highlighting its absurdity. The unspoken truth lingered in the room. The evidence for spontaneous combustion was just as shaky as the evidence for vampires. In the face of 2 equally impossible scenarios, it was easier to choose the one that required no action. They were not going to join him in his crusade. Morgan had listened earnestly, but when the conversation turned to actually doing something, his doubt was clear, asking if they were supposed to be vampire hunters now. Lacek felt the bitterness and pain surge up. He knew, with absolute certainty, that Virginia would have believed him, but he hadn't believed her, and he was consumed by the image of her death that was seared into his mind, her body writhing in the hospital bed, the flames consuming her, her screams, the sickening smell, and the awful finality of her eyes boiling in their sockets. He had drunk more than half of the bottle to try and drown the vision. Morgan and Larry had let him. Larry continued his Spanish mumbling, and Lacek decided he had to get up. His head felt impossibly heavy, but he forced his body upright. Larry offered a hand, advising him to rest, but Lacek insisted he had to go home. When pressed on what he had to do, he just said there was something he had to take care of. A vague, evasive answer.
Larry pressed further, asking if it was about the vampire business, and Lackey lied, saying it had nothing to do with that. Morgan came in from the balcony, offering to walk him home, but Lack refused, wanting to be alone. He put on his coat and shoes, walking past them with a forced steadiness that he knew was a facade. He was so drunk that he had to manually unhook each of his movements from his conscious mind to execute them smoothly, a familiar coping mechanism that had served him well in the past. He even thought he could manage a game of pick-up sticks without his hands trembling. Inside the apartment, Morgan and Larry debated whether to follow him, deciding against it. They came out into the hall to see him off, offering clumsy, awkward hugs. Morgan grabbed him by the arms, looking him in the eyes, expressing his concern, telling him he had them. He wasn't alone. Lack nodded, assuring them he understood, and that he wasn't going to do anything stupid. It was a lie. As soon as he was outside in the cold air, he stopped, staring up at the sun cresting the top of a pine tree. The thought that he would never again be able to feel its warmth, the kind of warmth Virginia had felt, was a lead weight in his chest. Her death pressed down on him, making him feel like he was walking doubled over. The afternoon sunlight felt like a cruel joke. The few people moving around in it were a mockery of normal life. He heard their voices, discussing everyday concerns as if the world wasn't teetering on the brink of catastrophe. "It can happen to you too," the voice in his head whispered. Outside the kiosk, he saw someone leaning against the window, talking to the owner. For a split second, a horrible hallucination seized him, a black formless mass falling from the sky and attaching itself to the person's back. He blinked, shaking his head to clear the image. Lack's path was suddenly blocked by the newspaper display. He stopped, blinking, forcing his eyes to focus on the photograph that dominated the front page. The ritual killer. He let out a dismissive snort. He knew the truth behind these headlines, knew what this was really about. But then, his breath caught. He recognized that face. The memory hit him like a physical blow. The Chinese restaurant, the man who had bought him those drinks. Could it be the same person? He stepped closer, studying the grainy image intently. Yes, the close-set eyes, the distinctive features. He pressed his fingers to his lips, his mind racing as fragments of memory whirled and tried to connect. He had let that man buy him drinks. The man who had killed Jacques, and he had lived in the same building complex just a few doors down. They had exchanged greetings, nodding to each other in passing, but he knew, with sudden clarity, that the man in the photo hadn't been the one who actually did it. The real killer must have been someone else. A voice broke through his thoughts. The kiosk owner and the other man were both looking at him now, asking if he knew the person. Lack muttered a vague affirmative, then started walking again, heading toward his apartment. His surroundings faded away, as his mind's eye focused on the doorway he'd seen the man emerge from, the apartment with its covered windows. He was going to uncover the truth. He was. His pace quickened, his spine straightening with renewed purpose. The weight that had been crushing his chest transformed into a thrumming resolve that coursed through his entire body. He was coming for them. He was. On the train, Oscar chewed his lips anxiously as it pulled into Raxta Station, a sick panic rising in his throat when the doors seemed to take forever to slide open. He braced himself for an announcement of delay, but instead came the familiar mechanical warning, and the train lurched forward again. He had only one thought to warn Eli. Anyone could call the police at any moment, reporting the old man's presence in Blackburg, in that building, that stairwell, that apartment. What would happen if the police broke the door down and found the bathroom? The train rattled across the bridge, and Oscar looked out the window. Down at the Lover's Kiosk, two men stood near the display of yellow flyers that bore the hateful front-page headlines. Even partially blocked by one of the men, Oscar could still make out the words. Anyone could recognize him. Anyone could know. He was already on his feet, pressed against the doors as the train began to decelerate, pushing his fingers into the rubber seal as if he could physically force them open faster. He leaned his forehead against the cool glass, his skin burning with anxiety. The brakes squealed, and the driver's announcement of the next stop came a beat to too late Blackburg. Then he saw them. Johnny and Tomas standing on the platform, his heart seized. No, not them. The train rocked to a halt. The doors hissed open, and Oscar's eyes locked with Johnny's. He saw Johnny's lips move, speaking to Tomas, and Oscar made a break for it, throwing himself out of the train and sprinting. But Tomas's long legs shot out, hooking his ankle, and he went down hard, scraping his palms as he tried to catch himself. Johnny landed on his back, a heavy, mocking weight, taunting him about his rush. Oscar, pinned and desperate, managed to gasp out a surrender, telling them to just do whatever they wanted, and then let him go. They took him at his word, hauling him to his feet. He caught a glimpse of the station clock 2:10. The second hand ticked on, indifferent. He tensed every muscle, trying to become a rock, to brace himself for what was coming, hoping it would be over fast. But when he saw what they actually intended, his resistance flared. They had twisted his arms in a way that made any struggle a searing agony, forcing him toward the edge of the platform. His mind raced with disbelief. They wouldn't dare. They couldn't possibly, but Tomas was unhinged. And Johnny. He tried to dig his heels in, but they were stronger, dragging him right up to the white line. A strand of his hair fluttered in the wind rushing from the tunnel. The tracks began to hum. Johnny leaned in, his voice a low whisper of death telling him he was going to die. Tomas giggled, his grip like iron. Oscar's mind went blank, a cold stillness settling over him as they pushed him forward, his upper body hanging out over the void. The approaching train's headlights were a cold white arrow. He turned his head and saw it hurtling out of the darkness. The train's horn blared, a deafening shriek, and Oscar's heart lurched in a primal death spasm as he lost control of his bladder. His last, fleeting thought was Eli's name. And then he was yanked backward, the world a blur of green as the train thundered past, mere centimeters from his face. He lay on his back on the platform, his breath coming in ragged visible puffs of smoke. The cold wetness in his groin spread, grounding him in the miserable reality of his survival. Johnny crouched beside him, his message delivered with cold finality. He had to understand the new order of things. Oscar nodded instinctively, his old survival instincts kicking in. Johnny, gingerly touching his own injured ear, and offering a thin, cruel smile, then clamped a hand over Oscar's mouth, pushing his cheeks together, demanding a squeal as proof of his submission. Oscar did it. He squealed like a pig. They laughed, commenting on how his performance had deteriorated, promising to train him up again. The other train arrived, and they left him there. He lay there for a long moment, emptied of everything. A woman's face appeared in his blurred vision, a concerned stranger extending a hand, telling him he had to report what had happened to the police. Attempted murder. She offered to help. Oscar ignored her outstretched hand, scrambling to his feet and limping toward the exit, her voice trailing behind him, asking if he was all right. Black winced as he entered the courtyard and spotted the patrol car. 2 officers stood beside it, one scribbling in a notepad. They were clearly after the same thing as him, but their information sources were likely inadequate. They hadn't noticed his hesitation. So he slipped into the first entrance, his footsteps carrying him to the ground floor to the right. A bottle of tea red stood by the basement door. He paused, staring at it, trying to decipher some meaning from its presence. Its flammability connected it to Virginia's fiery death, but the thought only fueled the dry, screaming rage in his chest. He continued up the stairs. A strange shift had occurred. His mind was now crystal clear, while his body was sluggish and disobedient. His feet slipped on the steps, forcing him to grip the railing for support, but his brain was resolute, a simple, brutal plan forming: go in, find it, drive something through its heart, and then wait for the police. He stood before the door with its blank nameplate, wondering how he would get in. As a half-hearted joke, he reached out, and the door swung open. The apartment inside was barren, no furniture, no rugs, no paintings, no clothes. He licked his dry lips. It was empty. There was nothing for him here. But then he noticed the 2 bottles of tea red on the hall floor. He tried to process this evidence. Did the creature drink it? No. The thought was absurd. It simply meant someone had been here recently. If not, the bottle he'd seen by the basement door would have been gone too. This was the right place. He stepped inside, pausing in the hallway to listen. Silence. A quick circuit of the apartment revealed blankets draped over the windows in several rooms, and he understood why. This was the creature's lair. Finally, he stood before the bathroom door. He pushed the handle. Locked. But the lock was simple. A screwdriver would do. He focused on the mechanics, refusing to let his mind wander, knowing that thought would breed hesitation, and hesitation was a luxury he couldn't afford. He found a kitchen knife in a drawer, wedged the blade into the lock mechanism, and turned it clockwise. The lock gave way. He opened the door to absolute blackness. He fumbled for the switch, and the light blazed on. The sight made the knife fall from his trembling hand, clattering on the tile like a tiny mocking bell. The bathtub was half filled with blood. Several large plastic jugs on the floor were smeared with red. His tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth as he leaned forward, a primal fascination overriding his revulsion. He lowered his fingers to the still, dark surface and plunged them in. His fingers vanished, as if severed. He pushed deeper, his mouth gaping, until his fingertips met something yielding a belly, and he screamed, yanking his hand back. Blood flew in an arc, spattering the walls and ceiling. A reflex made him press his hand to his mouth, tasting the sweet metallic stickiness before he realized what he was doing. He spat, wiped his hand on his pants, and covered his mouth with his clean hand. There was someone in there, lying in the tub. The thought of what he'd touched, the yielding flesh beneath the surface, made his stomach turn. He spotted the knife, snatched it up, and squeezed the handle. What was he even doing here? If he had been sober, he might have left, abandoned this dark, bloody pool and its hidden contents, but the alcohol had stripped away his caution. He saw the thin chain leading from the tub's edge into the liquid, and he reached for it. He pulled. The plug came free, and a gurgling, clucking sound came from the pipes as a small whirlpool formed on the surface. He knelt, his lips twitching, tasting the blood on his tongue again, and spat again on the floor. The surface began to recede, leaving a dark, sharp line on the porcelain. He watched, transfixed, as a nose emerged at one end and a set of toes at the other, slowly revealing the full length of a small body. Her hands folded across the chest, knees, a face, a final muffled slurp as the last of the blood drained away. The body was dark red, blotchy and slick as a newborn. It had a navel but no genitals. It didn't matter. When his gaze reached the face, the closed eyes, the familiar features, he knew exactly who it was. In the walkway between the school and the gymnasium, Oscar's legs gave out. The memory of those 5 terrible seconds, the certainty of his own imminent death, had paralyzed his muscles. He wanted nothing more than to collapse into the bushes by the path, to let the branches cradle his exhausted, trembling body. But he was in a hurry. The second hand on the clock was relentless. He looked at the school, at the red-brown brick facade. In his mind, he flew through the corridors, into the classrooms, seeing Johnny and Tomas sitting at their desks, their mocking smiles aimed at him. He looked down at his boots, noting the dirty laces, the bent metal hook, the worn heels. He was going to be wearing these boots all winter. It was a small, absurdly mundane thought that suddenly grounded him, bracing him for whatever came next. The cold wetness in his pants was a stark, physical reminder of his humiliation, but he forced his head up, refusing to let it define him. A fierce, silent declaration crystallized in his mind: he would not let them win. The warmth of resolve flooded his legs, dissolving the paralysis. The rigid lines of the school's brick facade blurred and vanished as he launched into a run. His legs stretched out, the dirt beneath him squelching and spraying upward. The ground seemed to flow under him, and for a moment it felt as if the earth itself was spinning too fast for him to keep pace. His momentum carried him stumbling past the familiar landmarks, the high-rises, the old Consum, the coconut factory, until, driven by instinct and ingrained habit, he careened into his own courtyard, passing Eli's door, heading straight for his own building. He nearly collided with a police officer coming from the same direction. The man opened his arms to steady him, remarking on his obvious haste. Oscar's tongue went dry, his words trapped. The officer released him, his gaze turning appraising. He asked if Oscar lived there, and Oscar managed to nod. He didn't recognize this officer, though he noted the man had a face that might otherwise seem kind. The officer pinched his nose, explaining that something had happened in the adjacent building, and he was doing door-to-door inquiries, asking if anyone had seen or heard anything unusual. Oscar's breath hitched. When he asked which building, the officer gestured toward Tommy's, and a wave of relief washed over him. The officer clarified that the incident was in the basement, and asked if Oscar had noticed anything out of the ordinary in recent days. Oscar shook his head, his thoughts a chaotic tangle. He was acutely aware that his anxiety was probably written all over his face, and the officer seemed to notice, asking how he was doing. Oscar insisted he was fine, and the officer assured him there was nothing to fear, that it was all over. He asked if Oscar's parents were home, and Oscar told him his mother wasn't. The officer said he'd be in the area for a while, and that Oscar should think about anything he might have seen. He held the door open for Oscar, but Oscar declined, saying he had somewhere else to be. He turned and walked down the hill, trying to appear casual. Halfway down, he glanced back and saw the officer enter his building. The thought hit him like a physical blow they had taken Eli. His jaws began to chatter, his teeth clicking out a frantic, unintelligible Morse code through his bones. He pulled open the door to Eli's building and hurried up the stairs, dreading what he might find. Would the door be sealed with tape? He pushed the thought aside. Say that I can come in. The door was ajar. If the police had been here, why would they leave it open? That wasn't standard procedure, was it? He reached out, gently pushing the door wider, and crept into the dark hallway. His foot bumped against a plastic bottle. For a moment, he thought it was filled with blood, but then he realized it was lighter fluid. Then he heard it, breathing. Someone was in there, moving. The sound came from the bathroom. He crept toward it, step by agonizing step, pressing his lips together to stop his chattering teeth, the tremor spreading down his chin and neck. He turned the corner and looked into the bathroom. It wasn't a policeman. A man in shabby clothes knelt beside the bathtub, his upper body leaning over its rim, partially hidden from view. Oscar saw only the man's dirty gray pants, his ripped shoes, the hem of his coat. The old guy, but he was breathing. Hissing inhalations and exhalations, almost like sighs, came from the bathroom. Oscar crept closer, and as he drew level with the tub, he saw what was happening. Lack couldn't do it. The small body in the tub looked utterly defenseless. It wasn't breathing, but when he'd pressed his hand to its chest, he'd felt a heartbeat slow, a few beats a minute. He had steeled himself for something terrifying, a monster to match the horror of the hospital. But this was just a broken child, a bloody rag of a person who seemed incapable of rising, let alone hurting anyone. It was only a wounded child. The sight of it made him think of seeing a cancer cell under a microscope after watching someone you love waste away from the disease. That tiny thing, that was the cause? It seemed impossible. Destroy my heart. The words echoed in his mind. A sob escaped him, and his head dropped forward, striking the edge of the bathtub with a hollow thud. He couldn't kill a child, a sleeping child. He just couldn't. But then another thought surfaced, cold and persistent. That's how it survives. It's not a child. It's an it. The creature had attacked Virginia, had killed Jock. It would do so again. It wasn't breathing, yet its heart beat on like an animal in hibernation. He thought about the others, the future victims. It was a poisonous snake living among people. You don't hesitate to kill a snake just because it looks harmless for a moment. But what finally tipped the scales, what hardened his resolve, was the face. The thin film of blood, the expression he thought he saw there, a smile of satisfaction at all the evil it had done. Enough. He raised the kitchen knife, shifting his weight to put all his force behind the thrust. A scream tore through the silence. Oscar! Locke froze, turning his head toward the sound, and saw the boy in the doorway. He explained, his voice slow and deliberate, that he had to do it. The boy recognized him, but he couldn't understand the necessity. The boy pleaded, telling him not to do it. Lack shook his head, turning back to the task, the point of the knife pressing against the creature's chest. The boy shouted for him to wait, and then a flash of color appeared in Lake's peripheral vision. Despite his determination, he couldn't help but look. A Rubik's Cube in the boy's hands, bright and jarringly out of place. It was like a parrot among crows, and for a moment he was hypnotized by its vividness. Then he forced his gaze back to the knife, ready to end it. All he needed to do was press. But then the creature's eyes opened. Vlaka tensed, ready to drive the blade home, and a searing pain exploded at his temple. The cube had been driven into his head, wrenched from Oscar's hand. Vlaka toppled sideways, crashing onto a plastic jug that buckled beneath him, the sound of it hitting the tub like a thunderous bass drum. In the same instant, Eli sat up. From the doorway, Oscar could only see Eli's back, his hair plastered to his skull, his back a single raw wound. Lika tried to get up, but Eli practically fell out of the tub, landing in his lap like a child seeking comfort. He wrapped his arms around Laka's neck and pulled his head close, whispering as if to soothe him. Oscar backed away as Eli's jaws found their mark. Eli hadn't seen him, but Laka had. His gaze locked with Oscar's, a silent plea or accusation as Oscar retreated toward the hall. Oscar's lips formed a silent apology. Then he turned the corner, breaking the eye contact. He stood at the door, his hand on the handle, as the man's scream pierced the air. Then it stopped, cut off abruptly, as if smothered. Oscar hesitated, then closed the door. He locked it. Without a glance back, he walked to the living room and sat down in the armchair. He began to hum, a soft, tuneless sound, trying to drown out the noise from the bathroom. The blue light pulsed across the bedroom ceiling, painting the room in intermittent flashes of cold color. Oscar lay on his back, hands tucked behind his head, staring at the shifting patterns. Beneath his bed sat two cardboard boxes. One bulged with cash-loose bills and neat bundles mixed together alongside two plastic bottles of lighter fluid. The other held puzzles, all of Eli's strange treasures. The box of clothes, however, had been left behind. He'd angled his hockey game in front of the boxes as a flimsy screen. Tomorrow, if he found the energy, he'd move them to the basement. From the living room, his mother's voice called out, excited that their building was on television. He didn't need to get up to see it. He could look out his window and observe the same scene from a different angle. He tossed the boxes from Eli's balcony to his own earlier that evening, while the light still held and Eli washed himself in the bathroom. When Eli emerged, his back had healed completely, and he seemed slightly intoxicated from the blood he'd consumed. They'd lain together afterward, holding each other, and Oscar had recounted the terror at the subway station. Eli expressed regret for setting things in motion, but Oscar dismissed it. A long silence stretched between them. Finally, Eli asked, with obvious hesitation, if Oscar would ever want to become like him. Oscar's answer was immediate and firm. No, he wanted to be with Eli, but not like that. Eli nodded, understanding, and said nothing more. Later that evening, they dressed and stood embracing in the living room when the sound of a saw cutting through the lock shattered the quiet. They fled to the balcony, vaulting over the railing, landing with a soft crunch in the bushes below. From inside the apartment, a voice exclaimed in bewilderment. They crouched in the shadows, hidden beneath the balcony, and Eli turned to Oscar, his lips parting as if to speak. Then he simply pressed a kiss to Oscar's mouth. For a brief moment, Oscar saw through Eli's eyes, and what he witnessed was a vision of himself, not as he truly was, but as Eli saw him better, stronger, more beautiful, and held utterly in love. The vision lasted only seconds. Voices echoed in the apartment next door. Before they'd left, Eli had removed the Morse code paper from the wall. Now, unfamiliar feet tromped through the space where Eli had once lain, tapping messages to Oscar. Oscar pressed his hand to the wall, whispering Eli's name into the empty space. Tuesday came, and Oscar stayed home from school. He lay in bed, listening to the sounds filtering through the wall, wondering if the authorities would find anything that led back to him. By afternoon, the noise had stopped, and no one had come knocking. He got up, dressed, and walked over to Eli's apartment. The door was sealed now, cordoned off with police tape. A uniformed officer passed him on the stairs, but Oscar was just another curious local kid. When the sun finally set, he carried the boxes down to the basement, covering them with an old rug. He'd decide their fate later. A thief breaking into their storage unit would be in for a surprise. He sat in the basement darkness for a long time, thinking about Eli, about Tommy, about the old man. Eli had told him everything, explaining that none of it had been intended to happen the way it did. But Tommy was alive, and he'd recover. His mother had confirmed as much to Oscar's mother. He was coming home tomorrow. Tomorrow, Oscar would go back to school, back to Johnny and Tomas, back to the promise of more torment. He could still feel Johnny's fingers pressing his cheeks together, forcing his mouth into a grotesque smile, demanding he squeal like a pig. He pulled the rug aside, opened the box of money, and fished out a plastic bottle. Then he went upstairs for matches. The schoolyard was bathed in the cold, isolated glare of a single spotlight. Outside its reach, the shapes of playground equipment stood in shadow, the cracked ping-pong tables, slick with slush. A few classroom windows glowed with light. Evening classes were in session, and one of the side doors was unlocked. Oscar slipped through the darkened corridors until he reached his homeroom. He stood for a moment, surveying the desks. The room felt haunted at this hour, like a ghost's schoolroom. He moved to Johnny's desk, opened the lid, and doused it with lighter fluid. Tomas's desk received the same treatment. He paused at Mickey's, considering, then decided against it. He sat at his own desk, letting the chemical scent soak into the wood. Then he opened the lid, retrieving his copy of Firestarter and slipping it into his bag. His favorite pen, his exercise book with the story he'd written, all of it went with him. He made one last circuit of the room, savoring the strange peace of being there alone. When he returned to Johnny's desk, the fumes hit him sharply. He took out the matches but paused. Going to the back of the room, he grabbed 2 wooden rulers, using them to prop the lids of Johnny's and Tomas's desks open. Without the rulers, the flames would be smothered the moment the lids fell shut. The desks looked like hungry prehistoric creatures gaping for food. Dragons. He struck a match, let it burn until the flame was strong and clear, and dropped it into the desk. The fire erupted with a deafening whoosh, a purple comet of flame shooting upward, licking at his face. He sprang back, startled. He'd expected a slow burn, but the desk was an instant inferno, a bonfire reaching the ceiling. It was burning too fast, too intensely. The fire danced wildly, its orange tongue licking across the classroom walls. Above Johnny's desk, a paper garland of large letters caught the heat. Its support gave way, and the strand fell, the P and Q already curling into black embers against the floor. The remaining half swung in a wide, slow arc, descending onto Tomas's desk. It ignited instantly with the same explosive whoosh, a searing burst that sent a shockwave of heat across the room. Oscar fled, his school bag thumping against his hip with each frantic stride. A single thought raced through his mind. What if the whole school went up? As he reached the end of the corridor, the fire alarm erupted, a metallic clatter that filled every corner of the building. It wasn't until he was well down the stairs that he realized it was the alarm, not the crackling of flames that he was hearing. Out in the schoolyard, the great bell clanged fiercely, summoning students who weren't there, gathering the school's ghosts to follow him halfway home. He didn't slow until he reached the old consom store, and only then, when the bell's clamor had faded, did he allow himself to relax. He walked the rest of the way calmly. In the bathroom mirror, he saw that the tips of his eyelashes were singed, curled upward like tiny question marks. When he touched them, they crumbled to ash between his fingers. Wednesday brought the familiar routine of school, but Oscar's head throbbed with a dull, persistent ache. The phone rang around 9, but he let it go unanswered. Midday. He watched from his window as Tommy and his mother passed by outside. Tommy moved slowly, hunched over like an old man, and Oscar ducked below the sill to avoid being seen. The phone rang every hour. Finally, at noon, he picked up. The principal's voice greeted him, formal and officious. But Oscar hung up before the man could finish his sentence. The phone rang again, and Oscar stood staring at it, imagining the principal in his checkered sports coat, drumming his fingers on his desk, pulling faces. Then he put his clothes on and went down to the basement. He sifted through the puzzles, prodding the little white wooden box that held the 1,000 glittering pieces of the glass egg. Eli had taken only a few thousand kroner in the Rubik's Cube. He closed the puzzle box and opened the other, letting the rustling banknotes slip through his fingers. He scooped up a handful and threw them on the ground, then pushed them into his pockets, only to pull them out again one by one, playing the game of the boy with the gold pants, until he grew bored. 12 wrinkled 1,000 kroner notes and 700 kroner bills lay at his feet. He gathered the larger notes into a neat pile and folded them, returning the smaller bills to the box. Back in the apartment, he found an envelope and stuffed the money inside. He sat holding it, debating what to do. He didn't want to write anything someone might recognize his handwriting. The phone rang again. He willed it to stop, silently pleading for the world to understand that he no longer existed. Someone wanted to have a long conversation, wanted to ask if he understood the gravity of what he'd done. He did. So did Johnny and Tomas, probably. Quite well, in fact. There was nothing more to discuss. He went to his desk and took out his rubber stamps and ink pad. On the envelope, he stamped a T and an O. The first M came out crooked, but the second was straight, as was the Y crossing to Tommy's building, envelope in his coat pocket. He felt more nervous than he had at school the night before. His heart hammered as he carefully slid the envelope through the letter slot, hoping no one would open the door or spot him through the window. No one came, and when he was back in his apartment, he felt a brief flicker of relief. It didn't last. The creeping dread returned. He wouldn't be here. At 3 o'clock, his mother came home hours earlier than usual. He was sitting in the living room, listening to the Vikings album. She walked in, lifted the needle, and silenced the record player. He could tell from her face that she knew. She asked how he was, and he admitted it wasn't good. She sighed, sat down on the couch, and told him the principal had called her at work. There had been a fire at his school. He asked if it had burned to the ground, and she said no, but a lot of the classroom had been destroyed. His mother hesitated, her gaze fixed on the hooked rug, then looked at him directly. She asked if he had done it. He denied it flatly. She pressed, saying it seemed the fire had started at Johnny's and Tomas's desks, and they were quite sure it was him. He repeated his denial. She sat breathing through her nose, the distance between them on the couch feeling vast and unbridgeable. They wanted to talk to him, she said. He refused. It was going to be a long evening. There was nothing good on television. That night, he couldn't sleep. He crept to the window, peering into the playground. He thought he saw a shadow in the jungle gym, but it was just his imagination. Still, he stared at the spot until his eyelids grew heavy. Back in bed, sleep still wouldn't come. He tapped gently on the wall, but there was no reply, only the dry, hollow sound of his own knuckles against the concrete, knocking on a door that would never open again. Thursday morning, Oscar threw up and was allowed to stay home again. Despite having barely slept, he couldn't rest. A gnawing anxiety drove him to pace the apartment, picking things up and putting them down without purpose. It felt as if there was something he absolutely had to do, but he couldn't remember what it was. He'd thought it was setting fire to the desks. Then he thought it was giving the money to Tommy. But neither had been it. It was something else, something he couldn't grasp. He felt like an actor on a darkened stage, sweeping up the debris after a great performance was over. But what was the performance? What was he missing? The mail arrived at 11, a single letter. His heart lurched as he picked it up, turning it over. It was addressed to his mother, from the South Angby School District. He tore it open, then ripped it into pieces and flushed them. He regretted it instantly, but it was too late. He didn't care what it said, but he knew destroying it would only cause more trouble. But then, did it even matter? He undressed, put on his bathrobe and stood before the hall mirror, studying himself. He pretended he was someone else, leaning in to kiss the cold glass. As his lips met the surface, the phone rang. He answered without thinking. It was Mr. Vila. The teacher asked if he was coming to training that night. Oscar said he was feeling sick. There was a pause. Then Vila's voice came back, insisting that Oscar come. He couldn't stay hidden like a snail in its shell. If he wasn't sick, he'd make himself sick. And if he was sick, physical training was what he needed. Oscar asked about the others, but Vila dismissed the question. The others didn't matter. This was about training. Oscar reluctantly agreed. He didn't want to go, but he wanted to see Mr. Vila. Maybe he could arrive early, talk to him, and leave before the session started. Not that Vila would accept that. He packed his workout gear, mostly just to have something to do. He was grateful he hadn't set fire to Mick's desk, since Mick would be at the gym, though maybe it had been destroyed anyway, being so close to Johnny's. He wondered how much had actually been destroyed. Something to ask. The phone rang again around 3. Oscar hesitated, then answered. The phone call was brief. Johan's voice came through, casual, asking if Oscar wanted to do something that evening. Oscar declined, explaining he was heading to the gym. Johan accepted it, but before he could hang up, Oscar stopped him, his voice hesitant, as he asked about the fire. Johan brushed it off, saying only a couple of desks were destroyed, some papers, nothing major. Oscar's desk was fine. Oscar thanked him and hung up, a strange unease settling in his stomach. He'd been sure everyone knew it was him, but Johan's tone suggested otherwise. His mother had said a lot was destroyed, but she could have been exaggerating. Oscar chose to believe Johan. He'd seen it after all. Across town, Johan put down the receiver and looked around nervously. Jimmy shook his head, exhaling a stream of smoke from the bedroom window, muttering that was the worst he'd ever heard. Johan's reply was meek, defensive. Jimmy turned to Johnny, asking what had really happened. Half the classroom burned down. Johnny nodded, adding that everyone in the class hated Oscar now. Jimmy's gaze swung back to Johan, repeating his earlier words. Some paper, with obvious skepticism. Did he really think Oscar would buy that? Johan lowered his head, embarrassed, admitting he didn't know what else to say, and thought Oscar would get suspicious if he told the truth. Jimmy waved it off. It was done now. They just had to hope Oscar showed up. Johan's eyes darted between the brothers, their empty gazes lost in some future vision. He asked what they were planning to do. Jimmy leaned forward, brushing ash from his sweater, and spoke slowly. Oscar had burned everything they had from their father. What they were going to do was none of Johan's concern. Oscar's mother came home at 5:30. The cold cloud of lies and distrust that had settled between them the night before lingered, and she went straight to the kitchen, clattering dishes with unnecessary force. Oscar closed his door and lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. He could go somewhere outside, into the basement, to the square, take the subway, but there was nowhere he wanted to be, nowhere at all. He heard his mother dial a long number, probably his father's. He shivered, pulling the blankets over himself and sitting up against the wall, listening to the muffled conversation. He wished he could talk to his dad, but he couldn't. It never happened. He wrapped the blanket around himself like a chief's robe, trying to feign indifference as his mother's voice rose. Soon, she was yelling, and the Indian chieftain collapsed onto the bed, pressing the blanket and his hands over his ears. It was so quiet inside his head, like outer space. He imagined the lines and colors in front of his eyes transforming into planets, distant solar systems. He traveled through them, landing on comets, floating in weightlessness, until a sharp tug on his blanket pulled him back. His mother stood over him, her face twisted, her voice sharp and accusing. His father had told her about Saturday night. Where had Oscar been? She demanded an answer. She pulled the blanket up to his face, her throat tight with rage, and declared he would never go there again. He should have told her. His father was a bastard, unfit to have children. He wouldn't see Oscar anymore. He could sit there and drink himself into oblivion. They didn't need him. She spun away, slamming the door so hard the walls shook. Oscar heard her redialing, swearing as she fumbled the numbers, and then she was yelling again. Oscar slipped out from under the blanket, grabbed his workout bag, and crept into the hall. His mother was so absorbed in her tirade that she didn't notice him pull on his shoes and move toward the front door. Only when he was standing in the stairwell did she see him, demanding to know where he thought he was going. He slammed the door and ran, his footsteps smattering on the stairs as he fled toward the pool. Outside the subway station, Jimmy gestured with his plastic fork toward two men emerging from the entrance. Johnny's bite of shrimp sandwich caught in his throat as he swallowed, watching his brother greet the newcomers. Roger was thin and gaunt, his face pitted with scars, his cheekbones sharp beneath leather-clad shoulders. Prebe wore a cut-off denim jacket over a t-shirt, his large frame spilling out, his cropped hair making him look like a paratrooper gone to seed. Jimmy spoke briefly, pointed, and the two men headed toward the transformer station above the tracks. Johnny whispered, asking why they were coming. To help, Jimmy said flatly. Johnny asked if they really needed help, and Jimmy shook his head, as if Johnny had no idea how these things worked. Getting past the teacher Vila wouldn't be easy. Johnny had no answer, so he followed his brother behind a small brick building where Roger and Prebe were waiting. Jimmy pulled out a metallic cigarette case, offering the contents to the others. Roger helped himself to a thick one, commenting wryly on the pre-rolled convenience. Prebe grumbled about freshness, and Jimmy told him to stop whining. The cigarettes were an hour old, and good quality, not the Moroccan rubbish he was used to. Prebe lit one, and the sweet smell enveloped Johnny as his brother took a drag. Roger offered Johnny a hit, but Jimmy stopped him, not wanting his brother to end up like them. Roger shrugged and withdrew the offer. By 6:30 they'd finished smoking. Jimmy's speech was deliberate, each word carefully formed, as he introduced Johnny as his brother. He took Johnny's chin, turning his head to show the damaged ear, and announced that this was what they were going to take care of. Roger leaned in, squinting at the injury, noting it looked bad. Jimmy silenced him, and the conversation trailed off. The steel gates in the corridor were unlocked. Oscar's footsteps echoed, a hollow ka, plof, as he approached the pool door. He pulled it open, and a wave of damp warmth washed over him, vapor billowing into the cold corridor. He hurried inside and shut the door, kicking off his shoes and moving into the locker room. It was empty, but he heard water running in the shower, and a deep voice singing a Spanish love song. Mr. Vila. Oscar sat on a bench, still in his jacket, waiting. When the singing and splashing stopped, the teacher emerged, a towel wrapped around his hips, his chest a thicket of black and gray hair. Oscar thought he looked like something from another planet. Vila smiled broadly, pleased to see him crawl out of his shell. Oscar admitted it had been stuffy. Vila laughed, scratching his chest, noting Oscar was early. Oscar shrugged, and Vila pressed him on what he'd been thinking. Oscar deflected, and Vila let it go. Then the teacher strode over, studying Oscar's face with a knowing nod. He'd confirmed his suspicion it was Oscar. He pointed to Oscar's eyes, noting the singed eyelashes, the slight damage to his hair. If he didn't want anyone to know, he'd need to cut his hair. The eyelashes would grow back by Monday. He asked if it was gasoline, and Oscar admitted it was tea red. Vila shook his head, warning of the danger, calling Oscar a little crazy. Not a lot, but a little. He asked where he'd found it, and Oscar said he'd just found it. Vila let the question hang, then shifted, cautioning against playing with fire. It was a dangerous habit, and not a good method. Physical exercise was much better. Oscar nodded, but the moment of confession passed. Vila was great, but he wouldn't understand. The teacher told him to change, promising to show him some bench press technique, then turned to head to his office. He paused at the door, leaving the offer open. Mr. Vila paused at the office door, turning back to offer Oscar a quiet reassurance. He told the boy not to worry, that he would keep whatever he knew to himself if Oscar preferred. They could talk more after the training session. Then he disappeared inside. Oscar changed into his gym clothes. Patrick and Hasse arrived, 2 boys from the other class. They offered a greeting, but Oscar caught them looking at him a beat too long, and as he walked into the gym,
He heard the low murmur of their whispered conversation. A familiar weight of despondency settled in his stomach. He regretted coming, but Mr. Vila entered shortly after, now in a t-shirt and shorts, and demonstrated a better grip for the bench press, resting the bar on his fingertips. Oscar managed Arshabah kilos, 2 more than his previous best, and Vila noted the new weight in his notebook. More boys filtered in, including Mick, who offered his usual cryptic smile, a look that could mean anything from a friendly gesture to a threat. This time, it was the latter, though Mick himself didn't fully grasp the scale of what was coming. On the way to the session, Johnny had recruited him, explaining his plan to set Oscar up. Mick liked pranks, and with his hockey card collection destroyed in the fire, he was more than happy to participate. For now, he just smiled. The session continued. Oscar felt the others' stares, but whenever he tried to meet their eyes, they looked away. He wanted to go home, desperately, but Vila's watchful presence and encouraging comments kept him anchored, and besides, being here was still better than being at home. By the time the strength training ended, he was too exhausted to feel anything. He shuffled to the showers, lagging behind the others, and stood with his back to the room. Not that it mattered, everyone showered naked anyway. He moved to the glass divide between the shower room and the pool, wiping a small peephole in the condensation with his hand. Through it, he watched the other boys splashing and playing in the water, and the feeling came over him again, not as words but as a raw, visceral certainty he was completely alone. Vila spotted him and waved, urging him to join. Oscar shuffled down the short staircase, walked to the pool's edge, and stared into the chemically blue water. With no energy left, he climbed down the ladder, step by step, and let the cold water envelop him. Mickey sat on the edge, smiling and nodding. Oscar paddled away toward Vila. A ball flew at him from the corner of his eye, too late to dodge. It splashed water into his face, stinging his eyes. He rubbed them and looked up, catching Vila's gaze, pitying, disdainful. He couldn't tell. He knocked the floating ball away and sank, letting his head slip beneath the surface. His hair billowed around his ears as he stretched out his arms and floated, face down, bobbing in the water. He pretended he was dead, that he could float forever, that he'd never have to resurface and face the world that only wanted to hurt him. But the distant, muffled sounds of the world above reached him even underwater, and when he finally lifted his head, the noise was still there, echoing and chaotic. Mika had left the pool's edge. The others were playing volleyball, the white ball arcing against the dark frosted windows. Oscar paddled to a corner of the deep end, only his nose above the surface. Mick appeared from the shower room, calling out that the phone was ringing in the teacher's office. Vila muttered something and stomped away along the pool's edge, disappearing into the shower rooms. His blurry form vanished behind the fogged glass. He was gone. As soon as Mick left the changing rooms, the others moved into position. Johnny and Jimmy slipped into the exercise gym. Roger and Prebbie pressed against the wall by the doorway. They heard Mick's call from the pool hall, and a moment later bare feet approached. Mr. Vila walked through the changing rooms toward his office. Prebbie had already wound a pair of tube socks filled with coins around his hand for weight. As soon as the teacher reached the door and turned his back, Prebbie swung. He wasn't particularly coordinated, and Vila must have heard something. Halfway through the arc, the teacher turned his head, taking the blow just above the ear. Still, the effect was enough. He was thrown forward, his head cracking against the door jamb, and he crumpled to the floor. Prebbie sat on his chest, ready with a more controlled strike if needed, but Vila's arms only trembled slightly. He offered no resistance. Prebbie didn't think he was dead. He didn't look it. Roger leaned over the prone body, asking if he was Turkish or something. Prebbie told him to just get the keys. Roger fumbled in the teacher's shorts while Johnny and Jimmy walked out of the gym toward the pool. He tried the keys in the office door one by one, glancing at the teacher. Roger muttered something about his hair, but Prebbie cut him off. Roger found the right key, unlocked the door, and before entering warned Prebbie not to sit on the teacher's chest. He might not be able to breathe. Prebbie slid off and sat beside the body, ready in case Vila stirred. Inside the office, Roger searched pockets, finding a wallet with 300 kroner and 10 unstamped subway cards in a desk drawer. Not much bounty, but that wasn't the point.
This was pure payback. Oscar was still in the corner blowing bubbles when Johnny and Jimmy walked in. His first reaction wasn't fear, it was annoyance. They were fully dressed, shoes and all, despite Vila's strict rules. But when Jimmy stopped at the pool's edge and swept his gaze over the water, the fear hit. Oscar had met Jimmy before, briefly, and had always found him unsettling. Now, there was something in his eyes, the way he moved his head like Tommy and his friends when they'd been sniffing. Jimmy's gaze found Oscar's, and he realized with a shiver how vulnerable he was naked in the cold water, while Jimmy was armored in clothes. Jimmy nodded to Johnny, making a semicircular motion with his hand, and they began walking toward Oscar from opposite sides. Jimmy shouted for everyone to get out of the water. The other boys hesitated, but Jimmy drew a stiletto and pointed it at them, hurting them to the other end. Oscar was alone. He looked for Mr. Vila, but the teacher was gone. A hand grabbed his hair, forcing his head back against the tile. Johnny's voice came from above, declaring Oscar was about to pay for what he'd done to his brother. His head was banged against the ledge, water splashing into his ears. Jimmy crouched down with the stiletto, greeting Oscar with mock friendliness. Oscar coughed up water, his scalp burning. Jimmy clinked the blade against the tile and proposed a competition. Oscar would stay underwater for 5 minutes. If he succeeded, he'd only get a scratch on his cheek. If he failed, he'd lose an eye. Oscar managed to sputter that he couldn't do it, but Jimmy just shook his head, telling him that was his problem. The clock was ticking. Oscar tried to push away, but Jimmy's grip was iron. He thought of Vila, hoping the teacher would return, but the countdown continued. 2, 1, 0. He took half a breath before his head was forced under. He lost his footing, his body floating up, his scalp burning as the chlorine bit into his torn skin. Panic set in within a minute. He opened his eyes to a world of pale blue and swirling pink veils. His legs kicked uselessly, bubbles escaping his mouth. His heart pounded against his ribs, a desperate fist against glass. When water entered his nose, a strange calm spread through him, but his heart kept fighting. He thrashed, trying to find purchase, but there was nothing to hold. His head was pushed deeper, and in a strange moment of clarity, he thought better this than losing an eye. After 2 minutes, Mickey began to feel uneasy. The other seemed genuinely intent on harming Oscar. He looked around, but no one moved to intervene. He called out to Johnny, but Johnny was frozen, the stiletto pointed at the water, watching the distorted white shape below. Mika glanced at the shower rooms, wondering why the teacher hadn't returned. Patrick had gone to get him, so where was he? Mick retreated to a corner near the dark glass door, folding his arms. In his peripheral vision, he saw something drop from the roof outside. A bang rattled the glass. He stood on tiptoe, peering out, and saw a small girl. Her face lifted to his and she spoke, her voice clear through the glass. "Say, come in!" He could only stammer in confusion. Mika's gaze snapped back to the pool. Oscar's body had gone still, but Jimmy still leaned over the edge, his hand pressing the boy's head beneath the surface. Mick swallowed painfully, his throat constricting. Whatever was happening, he just wanted it to stop. A harder bang rattled the glass door. He looked out into the darkness, and the girl was there again, her mouth open as she shouted. He could see her teeth sharp, and something hanging from her arms, shimmering in the dim light. She demanded he say she could come in. Mick, desperate, nodded, and whispered the words. The girl pulled back, vanishing into the night, the shimmering things at her arms catching the light for a moment before she was gone. Mick turned back to the pool. Jimmy had pulled Oscar's head up, taken the stiletto from Johnny, and was aiming it at the boy's face. Then a speck of light appeared in the dark middle window, and a split second later it shattered. The reinforced glass exploded into thousands of tiny rounded fragments, glittering like white stars as they flew across the hall, over the water, landing with a soft rustle at the pool's edge. Friday the 13th. Gunnar Holmberg sat in the empty principal's office, trying to organize his notes. He'd spent the entire day at the Blackburg School, examining the crime scene and interviewing students. 2 technicians and a bloodstain analyst from the National Laboratory were still gathering evidence by the pool. 2 youths had been killed there the night before. A third had disappeared. He'd spoken with the class teacher, Marie-Louise, and realized the missing boy, Oscar Eriksson, was the same one who'd raised his hand 3 weeks ago, answering his question about heroin. Gunnar remembered him. "I've read a lot and stuff." He thought the boy would be the first to come out to the police car, and he'd planned to take him for a ride, maybe boost his confidence, but the boy never showed, and now he was gone. Gunnar reviewed his notes from the boys who'd been at the pool. Their accounts largely matched, and one word appeared repeatedly: angel. Oscar Eriksson had been rescued by an angel, the same angel who, according to witnesses, had ripped off Johnny and Jimmy Forsberg's heads and left them in the pool's depths. When Gunnar mentioned this to the crime scene photographer, who was using an underwater camera to document where the heads had been found, the photographer dryly remarked that it hardly seemed like an angel from heaven. Gunnar looked out the window, searching for a rational explanation. Outside, the schoolyard flag flew at half-mast. 2 psychologists had been present during the boys' questioning, as several of them were speaking too lightly about what they'd witnessed, as if it were a film rather than reality. And that was what one would most like to believe. The problem was that the blood-stain technician's findings partially corroborated the boys' stories. Blood had been found in unusual places on the ceiling, on beams suggesting its trajectory had been made by someone who was flying. Gunnar would have to explain that away, and he probably would. The gym teacher was in intensive care with a severe concussion and wouldn't be available for questioning until tomorrow at the earliest. He likely wouldn't provide anything new. Gunnar pressed his hands to his temples, his eyes narrowing as he glanced down at his notes. Angel, wings, the head exploded, the stiletto, trying to drown Oscar. Oscar was completely blue, the kind of teeth like a lion, picked Oscar up, and the only thought that came to him was I should go away for a while. On the Stockholm-Karlstad train, the conductor, Stefan Larsson, pointed to an old-fashioned trunk on the luggage rack, asking if it belonged to the boy in the compartment. The boy nodded and handed over his ticket. Stefan punched it. He asked if someone was meeting him at the other end, and the boy shook his head. Stefan assured him he wasn't implying anything, just curious what was inside. The boy said it was a little bit of everything. Stefan checked his watch and noted it would be evening when they arrived. The boy acknowledged this. Stefan gestured to the boxes at his feet, asking if they were also his. The boy said yes. Stefan hesitated, then asked how he planned to manage all that luggage. The boy replied that he'd get help later. Stefan nodded, wished him a good trip, and pulled the compartment door shut as he moved to the next car. The boy seemed to know what he was doing. If Stefan had been traveling with that much luggage, he doubted he'd look so happy. But then again, it was probably different when you were young. The end. Thank you for spending this time with the story. Let the Right One In lingers not because of its horror, but because it explores the need to be seen, understood, and accepted. If you've stayed until the end, I hope its questions remain with you. John Ajvide Lindqvist wanted to bring vampires out of distant castles and into the ordinary neighborhoods where he grew up around Stockholm. Drawing from memories of suburban life, loneliness, and bullying, he imagined what would happen if an ancient myth entered an ordinary world. His goal was to balance horror with genuine human emotion, and that emotional honesty became the heart of the novel. Beneath the supernatural story are timeless questions. How much of ourselves are we willing to sacrifice to escape loneliness? Can innocence survive when the world demands compromise? Here, the vampire becomes a symbol of isolation, dependence, and survival. If you enjoyed this story, John Ajvide Lindqvist's other novels, including Handling the Undead, Harbor, and Little Star, explore similar connections between everyday life and the supernatural. The story reached an even wider audience through Thomas Alfredsson's 2008 Swedish film, adapted from a screenplay by Lindqvist himself. Cara Hedebrandt and Lena Leandersson delivered understated performances, while Hoyt van Hoytema's cinematography and Johan Söderqvist's score created the film's unforgettable atmosphere. The film remained faithful to the novel's emotional core but removed several darker subplots, especially much of Hakon's backstory, allowing greater focus on the relationship between Oscar and Eli. Thomas Alfredson approached the film as a quiet drama rather than conventional horror. Many winter scenes were filmed in real Swedish conditions, and the famous swimming pool sequence was designed to keep most of the violence out of view, relying on suggestion instead of graphic imagery. Practical effects were used whenever possible to keep the supernatural grounded. The story returned in Ajvide with Let Me In, directed by Matt Reeves and starring Cody Smith-McPhee and Chloe Grace Moretz. Rather than copying the Swedish film, Reeves relocated the story to 1980s New Mexico while preserving its emotional foundation. Michael Giacchino's score, Greg Fraser's cinematography, and Richard Brigland's production design gave the remake its own identity. Reeves would later direct Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, War for the Planet of the Apes, and The Batman. One subtle detail ties the entire story together. A vampire cannot enter a home without an invitation. Throughout the novel and its adaptations, that tradition becomes a symbol of trust, choice, and belonging. If this retelling inspired you, I encourage you to read the original novel. It offers characters, perspectives, and emotional depth that no adaptation can fully capture. If you enjoyed this retelling, consider leaving a like, subscribing, sharing the video, and telling me how you interpreted the ending. Every perspective adds something new to the conversation. Thank you for listening. Some stories end on the page, but others remain with us, quietly, long after the final chapter.